gonna sell all that you had before you. You don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up, it's not enough. Asleep on the wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. It's contagious, begin to recognize. I know you're jaded, but get up in the vibe. Ooh, intoxicated, get ahead of time. Inebriated, it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up, it's not. Asleep on the wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now.
Oh,
your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way you stumbling. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, the little lies are so full of it. Nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh fitted, crush the game. All we champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you winning. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night, and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now 'cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night, and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My comma come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night, and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. for more. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm son of these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Cow. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Cow. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Cow. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
你觉得谁是对爸？今年变那么瘦，
角度啊，
角度啊，
不是啊，就那个热胀冷缩啊。
真正人说，那现在夏天你会胖回来。第一次登录职业，你有什么感觉？
希望可以赶快打出来。
你会紧张吗？
没有。
他站上下巴厘米。
不行了，最近能不能再吃宵夜了？好胖。
内许听说你这次在 PCS 有新的职位，
我现在就是新小编啦，大家好，后勤教练编啊，以后所以我就是后勤教练编。
到底在拍什么？我有照相权。
还请说出 BV 率3个优点。
来不及啦，讲不出来啦，记啦。
你觉得今年我们会第几？第一啊。
我刚才人家打了。
啊，以新人姿态出道，你觉得哪个 AD 比你强？
不是，我真的不知道有谁。
好啦，你这样说就是没有，
所以他没有放在眼里。你要留胡子哦？
对啊，
好帅哦！
有啊。
你想对其他动作什么？
屁股喜好啊。
屁股笑。那你觉得猫还是你的心魔吗？
我不太是啊，
不太是，不是你的对手。
不好说。预算。
你是变胖了？
变胖很多幸福肥。
好大头，在偷拍。
你觉得 PSG 的对吧是谁？
有吧？
有吧？PSG 的对吧是谁？
啊，没有对吧？
刚有些人有给答案，
不是我啦。
不是你哦。
对啊，不是。
那你觉得谁？
可能是下路位某蛙吧。
你下一个头发要染什么颜色？
有人帮我出钱，我就染。
啊，这个头谁帮你出的？
张文丽。
你们两个觉得谁是对吧？你有什么话想说？
没有，
你是吗？
我不是乱讲。
不能乱拍的，
再弄一次，再弄一次。
不能乱拍的啦。
多累。你们怎么挑片头拍摄的选手的？
你说为什么是选我？
对啊。
那其他4个没什么用啊。
第一次拍有什么感觉？
挺开心的。
挺开心的，很热，很冷。再不讲话。那你为什么今天是你来拍？
因为他们选最老的啊。
那应该是小安。
哦，对，小安
你是选最帅的。
最帅的也是小安了。
那你怎么没有走？没有在走？
我是要捧飞。
哦。好，3位中路准备好吗？你们觉得谁最强？好，你们觉得谁最烂？
直接比到来。
你们觉得谁会去 MSI？你怎么看？
你是故意的。
故意的。为什么你要改名叫优宝？
很可爱啊，
你本来就很可爱啊。
再更可爱啊。
然后肩膀。他真的说姐姐送你礼物。
有人有寄钱过，就是可能红包会寄个什么数字666，
他几百万你会收吗？
那一定收。
but I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Mainly 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So, darling, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You all in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been on my life frame? I was always down on the pavement. I was out waiting in my spaceship. You to lift me up and take me places. So darling, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You all in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. My heart it weeps for the love you shared. I gave my soul to the time you cared. These days grow tired. I walk alone with tears. I break the sounds of the darkened fears. My love, it weeps for the time we lost. I paid the price. My soul became the cost. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave was hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split. We're in week 2, day 1 now. After a really good week 1 of games, I'm really excited to get into this week.
Yeah, I think we've got pretty good games ahead of us, and also it'll be a good chance to kind of figure out the standings a bit more, right? We've only got, I think, one undefeated team, one team yet to pick up a win as well, but hopefully we'll see those standings develop just a little bit more.
Indeed. Of course, I am your host for tonight, Amelg. I'm joined by Shock, looking dapper as ever. And yeah, I mean, first up tonight, we've got Impunity versus CTBC Flying Oyster, and I have to say, there's no more exciting match we can start off tonight with.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a pretty big one. Impunity, they haven't lost yet. And Flying Oyster, it's going to be interesting, right? Because their very first game was the one where they didn't get any kills.
That was a flop.
Yeah, straight out of the gate, they had a really tough time. Since then, they did bounce back with 2 very dominant performances. So I think they're definitely not going to be a pushover for Impunity, but I'm still expecting Impunity to come out on top.
Okay, predictions already coming out. Yeah, I mean, you have to predict the team's undefeated, right? I think that CTBC, Flying Oyster, they did look strong in their day 2 and day 3 games, but ultimately it's really hard to overlook that, you know, day 1 disaster, really, because you can't really call it anything less. They were pretty much annihilated by the rookies in the league, and that's not how you want to start your season off. That being said, they did look pretty strong on days 2 and 3. I think especially, you know, Shun and Slaytrue on the Lucian Nami, pulling it out both days 2 and 3, and really just finding a lot of success on it.
Yeah, I think since CFO kind of pivoted more towards that early game style, they've definitely had a bit more success. And I think we'll take a look at the standings here in a moment. You can see some of those teams, but yeah, CFO, they've definitely bounced back, and I like them a lot more on that early game style. Now, worth noting is that we are still on 13.1. We will not be on 13.1B yet. That'll actually be next week. I think we're skipping 13.1B and going to 13.3.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So one more week on the Lucian Nami Yumi trade. But
Fun. Very
get there.
exciting stuff. All right. Well, yeah, obviously Impunity sitting at the top of the table. Interesting to note that Sem9 is the only team that's 0-3 currently. But, you know, they have had some really good showings. I think a lot of these teams, you know, can still find their way into the top ranks, right? It's very hard to say. It's obviously only been the first week. But I really do feel like from most of the teams, or pretty much all the teams on the standings, actually, now that I think about it, they've really, you know, they've each had their own moments. And I think that, you know, this split is really turning out to be, you know, it should be a close one and a very exciting one as well.
Yeah, I think something we're more used to in the LCO is kind of a top-heavy league, but at least here, I think the majority of the teams are reasonably close in skill.
Yeah, for sure. So, obviously tonight we're starting off with Impunity versus CFO, followed up by J-Team versus Hellpigs, the Wish Team versus PSG Talon. That one should be a good one as well. S9W coming up against Deep Cross Gaming will be a challenging one for S9W. And of course, last but not least, Frank Esports, anyone can be Frank, versus Megabank Beyond Gaming. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like the match of the day for me is this first one, Impunity Esports versus CTBC Flying Oyster. I would assume it's going to be the closest one, although Frank Esports versus Beyond Gaming should be interesting as well. I feel like Beyond Gaming, obviously they had a very strong start beating CFO in that first day, but Frank Esports at the same time looking pretty strong as well.
Yeah, I think I agree. First match of the day should be pretty big, and what I really like about this first game is it's really kind of a clash of styles, at least for where they play on the map. You know, Impunity, they really like playing through Mission. A lot of the wins, well, all the wins I feel like have been kind of off his back so far. Like, I think he's definitely been the star mid laner of the league so far. Flying Oyster, on the other hand, more of a bot-heavy team, right? They like playing through Shun, they like playing some of their early games. So a lot of it, I think, will come down to kind of which part of the map breaks first. You know, is it going to be that mid lane falling apart up against Mission, or will it be the bot lane up against CFO?
Yeah, for sure. Week 1, ban pick recap. Obviously, Maokai and Elise having a very big presence. I think they're two. Maokai is just, you know, very individually strong, whereas Elise has a lot of the early gank setup that is, you know, really menacing to play against, I feel like. Both of them have found, you know, 2 wins each. Maokai has unfortunately lost once, but both of them, 100% pick ban presence really just shows how strong teams are valuing them to be right now.
Yeah, I think it's funny how they're both 100% pick ban and they've only got 5 games between them. They really just haven't been allowed through the draft very often, and I think that's for good reason. Like, they're both pretty much the premier AP junglers, and I think oftentimes it's difficult to counter one, right? Like, if one gets banned away, you're kind of forced into banning the other. And we see that Lucian Nami, actually 73% win rate, which is surprising because I think to begin with, it was kind of lackluster, but it certainly popped off. Jax as well, 4-1, 80% win rate.
And the weak picks, of course, Zero, Yuumi. That's actually pretty surprising. I always felt like the Zero Yuumi seemed to be coming out on top over the Lucian Nami quite a lot, but these stats do not lie. And Azir as well, sitting over there, 1-3. I feel like the Azir is one that doesn't really quite fit, but it seems like some mid laners are kind of depending on him as their sort of last pick when their mid lane pool has been pinched.
Yeah, I think these all, like the scaling picks down bot being low win rate does kind of make sense. Well, I think scaling is decent. Definitely it's more of an early game focused meta. And I also think there's a tendency with all three of those champs at the bottom to pick it with too much other scaling on the team. You know, I think these are more champions that you want to pick when the rest of your team is playing early game, and this is like your late game insurance. You really don't want like a full team of scaling, because what often happens is you just fall way too far behind for that scaling to actually matter.
Yeah, definitely. The Lucian Nami. Yeah, it is weird to see it with a 73% win rate, because it really didn't feel like it, but it is really that sort of, you know, strong early game pick that actually scales decently well. And it just gives, it's kind of like a beacon for teams to play around, right? Because you're pretty much guaranteed that it's going to do pretty well in the laning phase. And yeah, I think teams that are able to sort of translate that into a lead obviously do find more success with it. Whereas I think the losses are more sort of gravitated around potentially, you know, not winning out on those early trades just based on sort of mechanical skill. So against stuff like the Zero Yumi, but also, you know, not being able to accelerate those leads as efficiently, because ultimately when you're playing against bot lanes that will end up scaling harder than you, you do have to sort of take the initiative to find your own ways to find a lead into the game.
Yeah, I like how you brought up that it's kind of like a beacon to play around, because I think a lot of these teams, you know, that do have strong bot lanes, it makes sense to kind of get you on that thing that can, you know, be the star of the team.
Yeah, speaking of strong bot lanes, Atlan and Nature, these guys have been doing pretty well themselves. Of course, we've got the rest of the top side, Driver, Alex, and Mission, also doing very well on Impunity Esports. Thing Mission, as you highlighted before, has seemed to be the key player. And I think that for Impunity to continue their success, they're going to need to keep finding ways to play around to make sure he's enabled, make sure he's on picks that he finds comfortable, which seems to be, you know, quite a lot of champions actually so far. But yeah, definitely just keep trying to make it easier for him to do what he wants to do.
Yeah, shout out to Alex as well, because obviously playing mid and jungle was sort of like a 2v2, at least in this current meta. And I think that, I believe it was on the Sejuani was the last game he played last week, and he was really, really solid in that game. So yeah, it's definitely a two-man effort. Obviously Mission is kind of the man you know in the mid lane as being that really strong carry for your team, but Alex, can't ignore him as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like a lot of people had earlier pegged Mission, or at least the storyline would kind of centered around him being the mid laner that wasn't, you know, overly strong on any mid laners, right? He just seemed, I feel like a lot of people pick him to be very average, but I feel like so far he's really, you know, he's spoken his own strength, just through the way he's been playing, through the way he's been carrying games on his back, and he really does know how to, you know, find opportunities and really take advantage of them.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really good about Mission in this meta is that there's a lot of champions that you're kind of forced to ban in this meta, right? So it makes it much more difficult to kind of take away some of those, you know, target bans you would like. And the one time I think they banned a lot of his picks, he still just had another one in the back pocket anyway.
For sure. Let's take a look at CTBC, Flying Oyster, Rest, Gemini, top and jungle, Jimmian in the mid lane. And this is interesting because, you know, he's taken Mission's place as well. And of course, Shun and Slaytrue in the bot lane, strong as ever. And I think the bot lanes are both, you know, they're both very individually strong. So it'll be interesting to see how teams play around them, because, you know, Impunity, they do have that, you know, option of playing around Mission in the mid lane and getting him to sort of accelerate the bot lane as well. But on the side of CTBC Flying Oyster, I feel like Jimmy and, you know, coming back from NA does have a lot of talent riding with him as well.
Yeah, I think Jimmian definitely tends a little bit more towards the melees, although he has shown like decent play on the range champion as well. I think it was his Akali that was really, really nice. I'm actually really interested, like you were saying with the bot lanes, what kind of styles they go for, because I can't imagine either of this team is they're going to want to play, I don't think they're going to want to play scaling, right? Because I think that if you're Impunity in this matchup, you probably want to at least match the early game that's most likely going to come out of Shun. You know, you don't want them to kind of let you roll over them. And then I think on the Flying Oyster's side, like, you probably know the bot lane is your win condition in this matchup, right? So you really want to get something that can snowball. And here, the mid lane stats comparison between Mission and Jimmy. And so far, sort of similar champs played. There was a Rise on both sides, Syndra Akali for Jimmy, and Kassa and Silas for Mission. And the KP is really pretty impressive. I mean, Mission being part of 62% of his team's KP, while also averaging a 22 CSD at 14. That's pretty impressive week one. And Jimmian, you know, he's, I'd say, a bit more of a I don't want to say like team player because he obviously is playing like quite a few selfish champs, but I think he's definitely more going to move around the map rather than focus on that individual lane, right? And you can kind of see that reflected in the laning stats here as well.
Yeah, for sure. So two mid laners that really do value the map control and sort of spreading the love, I guess. Making sure each of the other lanes is able to play out the game as effectively as they want to, as well. And I feel like Jimmy as well, his team fighting has been proven to be pretty strong, and I'm interested to see if he'll be able to carry that on. I feel like his overall, he just feels very comfortable in those team fights. I feel like he knows what his role is in each one. Let's jump right into champ select.
Okay, so we have Impunity on blue side up against CFO on the red side. And actually interesting, I was saying before there were champs you have to ban. CFO, they don't care. They banned Victor and Caston away, so really identifying mission as that win condition. On the other side, Impunity actually banned both Maokai and Elise, which kind of suggests that they're going to first pick something else. So I wonder what that is. I wonder if he'd look to take something away. 3 mid bans actually leveraged their mission here. Ooh, okay. I like taking the Lucian away from Shun, although the Draven is up, so there are answers to it.
I feel like we've seen a lot of random Swain hovers, although it's like never really been picked. I wonder if there's some kind of meaning behind that. Maybe it's some sort of secret pocket pick. But Nami locked in for Impunity. Definitely still suggest a Lucian Nami bot lane.
Yeah, I actually really like that they took Nami instead of Lucian here, because one thing we have seen in a couple other regions, although it hasn't found much success, is Draven Nami. So like if you take the Lucian, they answer with Draven Nami, and then you can't really pair Lucian with anything. Now I'm not sure how good that actually is, to be honest, but it's an option, right? And they take it away. Zeri and Vi will be the lock-ins. You have to feel the answers here will probably just be Lucian and Sejuani. There are other junglers you can take, but I feel like Sejuani, oh, okay, could see the Wukong. I kind of prefer the Sej. I think it's more consistent, but I think Wukong does bring a bit more AD damage. So if you want, like, maybe your mid to be the strong solo AP, like Mission in this game, could definitely be the play.
I think it is important to note though that Vi does still have her own tools for potentially shutting down Wukong. With her ultimate being unstoppable, being able to lock that Wukong in place and sort of prevent that initial engage if he gets a good read on it. But Sejuani, shock the prophet. Let's see if he's right once again. See if this gets locked in.
Please lock it in. I swear it's broken. Okay, it's locked in. I think this will probably be answered. Ooh, I was gonna say by the Yuumi, but could be the Lulu as well. These are kind of the 2 go-to supports. It depends on do you want stronger early game or stronger late game. Now, I think, honestly, if you're CFO, I think you just keep committing to mid bans. If you've already put 3 towards mid, you might as well put a couple more. No shame in that. The one thing I think we do have to be a little careful of is that Cassante is still open. So it's potentially picked somewhere down here.
That dirty Cassante, but Talia going to be banned out. This is one that we've seen picked a couple times, but not banned very much at all. But I think it does make sense, CFO already showing quite a sort of close ranged comp. Which is where the Talia finds a lot of value ultimately. So interesting ban from them. We'll see if they have another mid lane ban in the works, and if they do, that'll be 5 mid lane bans from them. So really putting the respect on Mission. Although we've seen a team do this before and it didn't turn out very well for them. Mission ended up on the Silas and he still smirked at it as always. But the Jace actually gonna be banned last.
That is interesting. I wonder if they're respecting Jace mid or if this is just a ban leveraged up towards that top lane. Now, Impunity, with their last ban, I think you probably ban a counter pick mid, because here you're going to have to blind mid with a lot of the blind pick mid laners gone. So maybe honestly ban away the Silas if you're not planning on taking it. We'll see what he ends up opting for here though, because honestly a lot of the mids are gone. Okay, so Jax and Jace are both banned, which means that Cassante is an option, although the Gnar is still up as a counter as well. We've seen though that Jax has had a much higher win rate. Also, they actually banned mids into an Azir pick. Okay.
What do you think about that, bro?
I'm not the biggest fan, honestly. Okay, so they're going to give over the Cassante, which I think is kind of a mistake. I think it'd be better to 4th pick Cassante and last pick your mid laner here.
Yeah, I am hoping that CFO does have some sort of creative counter pick available for the Cassante, but I do feel like it is going to be leaning towards the Gnar most likely again. Impunity shuffling through the mid laners. Rise, gotta love that for Mission. He has proven to be very strong on that. Silas potentially.
Really go for it. I mean, I kind of like the Silas. I think it's good.
Why is that?
Well, I think that even though you're outranged by the enemy comp, it kind of gives you a window where you're much stronger than Azir, right? It's very difficult to contest Azir in that 1v1, but if you look instead to contest him in skirmishes where he's weak, I think that kind of, it gives you something to play around rather than just like matching him and being weaker. Will we actually see a top lane Udyr, or is this...
That could be really cool.
Okay, I'm excited.
Yeah. I mean, he does have the percentage health damage, and it's going to be locked in. Okay, I love this. He has the percentage percentage health damage on not only the Tiger stance but also the Phoenix stance as well. And yeah, I mean, it's something I haven't really seen much of before, especially the Udyr into Cassandre matchup. So I'm wondering how this one is going to play out. It kind of makes sense in my head, especially because Impunity do have a lot of CC, which Udyr, you know, itemizes pretty well into. I think he values tenacity a lot and being able to sort of run around with the Ghost as well in his back pocket.
Now it is interesting, CFO, kind of known for the early game success, have gone for a pretty strong scaling composition. So this is going to be a good test for them. Can they still navigate that early game with the stronger scaling and, you know, kind of get to the late game and finish it out? Or are they kind of just going to crumble under the weight of Impunity's comp here? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. I feel like the biggest question mark for me is whether or not Udyr can actually match that Cassandre, because we've seen so many top laners, even like Fiora, for example, that's just been picked quite commonly as a counter pick into Cassandre, still finds, you know, trouble getting that push and getting that sort of lane pressure in the side lanes. So that, yeah, I feel like that's going to be the biggest factor for CFO and whether or not their composition actually does end up working out.
Yeah, I think I'd quite like to look at the mid-jungle compositions too, because I think that Sylas and Sejuani are much stronger early 2v2 than Vi and Azir. So I feel like there's definitely the opportunity there for those two to kind of move down, you know, really shut down the bot lane and stuff like that. So I think a lot of it will come down to kind of, can CFO neutralize this early game? Because you have to think that going even in this early game is a win.
For sure. And I think that it'll be interesting to see if Azir picks up merc trades. I feel like there's a lot of value there as well, and we've seen a few mid laners do that as well. But enough about that. Let's head into the Rift. Impunity versus CFO for the first game of week 2, day 1. Now this one is going to be a big decider for, you know, those top ranks in the standings. So it should be a very fiery game with a lot of action.
You have to feel like if a team can take down Impunity at the moment, it's probably going to be CFO, given how dominant their two matches are. Those 2 wins. Let's forget about the loss.
Yeah, no one cares about that one. Yeah, just warming up for the season, really. But in terms of runes, nothing too surprising as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so they actually get the ward onto the Raptors here. I think it's always pretty fine to go for a Raptor ward against Sejuani. You're not expecting too many ganks to come out of it early, so just kind of spotting them out. And also, it can kind of tell you if she's solo starting sometimes as well.
Seems like it might be the case here.
Now let's have a look at kind of how these priors go, because I think while Impunity should be getting priority around that like level 3, level 4 mark, you kind of have to expect that Azir should get priority mid, and also that Zeri Lulu should get priority bot, at least at level 1, I would think. So while they will kind of have a window around, you know, level 4 and stuff to kind of contest, have to feel very early in the game, maybe not the best. Actually, yeah, maybe getting pushed in 3 lanes right now.
Oh, awesome. What a fun way to start off the night. You know, lots of drama, pause in the first 2 minutes. You love to see that. Maybe just getting the pauses out of the way for the rest of the night. Let's hope.
Certainly hope so.
But already, it seems like Rest, you know, has got that early level 1 lane control. Obviously, hard to tell with how long that'll last. But I don't know. What else is there to talk about, really? We haven't seen much in the game so far at all. I mean, Alex started bot side on the Raptors, whereas on the other side, Vi starting the red buff on the top side. So two junglers seem to be passing towards opposite sides of the map so far.
Yeah, I kind of feel like there isn't going to be too much actually happening in the early clears. There's just not a whole lot of CC kind of across the board, so I wouldn't expect to see too much happen, which you'd have to say is slightly better for CFO. I think if you can kind of just like stabilize those lanes, not really have a whole lot, feels pretty good coming out of the early game like that. I think it's really, really important, though, especially when you have Azir, that you really maintain those 1v1 lanes, right? Like, you really don't want to skirmish with Azir. Azir is pretty much unmatched in the 1v1 mid lane, but his skirmishing it's really not the best until you get one item, especially against a champion like Sylas, right? Sylas is kind of the king of skirmishing, and I mean, I'm sure you guys have all seen it in solo queue. When Sylas gets a kill, he goes crazy.
He does, yeah. It's really insane to see snowballing Sylas. I feel like it's a big part of Sylas jungle. Obviously, it's not the case here, but you know, he really loves, you know, skirmishing and building up leads through that. And mission, that is going to be his mission for this game.
Rest actually getting some pretty good trades here. Pretty excited to see how this works out, to be honest. I think it's more of like a team fight counter. Like, I'm not sure you're ever expecting to pick up kills in the side lane, but you're kind of matching as like a big kind of DPS threat, I feel like, and just like an unkillable tank, which is pretty nice, I feel like, against Lucian and Sylas, because obviously they can kill you in a very long fight, But you're not really expecting, you know, they're just not traditional tank killers, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that it actually does offer a certain amount of like zone control as well, because when you have the empowered Phoenix like floating around in a team fight, it really is quite dangerous once he's able to hit that demonic embrace. It chips out a lot of damage against the tanks as well. And I think, you know, combined with the Azir, they do have a lot of, you know, space creating abilities available on their side.
Gemini actually using his mid and bot priority to go for this red. This is a pretty big win for CFO because, as I was saying, you don't really expect to win the early game. And on the other hand, though, you do have priority, at least in the first few levels. And Gemini really leveraging that for, honestly, pretty big win.
Yeah.
Steals away the red.
And this is really going to suck for Alex. You know, he purposely clears top side to try and come back to his red buff, but comes back to find that it's completely gone, chops the missing thing. And that really does hurt his skirmishing ability, which is what he wants to do with the Silas, right? So definitely is going to be big win for CFO and big win for Gemini especially. Yeah,
I think you're still kind of okay with that. Obviously, if you... Oh, actually, some nice trades. Lucian Army damage always surprises me. You know, kind of hits a couple abilities and suddenly half your health is gone. But not too much action happening so far. And I think you're fine as Sejuani here to just wait for that level 6. Obviously, that's when you really come online. Driver actually freezing this top wave does feel pretty good. Going to keep him safe from ganks. Maybe you can deny a little bit in the 1v1. CFO slowly inching some CS leads here. Got CS leads in mid and top.
Yeah, you have to say, Rest is already off to a good start. Not from the lane, but from Champ Select. You know, he's picked up the definitely not Udyr skin, and I have to say, that is definitely the best one you can pick in a professional match.
It is pretty goated. Okay, Alex is going to enter the river here. Could potentially look to set up something with Mission. There's no one around.
Oh, Jimin's really far up.
Yeah, if he queues forward, I think he might... Okay, so he still
Alex
has
charging
WE.
it.
Oh, he's fine.
Doesn't drop the flash. Jimin is going to slide out of that one.
I think it's also really nice respect from Jimmy and not to be looking to spam Qs in this matchup. Obviously, you're pretty low mana here and you haven't really chunk silos down, so there's no point spamming more Qs, just saving it to make sure you're safe from any of those ganks. It's really nice. Gemini.
Potentially looking for a dragon on spawn of 5 minutes here. Looks like they are going to try it out.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Is Alex going to look to trade the Raptors, or are they going to come try and collapse
They're
this?
trying to come. CFO aren't doing this very quickly. There's still 3k left on it, and they're closing in.
Yeah, this kind of looks good for Impunity.
Oh, CFO Mission. He's looking for the angle. Doesn't quite hit the chains, but has the dash out. Hits the chains now. Gets the Kingslayer as well. Alan dropping a lot of damage down onto Shun, but Shun slowly chasing. And somehow, CFO, it looks like they're going to actually pick up the dragon here. Alex might look for a smite potentially, but actually forced the flash away. Bubble hitting one. And CFO somehow managed to come out on top there.
Oh, Mission actually might go down on the back end. He's very low.
Oh, Shun picked up the first blood. Mission dropping down 10-second respawn timer. And that's a huge one for CFO. 1 Ocean Drake, 1 first blood for Shun. That's exactly where you want it.
Yeah, I think this is amazing for CFO. I really was expecting them to kind of just struggle through the early game, but actually coming out ahead is definitely kind of what you want. I think that fight might have been a little mis-executed. I feel like Mission, you know, uncharacteristic mistake from him, did lose a lot of health kind of before that fight really began. Which is not how you want to start the fight, obviously.
Yeah, it feels like he walked up, but was hesitant to throw the chains, which ultimately ended up in him getting chunked out quite a lot. Obviously, Silas does prefer the skirmishes, but not when he's starting off the fight with a quarter of his HP left.
It does feel pretty bad, and I think it's also a big win for mid lane. If you can get Lost Chapter, the more expensive item, at the same time as Catalyst, it really allows you to kind of get through that sustain. But yeah, big wins for CFO out of this early game so far. I think Herald will probably be the real decider for who wins this early game. But honestly, like you're already in a great spot as CFO. You've got the drag that kind of secures your scaling, and you've got a lead on your Zeri.
Yeah, not to mention, a couple summoners burn on the side of Impunity as well. Especially on the Sejuani Silas, you know, typically I feel like you rely on at least one of them having flash to hit their initial CC so that the other one can follow up, but both of them having it down is going to severely impact their skirmishing and ganking ability in the next few minutes.
Now, top lane has pretty much gone as expected. It is, at the end of the day, just kind of 2 tanks hitting each other. And honestly, I feel like going even against Cassante is not too bad.
But that is forward for a cheeky little zap onto Alan. Gonna get healed right up.
Okay. Yeah, Lucian Nami though, I feel like they've kind of missed a little bit of their window in this lane. This is really when you'd want to be pressuring with the Dirk, but just feeling a little bit behind at this point. And we've seen what happens when Lucian Nami can't get that lead and start really pressuring. It quickly goes in the favor of Zeri. That being said, Zeri hasn't managed to actually pick up a lot of wins yet. Mission might actually find something onto Jimmy in here, gets a good chunk. Ooh.
Oh, but Gemini's here. Oh, the streamer shove comes out, but Mission gonna slide out of that one. Gemini actually, good job on him sort of waiting out that wall first. But regardless, no deaths from that little, what do you even call that?
A scuffle.
A scuffle, a kerfuffle.
Yeah, Gemini, I think he played that pretty nicely. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
Still surprising you.
It's so insane to me. Okay, CFO actually starting the Herald. They do have top priority, but Driver actually moves first. Is willing to give up a wave for this.
Oh, Rest is slowly chasing down Driver. Oh, but he stuns up. Gemini is dropped very low. And he's actually going to go down to Mission. Mission dropped very low. He gets stunned up, gets Streamer shoved. Rest is just in his Phoenix stance, dealing so much damage to Alex and Driver. Jimmy, I don't know if they're going to be able to pick this one. Driver's very low, but Jimmy is going to fall down as well. Rest's going to pick up this last one. And the Rift Herald, no, because it's actually gone the way of Impunity. And so even though... Oh, Slaytrue actually dropping very low as well. Shun drops down the Lightning Crash. Alan going to pick off Slaytrue in the meantime. Shun slowly chasing down. Tanks that whole culling, but doesn't seem to care at all. He's going to look for Nature here as well, but actually does get picked up in the end. And the Wave sitting in a neutral spot. But a lot of skirmishing just across the map, really. CFO opting into that Rift Herald fight, but aren't able to pick it up.
Yeah, wow, what a wild minute there. That was kind of crazy. So in the topside fight, I feel like Rest must have done so much damage in that fight. I really wish we could see the damage graph. And I think it honestly started pretty well for Impunity, right? They got the pick onto Gemini, but then they just kind of lacked the sustained damage, I guess, to actually win the fight. Rest never really got in danger of dying and just keeps putting out that DPS. And then on the bot side, kills traded, which is honestly like not bad for Lucian Nami, I feel like, because even though you don't want Zeri getting more kills, it does kind of accelerate you relative to everyone else, right? So you have to feel pretty decent about the bot side fight. Obviously the top side fight, not the best. Herald didn't actually end up going over to anyone here.
Yeah, and I feel like in the end that is still pretty good for CFO, because they end up 1 kill up from that top side skirmish. And having the Rift Herald off the map is quite good for them as well.
Yeah, so let's have a look at this replay, because I feel like the start is pretty good. They managed to take out Gemini without really anything being traded back. But I think the problem is they've really got to wait for cooldowns. They've got to kind of kite this out and disengage, because all Silas is doing here is auto-attacking, and that's just really not enough. It's nice if Driver can trade one off the back end. Didn't manage to pick up the Herald, though. I really think if Impunity had gotten that pick and then kind of backed out a little bit more, they might have been able to win the fight. But obviously it's pretty hectic in the moment.
Definitely Mission potentially gonna get looked on here by Gemini, but he's gonna drive by. The Dragon is up. Cloud Drake. Oh, but Alex is looking on Shun and Slaytrue. Doesn't throw the ultimate. Lightning Crash drop from Shun, but gets stunned up, bubbled up. He's gonna get chunked down by Alan, but actually they don't have enough damage. Culling comes out, but Shun still surviving on 1 HP. But wait, Gemini and Jimin are here. Drops the Streamer Shove yet again. Gemini, he's looking like he's doing a lot of damage, but Tidal Wave and Bubble is gonna stop him in his tracks. Alan doing some damage on the backside. Jimmy not gonna be able to pick up Alan as a trade, but Alex going down for nothing.
Yeah, I think another big misplay from Impunity. So what happened there was CFO, they crossed mid, meaning that Mission had to give up priority in this matchup. And then at that point, if you're still heavy trading, if you're still trying to force gang spot lane, you're on a timer before the enemy mid jungle can get there. And unfortunately, they do just overstay their welcome.
Yeah, Alex looking like he's having a rough game so far. Seems like Gemini has his number, even starting from, that red buff invade. He's been able to find a lot more gank opportunities. Alex was patient on dropping his ult there and waiting for Shun when he was the most vulnerable. But ultimately, they're not able to pick him up. They just don't have the damage. And we're sort of already starting to see the effects, I feel, of the solution not being really where you want him to be.
Yeah, so I think, bear in mind that at the start of this play, CFO's mid-jungle are walking down the river. So I think if you take this flash and just back out, like, you're completely fine. I think here they kind of overcommitted because they hit the bubble. And honestly, maybe now you could still leave. But Atlan kind of overcommitting just kind of, I feel like, seals the deal here almost, that CFO can get down. He ends up living. And honestly, with Sejuani going down, at least Alan's still going to be able to farm. But giving more kills over to this Azir, making sure he actually gets to that point where he's relevant sooner, it's a big issue.
Yeah, and it does. Yeah, I feel like, in that fight we sort of saw why some teams will sometimes prefer the Lulu over the Yumi, right? Because we saw him provide so much sort of survivability for the Zeri there. He tanked up so much damage, tanked multiple stuns, but ultimately he's able to get out of that pretty much scot-free.
Okay, more trading going on the top side. I think Rest should be able to pick up his Demonic Embrace here, which is definitely going to feel pretty good. Can probably start to actually make a bit more headway in this matchup. Mid lane, mid and bot, CS still pretty even. Kind of what you would expect, at least for now. Leandri is completed on a Jimmian though, so Azir, you know, kind of sucks at skirmishing before his first item, but after that does just have enough AP that he can kind of, you know, start to contend. I'd still give it to Silas at least at this point in the game, but Jimmian is rapidly becoming a problem on the Azir. Especially given that he's got such a strong front line in front of him. You know, it's going to be, this Azir is going to be untouchable with a Vi and an Udyr sitting in front of him.
Yeah, it does feel like the team fights are going to be pretty smooth sailing for him. You know, the Johnny ult goes wide. Now that was just, wait, Gemini and Shun looking on Nature. He stepped up a bit too far. Shun, it looks like it's going to be a pretty easy kill for him. Double bubble, trouble, but trouble for Nature. He does end up going down.
Yeah, didn't have flash, and I guess they must have spotted him recoiling, or maybe they were just looking onto Atlan instead. But did manage to find the Nami, take him out, and that's another pretty big blow for Impunity. They are gonna, you know, lose CS on the bot side, and Rest actually pushing Alex out 1v2 and escaped. Okay, now this is the enemy team's top laner right here.
Yeah, Alex really not being able to, you know, rest at all.
I think Alex actually still got the blue, from what I can tell.
Yeah, he did.
But it does feel pretty annoying, you know, getting pushed out of the jungle by the top laner.
Yeah, it feels like more of a mental issue than anything. But taking a look at the gold difference, CFO, 2k gold ahead right now. You know, there's a little bit of blue there around, what, like the 8.5 minute mark for Impunity. But other than that, it's been CFO's game.
The CFO actually swapping their bot lane up here, so they're going to just look to keep securing these objectives while they're ahead. I really like this from CFO. It's tempting to just sit back and scale with your, you know, stronger scaling comp, but I think making sure Lucian Nami really never gets an opportunity to breathe, never gets that kind of, you know, that skirmish that they need in order to keep snowballing, just keeping the pressure up, I really, really like it.
Yeah, and it's only accelerating, you know, what is the weakest stage in the game, right? The early game. That regardless, they seem to be picking up so much gold across the map, you know, picking up the Rift Herald, Rifts, picking up that solo first turret gold as well. CFO, they're fully in control here.
Yeah, I'm really liking CFO's chances at the moment. I don't really see a fight not going their way unless somehow Lucian Nami can pop off. They are going to pick up the mid tower, which is pretty nice. On the side lane though, Alan does push a lot of farm under CFO's tower. Will they actually look for two?
Yeah, Alan is still very fast. CFO potentially can get the charge, but I don't know if they'll be able to get much out of Rest trying his luck. And you can already see that Phoenix stance. What do you even call it? Empowered Phoenix stance with the Demonic Embrace on top, doing out so much damage to the tanky bruises of Impunity. And I guess that's what 7k gold does for you.
And Rest actually has a pretty big gold lead for himself,
huge.
given that it's mostly just been 1v1's top, other than that single skirmish that happens. So, yeah, I'm liking this as the Cassandre counterpick, because I feel like most of the Cassandre counterpicks so far have just kind of gone even, and, you know, that's kind of been it. Or, you know, sometimes they've found a slight lead, but oftentimes Cassandre just takes it right back.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far, Rest firmly in control of this top lane.
And Impunity, they haven't been able to find those skirmishes that they were really looking for with their team comp. Dragon is coming up very shortly, but it's really going to be on Alex, I feel, to find that opening pick for them.
Yeah, now Shun doesn't have cleanse, so potentially vulnerable for that. And Impunity...
Driver looking. Ooh, not much. Stunned up too, but false alarm.
I do think you have to fight this as Impunity. You definitely don't win the scaling battle. So taking some of these skirmishes before you fall too far behind, I think is pretty important. Mission isn't here yet though. Does have the TP.
Yeah, even if CFO do feel a bit ahead right now, that gap is only going to keep getting wider. Impunity feeling pressured to do something here. Driver is going to be the main driving force for them entering this river. Alan taking up a lot of damage as well. CFO, Dragon drop to 3k. Oh, Gemini looking at, but the smite misses. Alex picks it up. Cease and desist, dropping onto Driver, but Rest is doing so much damage and he's so tanky. Gemini is going to survive on 1 HP. Rest, he's unkillable. He's dropping the Phoenix stance multiple times. Alex and Atlan on the run now. Driver isn't able to get over the wall. Oh, does drop the flash, but CFO do lose the Dragon for that. Pick up 1 kill in return. But overall, it's a good game staller for Impunity, I feel like.
Yeah, I think managing to get the dragon is definitely nice. On the other hand, CFO picking up another kill, which definitely feels good. And also, just in that fight, Gemini on the Vi got so low. Maybe we'll see it in the replay here, because Mission actually had like a pretty good flank at the start, and it looked like Gemini was just going to instantly go down, but the damage just kind of runs out here.
Yeah, Gemini gets stunned up and just pretty much popped instantly.
Yeah, he's so low, and no one can quite finish him off. And in the meantime, Rest is just putting out tons of damage as well, and both the CFO carries just getting to free hit. There's a lot of magic resist completed here for CFO, so the Silas really just struggling to manage to actually pick up the kills.
Yeah, it feels like it doesn't get much easier for him as well as the game goes on. CFO going to keep getting tanky and tanky, especially Rest. He's picked up his... Oh god, I forgot the name of it again.
Divine Radiant Virtue?
Radiant Virtue, that's the one. Picking up the Radiant Virtue as well. Gonna superpower him up even more. And he's already feeling very unkillable while dealing a lot of damage. Impunity, we'll have to see what answers they have for him, because I feel like especially in these river fights, you know, the amount of zone control his ult creates is just huge. You know, it pretty much covers like 3/4 of the river, I'd say.
Yeah. Okay. Now next objective is this third dragon in 3 minutes. And I think this just gets better and better for the CFO here. I honestly don't see Impunity winning a fight unless they can get a pick onto Shun or Jimmy before they start. But both those champs have enough safety here. And really the kind of engage from Impunity is very like obvious here, right? It's really just the Sejuani. If you can respect that, you should be fine.
Western Driver having a little bit of one-to-one time, but Driver dropping very low. Really not winning out in that trade at all. Rest is full HP, you know, he's chilling. And we asked at the start of the game, is this Udi going to be able to deal? Oh, stunned up. Gemini dropping very low yet again, but is going to survive this time. Let's see if we keep ramping up the pressure all across the map.
Yeah, Gemini pretty consistently has been the engaged target, but he just has too much tenacity to be taken out right now. He does have the Merc Treads and probably has tenacity in his runes as well. And it's just not going to work. I feel like if you can't find a Sejol onto one of these carries, I really don't see Impunity winning a fight, and it just gets more and more difficult here.
Yeah, there's already the question of like, if they hit a Sejuani, do they even have enough damage to finish them off? But it is still the best chance of finding a way back into this game. Rest looking to bully Driver even more. I love those animations. He's still chasing Driver down. Driver doesn't actually have the flash available, so we might actually just get slow chased here by Rest. We've got Gemini waiting in the wings as well. He's got the Vault Breaker ready. Rest going all out, but it's just going to make him even squishier and even easier to pick off. Gemini picking up that kill. And as I was saying earlier, we asked, you know, is Rest on the Udyr going to be able to deal with Cassandra in the side lane? It seems like so far, the answer is a resounding yes.
Yeah, I'm kind of digging the Udyr pick, to be honest. It's looking real good. There's a lot of control in the jungle here for CFO. I think, as Impunity here, you have to start feeling very starved out. It's hard to farm these side lanes. It's really hard to get your jungle camps. And that's really not where you want to be if you're the team that gets outscaled, right? You're expecting to be able to kind of snowball your lead, kind of gather more gold.
You love that from Rest.
He knows he's unkillable.
Slay King, oh my god, he's really just... He's really getting the mental edge at all stages of this game.
Nazir kind of just quietly scaling into a monster here. Just took down a tier 2 tower and got another 600 gold. So while he hasn't really been the main carry yet so far, it's going to be very strong very soon. Actually really like the build as well, just going straight Leandry's Void Staff. Is going to be able to deal with all that MR on the Cassante. And gold difference, yeah, it just continues to get out of control. CFO, they're playing a really good game right now.
Yeah, we saw earlier the gold difference was around 3 to 4k around that last dragon fight. Now it's sitting up at 6k. In Impunity, they have to keep fighting these dragons because, you know, the last one, it's let them sort of survive this long, and now, you know, this dragon itself isn't the sole point, but it is going to be soon if Impunity aren't able to, you know, find their way back into this game soon.
It's the third drag, so it's Soul Point.
Soul Point, that's the one. Jimmy in the bush. Not doing too much here. Alex, keep your eyes on him. He's going to be looking for someone with his ultimate. Preferably, I think, Jimmy or Shun. It feels like the other people have too much tenacity for it to matter. But Rest, once again, dealing so much. Alex doesn't quite get the steal, but Cease and Desist taking Gemini over the wall, but he's going to get locked down here. Pops the stopwatch, actually, but Shun, he's got his distance. Jimmy getting a huge Shurima shuffle. And Shun, he's cleaning up here. Mission is in the Zonias, but isn't going to last too much longer. But Driver, they're actually doing so much on the Cassante. Taking down 4.
Whoa.
Is this the pentakill for the Cassante?
Yo, it actually
Triple kill.
could be. Oh my god,
Is that
Driver,
4 or
what a
5?
monster.
I've forgotten how to count, but quadra-kill for Driver. That was huge from the Cassante. It looked so bad there for Impunity, but he manages to turn it around.
Yeah, that was insane. That fight was looking really, really bad for Impunity. And then both these top laners kind of just feel like they're taking over right now.
Yeah. These guys have been, bullied for seasons. It's time for top laners to take back control. Both Rest and Driver doing a lot in that fight. It was a huge, I'm sure we'll see in the replay soon, but huge performances from especially Jimmy, and I think, with that streamer shuffle. I'm not too sure how Driver found his way back into this fight, but take it away, Shock.
Yeah, so I feel like it starts off decently for CFO. You kind of chase the Sedge over the wall, and your carries are still, relatively safe. I do think that Shun got hit by a lot of CC in this fight, which, did kind of make things difficult. A massive streamer shuffle. You have to feel kind of protects the carries, but I think what happened is just, again, like too much damage taken from Shun from kind of just like random CC, and then Driver, he's just almost forgotten about and manages to just clean up everyone off the back end. Gemini makes a mistake of thinking he can fight a new champion.
2023 champions. Wait, when was he released?
I think it was late last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, but yeah, I feel like Driver did, while it was a bit of a fumble in CFO's part, I feel like Driver had a really good way of finding a way into that fight. He uses his all out not only as a gap closer for that one person, but also as a gap closer to get himself in amongst it with the rest of CFO and really able to deal out a lot of AoE damage. And going into that with, his third Q stack with the CC definitely helped him out as well.
Yeah, now I do think importantly CFO still picked up the Dragon, and also Impunity's carries didn't pick up any kills. Like all the gold did go onto the Cassante, which is nice in the short term, but it definitely doesn't provide kind of that longevity that having a kill on the Lucian or the Silas would here. So
yeah,
it's still, I would say it's as good as you can get for Impunity here, but honestly, CFO, they're still in the driving seat.
Yeah, it does feel like Driver, to sort of take back control or take back the wheel, so to speak. He is going to need to find more moments like that in these fights. It feels like the rest of the team on Impunity, they don't really have the strength, they don't have the damage to be able to take out CFO by themselves.
CFO, they have really good Baron control here, and they also do it very, very quickly. Will they look to start it?
Ooh.
Actually are hitting it. I feel like, yeah, they have good enough control. At the same time, you don't really need to force something here. I think you do just kind of win the game in 2 minutes on the next Dragon, but CFO, they don't want to play it safe. They just want to win the game.
They're just melting. Alex potentially looking for something. Does manage to get the stun on Shun, but the Baron's already down. Gemini secured. And Alex is dropping very low here. Shun chasing down very slowly, but he does get hit on by Mission. Dropping very low, but dashes over the wall. And Driver, he's looking for another Cassante moment. Does find one. Jimmy with the Streamer Shuffle doesn't find much on the backside of that, but Rest doing so much damage with the Phoenix stance. He's dominating. He's finding 2 kills there, I think. I'm not too sure. But Shun, I feel like Rest is just setting up so well for Shun in these fights.
Yeah, I feel like Driver did a ton there, but it just wasn't quite enough. Yeah, he's got a Darksteel as well.
Oh, 10 stacks. When did that happen? Oh my goodness. Yeah, Driver.
He has 200 AP.
It really does feel like a top laner's game. I mean, Rest and Driver. Rest creating so much space. Driver trying to take out as many members as he can with the all-out. But ultimately, when Mission, isn't able to find anything on Shun, I feel like that's what decides the fight.
Yeah, I feel like Mission actually played this pretty much as well as he could, but honestly, it was just way too far behind. You see him get the angle onto Shun, which is like as good as you can get here, but it just does so little damage, and there's so much peel available for Shun. Doesn't go down at all, and can just like keep free hitting now that everything is gone. Yeah, both top laners put in a lot of work. Would love to see some damage graphs, because I feel like both the top laners must be pretty close to the top here. Actually, the Magi is completed on Dude here.
He's actually just
I swear it's good, man. He's unkillable, and it gives him movement speed.
Yeah, I feel the movement speed is even like the most useful part of that, because it really just helps him run down members, in combination with the Ghost when it comes back up. And he's got an Elixir of Iron in his back pocket too. This guy is looking to end the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, he knows that this next Dragon fight in 2 seconds is the most important one. CFO, they might actually just choose to give this up and try and take the base instead.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Oh, this is weird. They're actually looking for the fight now. Impunity actually in a bit of a rough position. Gemini into the pit. Doesn't manage to get the dragon secured by Alex, but Rest, he's once again in the backline, followed by Gemini. Shun looking as well, but Driver's got a flank. He's looking on Slade Shoe. I don't know if they've actually spotted them yet. Mission on the run now, but Driver, now he's by himself, and Impunity just going to disengage.
Wow, what a heist from Impunity. I think there that they just managed to kind of sneak through bot lane, and CFO, I guess, just thought that they would be mid. And I think that CFO there, they probably, they don't need to give up this dragon if they're in a better position, but at the same time, once it's gone, you probably just run it down mid, and you can take, I would say 2 inhibs, or at least 2 tier 3 towers. But actually not getting anything there, and impressive macro from Impunity, managing to kind of get that off the back end.
Yeah, that was strange. I thought CFO were going with the play of, giving up the dragon since they can pick up their last dragon, I guess, in the future, and instead going for inhibitors and towers, but it seems like they sort of double back and it's almost like they forgot the dragon was even alive. But ultimately, coming back to the dragon too late, picked up by Alex. Good smite from his end as well.
A bit of damage going over. Resto is kind of too tanky to really poke down. It's actually just emoting in front of their tier 3. You don't see that every day. I like the man though, a little bit of flair in him.
Yeah, he really is feeling himself. He's pretty much got, I guess you could call it 4 items. He's definitely very ahead. He's got the Abyssal Mask as well, which is also helping amp up his damage. Keep him nice and sustained in those fights too. And really good optimization from mid side, I feel like.
Yeah, lots of cheap items from Rest, but effective ones still. Actually putting out so much damage before the fight starts. Yeah. This is a high impact top lane game.
I mean, it sucks because for Impunity, right, this is a really good scenario. In isolation, they took away the dragon, denied the soul point, and on the end of that, CFO weren't able to pick up too much with the Baron buff, but at the same time, it's hard to find a sort of clear turnaround point for Impunity. It feels like their window in the entire game is sort of gone, so they'll have to sort of dig deep and find some creative ways to get back into some fine fights that are really favorable for them.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like delaying the inevitable given that you get outscaled, but the other way to see it is it's kind of giving you more opportunities to capitalize on mistakes, right? The longer the game goes, the just more often I think random mistakes happen just by virtue of the game going longer. So, it gives you those chances to find a pick onto Shun and Jimmy, which is what you need to really kind of blow this game open. That being said though, I think if CFO just play it disciplined, I really don't think Impunity should be able to win.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, we have seen CFO already sort of blunder multiple times, not only with the dragon, but also individually in these fights. So they are definitely not playing it perfectly. Shun getting hit by more CC than he should, and Jimmy, he has had some good Azerals, but the one in the Baron fight, it wasn't too great, not actually managing to hit anyone. So CFO, they do need to sort of clean up their act if they want to clean out this game.
Yeah. Rest, he's just kind of padding his damage stats on the sideline. He's been farming Driver for damage. He wants that MVP bad.
He must have the most damage in this game, right?
I'm thinking so, because every time you burn the Cassante, you just stack your damage up so much. Like, look at this. I wonder if he should go for a Void Staff and just kind of take him out in the side lane. It's probably a bit too greedy, but it would be very alpha. Now, next dragon is in 1:30. CFO, they are on 3, so at any point can get the soul and really kind of use that to close the game out. Baron will be spawning even sooner though. Rest kind of just one man controlling this mid wave.
BMing his old teammate a little bit.
Even if they get onto him, I swear he doesn't die. He just buys so much time here.
Yeah.
Fury actually 5-manning the mid wave, so I'm going to get control and want to retake the Baron.
Or Driver walking straight into the river, creating a lot of space. He actually does try and find an angle on Shun. Shun is stunned up, tidal waved up. It does get shut down by Mission. Oh, but Rest is still in the backline, but he's got no one yet to back him up. Jimmy is on the backside for Slate True. He's dropped alone, but Gemini is there on the rescue. Rest looking to see how much havoc he can wreak on this fight. Gemini dropping very low once again, see if he can bolt break it out of this. No, goes back in. Gemini's in the thick of it now. I don't know how he's going to get out of this one. Driver has gone all out. He's looking for the stun. Hits one. Rest doing as much as he can still. He's still alive. He's still, he's still trucking along. Double kill picked up for him. 8k damage in that fight from Rest's Udyr. Oh
that's
my god.
Absurd. I think that's just disastrous for Impunity. The fact that you get that mistake right, you find the kill onto Shun and you still lose because the enemy top laner is the one that is not only unkillable but is also dealing you know, 8,000 damage in a team fight. I mean, that is just insane. And I think, you know, Impunity, they just don't quite have the damage to kill this Udyr. And on the back line, I think Jimmy actually did a really good job of just kind of, look at this damage graph, man. Jimmy did a really good job of kiting Driver around. You know, I think if Driver had actually maybe just stayed in the fight, it would have been better. But thought he had that pick onto Azir, but Azir can kind of just like, you know, he can ult, he can dash, kind of just like waste a lot of Driver's time and never really manages to get enough done. So we see, I mean, the fight starts off really good. Insane engage from Driver. They pick up the kill onto Shun. It's basically as good as you can get it. But I think Driver probably needed to stay with the team, you know, maybe try and peel for the Lucian, because I think here, like, just got a bit kind of like, I don't know, kited in circles, and once Atling goes down, the only damage left, if Kassante's not in here, is AP, and we've seen how much magic resist is on this team already, and they just can't quite take them down, and Driver just spends most of this fight running after Jimmy and as a Zhonya as well, buys so much time.
Yeah, and Slayshrew even managing to stay alive in the end of that fight. Managing to keep his allies, you know, enchanted up and just really to keep on fighting. It that seem like, I feel like for Jimmy, right, it's very well played for him, especially when you consider that like being in a situation like that as an Azir can get pretty dicey, but it's like high risk, high reward. It feels like it pays out a lot, as we saw in that fight. You know, he created so much space. I guess for Rest, the main damage dealer of CFO, the main tank, deals so much damage. Oh, but look at engage. There's so much going on here. Streamer Shuffle should drop down yet again, but Rest is doing so much once again on the backline. Driver is all out. Mission looking like he's going to be in a 1v1 with Gemini. Actually, Rest dropping very low, but does have the Gargoyle in his back pocket. There's another skirmish going on. Gemini does manage to pick up Mission off screen. Take him back around the back of the shed and really put him down. 50-second death timers, and it looks like CFO, they're going to be picking up this one. First win of the night. Rest, he's ending the fight, full HP. Ending the game. He's tanking the Fountain as well. He's been just tanking everything in the game. We'll see if they can pick up Driver here. No.
I think Rest had a lot of fun in this fight.
He for sure. He's smiling. Look at him.
Yeah, that was just insane. I mean, once again, Shun picked off basically as good as a start as you can get for Impunity, and it just doesn't matter because the tank assassin made DPS carry Udyr is still alive, 1v9ing the team fight. So, I mean, that's probably the most effective Cassandre counter we've seen so far. I'm not sure if that's just a Rest difference or Udyr's broken. No, I'm not sure, but if Rest doesn't get MVP of this game, I will riot.
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't seen that matchup much, obviously, but he makes it just seem like so easy. Straight from like the early waves, you could see he had control, was winning out on those trades, playing the waves really well, and just building up his lead, you know, inch by inch. And ultimately, he becomes this, as you said, unkillable tank, DPS, carry threat, moving across the fight, creating zone control everywhere. It's crazy. I guess he technically does count as a new champion, right? Because he got reworked as well. You got to beat the new champion with the new champion.
That is true. Yeah, I can kind of see it. But yeah, I feel like from Impunity, we kind of saw what happens if Mission can't find that lead, right? And it's hard to blame Mission for this game because, you know, he's had 5 mid bans against him, and they've also taken away a 6th one. So it's pretty hard to pick a mid laner here. That being said, I feel like he never really found the opportunity to kind of really get off the ground as the Sylas here. And I think, you know, again, we can kind of forgive him a little bit because there were a lot of mids banned, but I think that first skirmish they had in the river probably was winnable. And I think Mission's misplay of going in, taking a bit too much damage at the start, probably did cost them a pretty important fight there.
Yeah, for sure, because not only does that give over, you know, the early dragon as well, but also lost in Rift Field control. Luckily, they were able to deny it away because it could have ended up much worse for them in the early game, right? But ultimately, CFO, you know, I guess their win con, or like their condition for the early game, is just to survive those early levels, you know, get your scaling items, get your champions, you know, really strong. But having that early game accelerant really just close the game out very early on.
Yeah, I think really, honestly, really nice game from CFO, and that's incredibly exciting because we were kind of thinking CFO, you know, maybe they're a bit one-dimensional, maybe they just play for that early game, but here they showed that not only could they play a scaling comm, they could actually win early game on a scaling comm, and they take down the undefeated Impunity. So I think that game, it means a lot.
Yeah, for sure, and I think, you know, as you see there, the Udyr 5th pick, really just paying dividends. You know, I felt like it was strong in lane, strong in the side lane as well once he got a lead. Picks up the mid-eyes as well. I mean, it really just does speak to his confidence throughout that game.
Yeah, I think we've definitely had some gripes around the red side 5P. I feel like a lot of the time it hasn't really been used that well. But this game, I mean, Rest, you know, he gets the last pick, he puts the entire game on his back. Man, like if he doesn't get MVP, like who
Yeah,
can?
we're leaving, dude.
Yeah.
We're out of here. It does. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, is it? No, it's the highlights. Let's have a look. See, yeah, so this was the dragon fight. Oh no, it wasn't. This was one of the, I think the second or third one.
Yeah, so this is the one where the Cassante got the quadra kill. And I think, pay attention to Shun in this fight because I think he just took way too much random damage. You know, you're playing a Zeri with a ton of movement speed, but you end up on like 30% health here from getting hit just by everything. And that's really what allows Cassante just to kind of clean this up. I think if this is played a bit cleaner by CFO, this shouldn't really happen, but you're also seeing kind of the effect of if you've got that scaling comp and you've already won the early game, you can afford to make quite a lot of mistakes and still come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, obviously CFO did sort of blunder there, but props to Driver as well, finding so many of these angles, even in this fight, you know, finding the initial pick onto Shun, which takes him out at the start of the fight. As you said, you know, it's the best that Impunity are going to get in these fights. But ultimately, at this point, they're just too far behind, you know? I feel like CFO, they do end up with like a lot of low health bars throughout this fight, really. But you know, Risk creating so much space and giving CFO so much to work with, it really makes Slay True, especially his job, very easy, right? Because he's got a clear sort of area to work with. He can just sit behind everyone, keep popping out those shields, keep speeding people up. And yeah, I mean, Rest just wreaking so
He
much
did most
havoc
damage.
in every fight.
41,000
40K.
damage on the Udyr, more than both of his carries, which is pretty insane. I mean, that's an insane performance. You know, a lot of the time I feel like the top laners, they're just kind of there, right? Like they're providing the TPs, they're providing a lot of CC, but actually coming out dealing 41,000 damage, which was mostly in a 1v1 lane as well, other than that early skirmish. Now, some of that damage is probably padded on the side lane, but given that he was dealing, 8,000 damage in those fights, he definitely did the damage when it mattered. I mean, man, that's pretty insane. You know, why play Silas at this point when you can just play Udyr?
Let's see, the MVP does, of course, go to Rest. I don't know what pose he's making there, but 9-0-9 on the Udyr, 72% kill participation, 32.5% damage percentage as a top laner, as a tank top laner.
Yeah, especially as the Udyr, right? Because you might expect that out of like the Jace or the GP or something, but actually just coming out dealing that much damage while being that tanky. I mean, it's criminal. We gotta do something about this champ.
this is the new champion that we're gonna have to deal with. I hope that this is a recurring thing because I feel like, you know, it has sort of proven its worth as a potential counter pick for the Cassante. We do have, a sample size of 1.
Yeah,
I'm not a big stats person, but I feel like that's not too reliable in the grand scheme of things. But definitely makes for a more exciting top lane matchup, I feel like.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see. Is this something that is just Rest pocket pick, or is it something that's been practiced behind the scenes all throughout the week? Has it just been cooked up in the lab recently?
What was he cooking?
Yeah, now everyone's playing it. I think that could be the case because a lot of time, if something is getting popular in scrims, the person who plays it on stage first is kind of given the, people say they invented it, right? But they might have just copied it off someone else that's been playing it in scrims. So yeah, we'll have to see. Will there be any more Udyrs played throughout the day? Because Cassante was a big problem in the first week. But maybe this time, maybe we've got the secret sauce.
Maybe it is. Yeah, although I feel like the unsung hero in that game was definitely Jimmy, and for me, I feel like he was doing a lot in those fights, finding angles to sort of not only deal damage, but also, buy time for Rest to do his sort of slow burn of impunity. So well played to him as well. We are going to be heading into our second game of the night very shortly. J-Team coming up against Hellpigs. Stay tuned.
like I'm in a dream. Now. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious, begin to recognize. I know you're cheated, but get up and revive. Intoxicated, get ahead of time. And even you, it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. Is
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to week 2, day 1 of matches. We just saw Impunity suffering a pretty heavy loss against CFO, but enough about that. Let's talk about J-Team versus Helpix coming up next for match 2.
Yeah, so two very, very different styles, I would say, between these teams. You know, you've got J-Team a bit more measured, a bit more standard in their play. Helpix, they take the meta and throw it out the window. They've played what? Like the Darius, they've played, what, Dravenheimer?
Dravenheimer in bot lane as well, yeah.
Yes.
Definitely some interesting stuff, you know, it's very welcomed as well in this current meta. I feel like a lot of teams are sort of encouraged by standard. So it's good to see, I mean, although they didn't win their game, it's good to sort of see them trying new stuff, like the Darius into the Cassandra matchup, you know, not as good as the UD as we saw last game, but definitely still, you know, an option for them as well. And I think that, interestingly enough, the connecting factor between these two teams is Frank Esports, because while Helpix took out Frank Esports on day 1, J-Team were not as lucky.
Yeah, and I think both teams are currently 1 and 2, so a losing record, and I think they also are both on loss streaks currently. So whoever wins this can start turning things around, get to 2 and 2, and end that loss streak, which would be nice. I'm rooting for Helpix, man. The way they play is very, very exciting. I hope to see some spice, perhaps. In the draft.
I feel like Helpix definitely did impress me in how they played their sort of day 1 and 2 games. You know, they had a lot of sort of like measured play. It was very sort of consistent. They knew what they were doing and they were coordinated a lot as a team. J-Team as well, you know, they have been pretty good as well. They did suffer a loss on day 3 last week to a very, very strong looking solo kill, so I don't blame them too much for that. That gangplank was very scary, but ultimately, Helpix feel like the favorite for me here.
Okay. You're making the predictions early this time.
I mean, the 2 tacos.
Yeah, okay, I respect that. I'm not sure who I'd call the favorite. I think Helpix are on red side, I believe, this time, which I do think kind of allows you to play some of the weirder stuff, right? You've got that 3rd pick in the bans, you've got that red side last pick, so I think there are ways, perhaps, that Helpix can bring out some surprises, and I think, I can't remember, I feel like they have mostly played red side, so maybe they're, you know, kind of choosing that, maybe it plays more towards their style.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, it feels like let's talk a bit about the J-Team bot team, actually. Or the J-Team bot lane, rather. They've really played only standard stuff so far. They've played the Lucian Nami, of course. They've played the Zeri plus Yuumi, Lulu, whatever, same thing. Whereas Helpix, it feels like they are at least like a little bit more flexible so far, as we've seen in week 1.
Yeah, I think it's true that there is a bit more flexibility. At the same time, though, I feel like the meta picks, the meta combos, especially bot lane, are so strong. And I haven't seen a lot of off-meta bot work so far. Like, we have seen a few off-meta picks top kind of pop off, but bot lane, I think, definitely feels like the most stale of the 3 lanes at the moment, right? It just feels like the same stuff over and over. And it's for good reason, because it's sort of like a benchmark you have to meet of, like, you know, whatever off-meta you play, can it match up to Lucian Nami? Can it match up to Zeri Yuumi or whatever? It's a hard bar to hit.
Yeah, it definitely is an important question for teams to ask, right? Because sure, you can have these potential answers, you know, into the stronger meta bot lanes, but ultimately, you know, if you can't pull up the wins when it matters, it's not going to mean a whole lot.
100%. Both teams, they're definitely angling for the win here. You know, it's a pretty important one. You definitely don't want to find yourself slipping towards 1-3 already. It's a, you know, obviously there's still, 6 PCS teams and 2 LCO teams that go into playoffs. So there's plenty of time over our 6 regular season weeks to come back. But, you know, with teams potentially this week moving up to, you know, 5-1, 4-2, you know, being down on the ladder, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, you hate to see that gap widen, especially I think in the early season, right, when teams are still sort of in that adjustment phase, I guess, of adjusting to like their current team based on like last year's and stuff like that. They're still figuring out each other's habits, figuring out how to play with each other. I feel like that early season confidence is really important, because I feel like it can really, like, if you rack up too many losses early, sure, you still have a chance to come back in the later season, right? But I feel like the mental hit sort of stays there.
Yeah, I think you're right that at least while you're on that same patch, there's definitely a bit of like, you know, okay, maybe we're not the best on this patch. We're kind of struggling to find our identity. But this is our last week on this patch. So regardless of what happens this week, there will be some sort of reset. And yeah, next patch we'll be going to 13.3, which have to be interesting. I wonder if ASOL will be enabled or not.
Yeah, have you played with it yet?
Yeah, it's very, very broken.
Is it?
Yeah. If you're at home, go abuse ASOL right now, because it's...
Go first time in ranked.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting.
What does it actually do?
does everything pretty
Does
much.
everything.
Yeah, I saw a tweet that was like, why do we give a control mage like the range of Azir, the CC of Orianna, etc., etc. I mean, it has everything.
All right, well, we could talk all night about ASOL, but let's talk about the teams instead. Taipei J team coming up first. You got RU, you got Lalva, and you got the
Minji. I don't know the bot line off
I
by
don't, know,
heart.
I don't know the rest. You know, we'll figure it out. But you know, they got the game faces on. Oh, he's got his hands on his head. Looking rough for him. Bruce and Enzo. We got Minji at least. Yeah, we're still getting there. It's week 2. we'll get these eventually.
Yeah, no, the graphic disappeared so fast.
Yeah, you know. Hey, no shade to the producers, right? But yeah, I mean, I wish I could read that fast. Anyway, I think it's alpha for talking about ASOL for too long.
That's true.
J team. What to say? I feel like Minji. You had some good things to say about Minji, right?
Yeah, I think Minji's a pretty strong mid laner. I feel like so far, I mean, just J team as a whole has kind of struggled to find their footing, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Minji end up being like a big part of whatever they decide on doing. I think at the moment, mid lane is definitely more of a facilitatory role, I feel like, to bot lane. Not in the sense that you actually play facilitated champions, but more in the sense that like a lot of whatever you do mid, you do to like use your priority and then move bot.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look next at Hellpigs. You got Taco, another Taco in the jungle, Hong2, Tide, and ICA. Now, something interesting we were told before the show is that the pronunciation for both the top Taco and the jungle Taco is Taco. So we were saying it Taco last time in an attempt to sort of be able to differentiate between the two. So we're going to need to figure out a new system this time. What do you think? I feel like we've got to stay true to his name as much as we can, right?
Yeah.
But we don't want it to be confusing for people at the same time.
Taco 1 and Taco 2, or top Taco and jungle Taco, or we just use the champion names.
Oh, I like Taco 1, Taco 2. I feel like there's a clear, like, if you close your eyes and imagine, you know, Taco 1, Taco 2, I feel like you automatically associate Taco 1 with top Taco, right? Because it comes first on the, it's in the top lane, it's in the first lane of the map.
I'm surprised neither of them gave up their name when they were joining the roster.
Yeah.
You know,
It's kind of cool to have 2 tacos on the same team, though. It makes some interesting stuff. You know, you can say like the Taco brothers, you know, the Taco duo. But let's take a look at the stats comparison. Bruce coming up against Tide. Both of them playing similar champions so far, but Tide, of course, did whip out that Draven to, how do we put this? Varying amounts of success, let's say that much.
yeah, Bruce, he's managed to rack up quite a lot of damage percent so far. It's kind of sad we don't have the actual DPM number here, because I'm not sure if that's just because J team, the rest of them, haven't been putting up a lot. On the other hand, though, like, I mean, just looking at this, 32% of your team's damage, 76% of your team's KP. He's definitely a pretty big factor of their team, at least at the moment.
Yeah, I think it really speaks volumes to Bruce and Enzo, their strength in the laning phase. Whereas, you know, Tide, you know, he didn't have a good performance on the Draven like we've mentioned before, but I do feel like Draven is one of those champions where it requires a lot of coordination from your team, right, to set you up to collect that bounty, because that's ultimately what Draven is meant to do, right? It's what you're picking him for. So if you aren't really set up to succeed in that regard, it can really be difficult to find your feet in the game.
Okay, so yeah, it is J team on blue, Hellpigs on red, and actually the Draven, oh sorry, the Darius taken away in those first 3 bans already.
Yeah, the
so
scared of Taco 1.
Yeah, maybe setting up for an early Cassante pick. Kassadin is taken away too. And on the other side, Maokai and what's that called? Nami ban.
What's that called?
I said Lulu, but
you did say you're not much of a seafood person, right? So I guess it'd be hard for you to recognize the fish, but Nami and Elise.
Hey, Cassante is up with Darius ban, but maybe they just want the Darius off the board so they can pick Cassante a bit later. Like, you don't necessarily have to pick it here. Also, with Nami gone, do you just take one of the Zeri combos? Ooh, actually be the Vi.
You just take the Vi, I guess.
Interesting. So I guess they're thinking that either Hellpigs won't play the Zeri combo, or if they do, that they have a pretty effective pick into it.
I feel like it's pretty uncommon we see the Vi first pick. I guess it does still offer you quite a lot of flexibility with your team without being locked into too much. And we did see Lalva, you know, on the Poppy last time into the Wukong. He didn't find too much success on it, so maybe trying to get that jungle pick locked in and out of the way for him early on.
Okay, so actually goes for the Wukong. I think Sejuani is the normal trade into Vi, but Wukong is definitely the other one that is there. Do you pick up that Yuumi now? Because I think Yuumi is very good with Wukong. Obviously, it allows you to get that combo and deny it from the Vi, which does feel pretty good. At the same time, though, maybe there's like kind of a meta game between the two teams of like, if we go Yuumi, they've got some pick into it, so we kind of can't. She will be the Varus and leaving that support counter pick open.
Yeah, this is a pick we've seen a lot on patch 13.1b in the LCO. It's been very frequent along with the Caitlyn as well, but you have to assume J-Team, they're going to go for the Zeri, not wanting to take the Lucian into the Varus. Does check out.
I think you probably go with the Yuumi here rather than the Lulu. I think having more sustain against what is probably the poke Varus feels pretty good, and also being able to kite out that Wukong does feel very, very nice. The Yuumi is locked in. Now, will they go the melee support route, or will they go... Okay, yeah, I like that a lot more. Okay, yeah, so Helpix, second time they've played this now, I believe, the Heimer.
Yeah, one of IC8's favorite picks so far this season, I guess. It's a weird one to have, but you know, it does do tricks, especially paired with the Varus. You know, it gives them a lot of lane control early on. Hopefully they can capitalize on it, and you know, I believe the Zeri Yuumi out of lane, get some plates, get a CS lead, potentially set up for dives as well with the Wukong as well.
Okay, so Jace is banned away too. I wonder if at some point Cassante will get banned, because we kind of saw last time a lot of counters were banned, but then there was still that Udyr at the end. Ryze is taken away from Hong too. I like that. I think taking away Ryze allows your Zeri and Yuumi to scale a bit more. Ryze is probably the best mid, along with Talia, at just like moving your mid advantage to bot lane at the moment. I wonder if we will see just a Talia ban here as well. Kali is actually banned out, which is sort of interesting. Okay, so the Cassante is banned away, which does make blind picking top pretty difficult for Helpix. I think I'd rather see blind mid. Ooh, okay, so they actually go for the blind Jax, which I guess is what the Akali Jace bans were for. Will it be matched by the Fiora? They're not messing around if they lock this in.
It feels like so far we've seen the Jax as an answer into the Cassante, but actually picking up blind for Taco. We'll see what J-Team end up answering with in these final picks. Silas locked in for Minji, and it looks like Fiora is going to be locked in for Arya as well.
Okay, so what's the pick into the Silas here? Oh, could be the Azir. I think Talia is really good, but okay, actually do go for the Azir. So once again, playing for that very strong early game. And it is nice to have some reliable late game DPS, especially if you are playing towards a kind of poke Varus. So yeah, I dig it.
Yeah, no Lucian Nami in this game. Or the Cassante as well. I mean, I think we're pretty happy about that one.
Yeah. I feel like I haven't been the biggest fan of Azir so far, but I think if there is a game to pick it, this is probably it, because you've got so much early game on your team that you can just like afford to scale a little bit harder, provide that backbone to your team in the late game. On the other side though, J-Team, they have the forbidden pick. They have Yuumi, which is, you know, she makes playing the game out a lot easier for your team. She gives engage, sustain, poke. Kind of feels like the support version of Udyr, and that she just has everything, you know, assassin, mage, DPS, etc. Definitely a bit of an overloaded champion, and next week she will be gone.
Yeah, lots of people are going to be happy about that, and it definitely does feel like it is a very Yuumi-centric team comp as well. Right? You've got a lot of, pretty much all like viable members to sort of buff up with Yuumi and find a lot of value with, especially like stuff like the Fiora and the Styles. You know, they can really become unkillable demons, especially if they have a lead on top of that as well.
Yeah, 100%. I'm interested to see how this early game goes, because we saw last game with the Silas Azir. All that really ended up happening was the Silas got neutralized and the Azir kind of actually got to scale up for free and was perhaps even more impactful than the early skirmishes, mainly because the Silas fell so far behind. This game, I think there actually is a bit more fighting potential. Like Wukong can kind of carry those 1v2s early game pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting as well. I think for me, the biggest point of focus will be the bot lane. I really want to see this Varus Heimerdinger, you know, do their job and really find success in shutting down, you know, the low wave clear in the weak early game of Zeri Yuumi. As we head into the Rift, second game for tonight, J-Team up against Helpix, both looking to secure their second win of the split. Let's see who's going to be able to take it out.
Oh.
Insta pause. Wow, we're really getting this one out of the way nice and early on. I thought we had enough in last game, but turns out pauses like to stick around.
Okay, well, back to us, I'm guessing. But the Varus has actually gone for the Ghost, so he's going to be space gliding.
Ooh.
That's one thing I saw.
So does that mean he's opting for the attack speed build over the lethality build? Hard to tell,
No,
right?
I think he'd still probably go for the poke build. I'm trying to think, what's on the enemy team? There's not that many tanks for you to clear, right? There's like a Vi, There's a Silas who is a health stacker, but can be dealt with by a Zeo. So I think, honestly, I'd still prefer to see the poke. And I do think if you're playing with Heimerdinger, it is pretty important that you play poke Varus.
true.
Just because you really need to make sure you win that lane as much as you can there. And also just keep Yuumi down, right? Like if you can keep Yuumi from getting to scale for free, it is sort of annoying that, you know, Yuumi always scales a bit just because she's going to be on someone else.
Oh, we're back in the game.
Oh, well, we got a
Oh, there's already a level
us.
1.
Okay.
A level 1 fight coming out. I don't know where to look. Let's look this
there
way
we
now.
Okay.
Okay, anything burned? Hong 2 actually burns his flash, which is gonna it's gonna be a big one
Yeah,
for
I think it's
J-Team.
it's definitely rough to lose your flash like that because Azir can bully this lane 1v1 pretty well, but now has to respect that gank setup coming out of Silas just a little bit more. We'll have to see, will anything come of it? I feel like there still probably won't be any actual deaths or anything, but it does mean Hong 2 can't pressure the lane quite as much as he would like.
Yeah, I mean, you're up against 5 Silas. You really have to watch yourself if you're Hong 2 for the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, we'll still have that WE, so isn't going to be the worst. Interesting that Taco, the jungle Taco, is actually starting on the blue buff, on Lava's blue buff. So
Taco
perhaps, will we see a split map situation, or is he just going to cross? That'd be interesting, because I feel like split map could be pretty good for Hellpigs, as long as your bot lane doesn't end up dying. Like, if you can just pressure that Jax Fiora lane, it could be really, really good. And I'm not actually sure if they know the Taco is here. I don't think there was a ward spotted out. Obviously, they have a ward in his red, so they know it's not started there, but we'll have to see.
Oh, Taco getting... Oh,
Oh,
really
yeah,
nice trade
very
from
nice
Aryu. He's
trade.
dropped very low, and Taco 2 is in the area. We'll see if they
Yeah.
try something here, but no, he's just going to walk back to his top side jungle. And splitting the map is interesting because I feel like if you pull it off well and J-Team aren't, you know, or don't respond in a reliable enough manner, it can turn out really well for Hellpigs, as you said, but also it's dicey, right? Because I feel like, you know, your Varus Heimerdinger are sort of automatically going to be getting prio pretty much permanently in that lane. So it's dangerous to sort of be on the other side of the map and leave them alone. If Lauva's able to capitalize on that, it can be really bad.
Yeah, I feel like without the gank setup from bot lane, it's probably not going to be possible. And Lauva actually finds his camps missing, so did not know about this and will not be able to trade anything on the other side of the map. So pretty big win for Hellpigs already.
Yeah, they might spot each other out here, but the Raptors are all gone. Nothing left for Lauva. He's going to walk back to his empty jungle with his tail between his legs. It kind of puts him in a bit of a rough position. Taco 1 is pretty far up in this lane, does have the push, but we'll be bouncing back on the next wave. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Hellpigs keeping J-Team relatively pushed in. Seems like they're not hard shoving just yet. Oh wow, a lot of damage there from ICA and Tide as well.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt at the end of that trade. It's pretty rough, I feel like, for Lauva here, because you're kind of playing with 3 lanes of no priority at the moment, which is always kind of a jungler's worst nightmare. Now, these lanes might begin to back out here. We might see Minji pick up a little bit of mid-prio, but actually going to go for the reset. Taco, he's getting a lot of jungle camps here. He's gotten like 3 full quadrants,
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Taco 2 really coming out on top, and it's hard to see Lauva being able to pull off a gank. A gang? A gang.
A jungle gang.
A jungle gang, yeah, a jank. Against Taco 1, because all he really has to do is just press Counter-Strike, and he's pretty much out. You know, 2 auto-attack heavy top and jungle champions mean that Lauva is sent back to the base, and yeah, Taco 2 playing out this early game pretty well.
Yeah, so Dragon will be up here pretty soon. I think Hellpigs definitely have a lot more priority in their lanes right now, so could look to start it. And I think getting a Dragon stacked early when you're playing against a Yuumi comp is good. It kind of forces them to fight later on. So we'll probably see Taco path out towards that. Dragon is spawning. Taco 1 has taken a lot of damage in this top lane, but can just collect this wave and is actually going to be up, I think, a couple CS maybe, or about even after he clears all this out.
You're doing maths on stream, Shark.
Yeah, never math in public. Actually going to be down 1 if he gets them all. He did not get them all.
Oh, Taco 2 clearing up some vision on the bot side, but overall, a very stable early game, and Hong 2 is definitely, you know, breathing a sigh of relief there. Not going to get ganked as his flash is coming up pretty soon now. Taco 2 gonna get spotted out starting the dragon. I wonder if he's actually still gonna be hitting this. No, he's just...
I'm not
is.
sure he
This
wants
is
to start this. Hong 2 still hasn't based, whereas Minji Silas has. So perhaps at a slight deficit now does have that bot lane priority.
Oh. And it's the Cloud Drake as well. He takes quite a lot of damage from there, but realizes he's making probably a pretty big mistake and backs off. I mean, you have the prior from the Helpix bot lane, but I feel like Minji, being able to move there first with his lane shoved in is definitely a lot more dangerous. But still jogging around. Lava getting a lot of damage down onto Taco. Taco 2, but he's going to make it out yet again. Taco is being really cheeky this game.
Yeah, that's pretty nice though from Lava to kind of use that mid advantage of having based. And actually might end up picking up the first dragon. So Hong 2 really greeting this first base is I guess just going for that lost chapter, which obviously feels really good once you get it, but losing quite a bit of pressure on the map before that. And it's actually going to be the difference between getting this first dragon or not.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Helpix giving up this first dragon when they should be the ones in control in the bot lane. And Taco 2 not able to pick up too much in return. He's going to pick up the top scuttle, but other than that, might get an extra camp, but still very good for the side of J-Team.
Yeah, now I think Hellpigs, they still get a fair amount of gold off of this. They can manage to take away some of the top camps here, and it is only the first dragon, so it's not the most important, but definitely does kind of delay any drag win condition you have here.
Oh,
No.
Taco trading on top lane, does get parried, but he's still... Ooh, that was a bit of a weird trade. He took probably one too many autos than he really needed to there. Overall, still very stable top lane. And Lalva actually isn't too far behind now. So good comeback from him, considering he got... definitely got taken out in the early game.
Hong 2 is building some wild items here.
Oh, he doesn't go for a lost chapter? What is he building? Is that like a night harvester
It
or
could
something?
be a crown, Oh wait, no, that doesn't build out of blasting one, right? It could be a Rylai's first item. Would we
Never
see
do
it?
item recipes on stream.
That's right, that's right. I never build crown because, I don't build defensive items.
I swear the item just sucks.
It does suck. I think if you really do need defensive stats, Rod of Ages is much better, which could be what he's building.
Oh, yeah.
Those do all build into Rod of Ages, but I think Rod of Ages Azir is not really necessary. Lots of damage onto Taku here.
Wow, yeah, Taco not having Counter-Strike available there. Drops down to below half HP, but no enemy jungler in the area. And he's actually somehow traded back. Manages to get Ayu, but Ayu's flashing back in. Hits 2 vitals, he's very low, 1 hit away.
Oh.
Ayu does pick up first blood. Gets that, a little bit of extra healing as well. But very well played from Ayu. I mean, Taco, I'm surprised he was able to sort of turn that around and chunk Ayu down, but when Ayu is able to get out of the way and the Counter-Strike is down, he's really just super vulnerable. Lalva flashing in.
My
Trooper
God.
Shuffle actually gets... Oh,
Wow.
wow, Minji.
I thought they executed that really well, and it still
Yeah.
wasn't enough. Just not quite enough damage. When Silas is going for that Catalyst first item, sure, it helps you neutralize the lane quite a lot, and I think it's a good choice here, but does make you a lot weaker just in terms of raw damage output.
If that first 0 was Hong 2's, then that would have been really big for J-Team, because Lalva actually would have been able to sort of buffer his ult through the Azir wall. I got a bit confused there, to be honest. They both look exactly the same. But anyway, Helpix looking like they're going to pick up the first Rift Herald of the game. Relatively uncontested, but J-Team in response, looking to see what they can pressure in the bot lane. Bringing Lalva and Minji down.
and we have another pause.
Yet another pause.
Okay.
Well, that's 3 pauses so far, right? That must be all they have left. There can't be more than
I
that.
certainly hope so. I really like the way that J-Team has kind of been managing these lanes, though. I think they've kind of, they were maybe expecting the Heimerdinger and Varus lane to get a bit more done, but they're actually the ones forcing them off the tower. Now, part of that is because Hellpigs have gone for that Herald. You are consciously putting your jungler on that top side away from your bot lane. And I'm honestly not too sure it's worth. Because where are you going to put this Herald? I feel like there aren't really opportunities top or bot right now. Maybe you can put it mid with Azir's priority over Silas, but yeah.
Yeah, it
Not
does.
too good.
Yeah, I mean, it's still quite early stages in this game, but it does feel like Helpix haven't found too much from the Varus Heimerdingers so far. Actually down in CS right now. So Bruce and Enzo are doing a good job of stabilizing their lane and making sure that they're able to hit yeah, hopeful late game spikes with relative ease.
So Hong2 actually going for the Rod of Ages on Azir. I have to admit, I kind of hate it.
Wow, that was
Well, okay,
that was
so
harsh.
the thing with Roar is like obviously it scales pretty well, but I think Azir can leverage his early advantage in this matchup pretty well, and I also think that health is kind of a wasted stat on Azir a lot of the time because you're just long enough range that you don't really need to take damage. Bit of a roller coaster on this
Wow.
gold advantage here.
Yeah, it really is up and down. We saw Helpigs with the lead in the early few minutes, but it looks like G-Team finding themselves in control here, though note that their Rift Herald still hasn't been dropped down yet, so it is a little bit of a boost for Helpigs. A lot of trading going on in this top lane, both Aya and Taco being very aggressive. Taco 2, on the other hand, gets spotted on the spot side ward, so J-Team are going to be aware of this. And Alpha is already moving down. Bruce and Enzo are in a good position. Taco 2 needs to be really careful here. Does jump straight in onto Bruce. Lightning Crash does get dropped down. Taco dropped pretty low, but Hong2 is here. Bruce manages to flash out of the way. Still dropped very low as well, but Minji and Lauva here taking down Taco 2 with the cease and desist. Stop it, I don't like it. Minji looking to see what he can get here. 1v3 situation, picks up the Varasol, forces Hong2's flash. Well played from Minji, you know, slow, patient play. And Bruce and Enzo doing a good job of baiting out Helpigs there.
Yeah, I think that was really nicely played from J-Team. It was very patient. And one thing there was that actually Bruce lost his cleanse to the Varasol before that actually started. But then I think Helpit, well, maybe we'll see it here. So yeah, does not have the cleanse up at this point. And they managed to find Taco early. They get a lot of damage onto him. And I think that kind of stops any actual dive from happening. And then really nice flash to flash both the Azir ult and the Wukong ult. And then they just kind of get cleaned up off the back end. Minji does commit the flash, and they commit the Vi ult as well, but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Bruce and Enzo, they juggled that really well. Dropping the Lightning Crash early on, knowing that it's going to turn into a bigger skirmish. And then having, you know, Bruce being ready with the flash, flashes both key ults from the side of Helpigs, and then Enzo following up with the final chapter as well, locking down 2. Really, really well played from their bot lane. And, you know, they're doing a good job in this arguably losing early matchup.
Yeah, now Tide has completed his Ghost Blade. They've also got, you know, pretty solid items on ICA's Heimerdinger here. So if there is a time to pressure this lane, it feels like it's mostly over, but perhaps they have a window here when they've got these strong items before J-Team does. And I think they should maybe contest this. But actually, if they just end up giving it away, Hong2 is in base and does not have TP. So I think it's just going to go over to J-Team. Actually, the Yuumi team picked up the first 2 dragons, which is you know, not what you often see.
And it's very scary for Helpigs, right? Because they're going to feel pressure to go for this next one. And arguably, you know, item-wise, they might potentially be in a better spot, depending on how things play out in the next few minutes. But it's still, you know, not great to have to be put in that position because it really reduces what you can do across the map.
And this top lane has been kind of quiet since that last solo kill. Taco is moving up, though. And Arua is very pushed up in the lane. Well, he's taking a lot of damage too.
Taco 1 coming in, Taco 2 on the flank as well. The Taco brothers are serving up a feast tonight, but the parry comes out for the Cyclone, and Taco 2 unfortunately not going to be able to hit anything. Then Arya getting out pretty easily. Minji fighting with Hong2 in the mid lane. 1-0 is dropped. It's not Minji. He's still holding on to his, so Hong2 does not have that shuffle available anymore. Minji does cop a lot of damage, but he can heal that up a decent amount with the Kingslayer. Well, Alpha comes in, drops the cease and desist, and Hong2 gets locked down and, you know, killed before he can even do anything. Taco 2 is here to see what he can do on the back end of that, but his mid lane is already dead. You're too late. Doesn't have the Cyclone available either. Drops very low. Minji might actually pick him up here. Does get the double kill. Really, really well played from Minji and Lauva. Lauva showing up in the nick of time, and Minji cleaning up both kills.
I have to say, the J-Team mid-jungle synergy has kind of been on point both times. They've layered their CC really, really well, and honestly, just outplay the Helpigs. Pick up 2 kills there onto the Silas, which is really, really important.
Yeah, last game was, you know, pretty rough for Silas fans. You know, Silas and Sejuani not able to find too much value when Impunity were playing it, but J-Team finding a lot more success fighting these skirmishes.
Yeah, so it starts off, Hong2 just kind of gets CC'd
He gets
over and
around.
over and over, and does not have the flash. And then Taco, I'm not really sure what he's trying to accomplish here. Like, he's trying to push them out of mid for some reason, but there's no wave even there. So ultimately just kind of ends up dying for nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't. He kills like one minion there in that lane, which wouldn't have done anything anyway. Taco too. Even in his day 3 games last. Oh wait, Tide might be caught up here. Doesn't manage to get locked down by Enso, flashing away from that last tick of the final chapter. But flash burned and Ghost actually. Not going to be good for him. Helpig's on the other side of the map, looking towards this Rift Herald spawning very shortly.
And I think Helpig's, I'm not sure they can get this.
This is
They might end up
dangerous.
getting it, but I'm not sure if they can win the fight after. J-Team's bot lane is moving up here, and while they don't have Zeri Flash, they do have the ult.
Well, Lalva's looking for an angle, but the Rift Herald is actually already dead. They might have spotted Lalva as well. Oh, let's see if we can get out of this one. Does manage to get over that
Oh
Rift
no, he
Herald
ults
wall.
the clone.
No. They chopped so much
Oh.
onto the clone, actually. Minji and Lalva.
Oh, they're trying to
confused
follow.
there. Ooh, I don't know if they can actually chase this one down. I think it drops very low, but Counter-Strike comes out from Taco to dissuade any further action, and the Heimerdinger big boy turret as well. Lalva's still looking for more, actually. I wonder if he's going to go in here. Cyclone does interrupt the Vault Breaker. Well played from Taco too there. Not sure if he did that on purpose or not, but regardless, secure the Rift Herald and works out pretty well for them. Even Tide, you know, getting the free farm on the bot side and take down a lot of damage on this tower. Might actually get first tower as well.
Yeah, I think Helpigs, they definitely come out ahead on the trade there. They are still going to lose stuff. They're going to lose this top tower, but I think getting gold onto Varus is pretty important. I think Lalva might have kind of misplayed this fight. I feel like he probably should have started by hitting the blast cone.
Maybe
and
not
then
ulting
I think,
the clone.
Yeah, I think just stay on that side of the wall, honestly. I don't think you want to commit into the pit. You can kind of just, you know, make sure people can't get out after, because they were very close to chasing them down, even though, you know, on the Vi, Lalva committed
Oh.
pretty much everything in.
Taco 2 looking on Bruce here, but gonna slide on out. Sorry, please continue.
No, it's done.
It's
Okay.
done. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like J-Team were a bit on the back foot there, you know, not quite having any vision around the Rift Herald when it was about to spawn. Ultimately means that they're not really sure what HP the Rift Herald is at. And even though Lalva, you know, we had a pretty good angle on that, isn't able to get in time.
Yeah, and
And,
Dragon,
yeah.
this is third Dragon coming up in 35 seconds. Very, very early into the game. And I feel like J-Team have already scaled to the point where they should just win fights, especially with kills on the Sylas. I think that really can't be understated. Kills on Sylas are worth a lot more than kills on other champs.
Yeah.
He snowballs incredibly, incredibly hard. Especially in a team that doesn't have that much reliable lockdown. Like, there's a lot of CC kind of across the board, but a lot of it can be dodged or kited out. There's not a lot of just buttons that stop Sylas from DPSing.
Yeah, 2k gold lead for J-Team. Rift Herald is dropped top lane already, so Taco 1 is actually pushing with that right now, forcing Minji to respond. And Taco 1 actually doesn't have TP available, while Minji does, but you have to imagine it's not going to be possible for him to TP without taking out this Rift Herald first. Alva looking for a potential flank angle. Hasn't been spotted yet. Has got a little kitten on his back as well. But Helpigs, they look a little bit confused. I feel like they wanted J-Team to walk into them, into the Heimerdinger turrets, but J-Team are just answering. But Lau was looking in, sees an assist onto Tide. Tide's dropped very low. It's actually going to survive on 1 HP for now. But Ayu is in here, cleaning up on the backside, but isn't able to proc enough vitals. Taco 1 picking up a double stun with the counter-strike, trying to chase them down. Bruce looking to see what he can do on the end of this. Does have the lightning crash. Passive movement speed still running. But Tide gets dropped down, Ayu dies, and ultimately it's a 1-for-1. We'll see who ends up with control over the dragon here, though.
Yeah, I felt like that started off well for J-Team. Kind of felt like last game. You pick the ADC and then you just end up dying to the top laner straight after. Taco on the Jax got a really great stun there. And I think Ayu kind of just went a bit too deep. I don't think you
Yeah.
need to play the fight that fast when you've got Zeri and Yuumi. You can kind of just kite back, look to re-engage, kind of wait out their cooldowns. But they do still manage to pick up this third dragon. I think the game is rapidly getting away from Helpigs.
Yeah, obviously being forced to pretty much contest this next Infernal Dragon Soul. It's not great for them. Azir hasn't really hit his key strength breakpoint so far.
Yeah, so it starts off with a great great flank from Lava, who gets
Anyone
tied
can be
straight
Frank.
away. But I think Ariue he chases into 4 people and doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, I think a lot of those cooldowns are already used. You can kind of just wait. Taco gets a great flash stun, but it just doesn't actually have any follow-up to it.
Yeah, it was good from him, but yeah, not really anything that Helpigs can use to follow up. It feels like they're a team, especially with like the Varus Heimerdinger, they kind of want people running into them and the Azir as well. So it does turn out to be very awkward when they're trying to engage, or counter-engage rather, back in onto J-Team. And yeah, Arya, as you mentioned, he does have a pretty good flank, but rushes into it a bit too much. And ultimately, it was a good angle if he wasn't, you know, jumping into 4 people by himself. Wasn't able to proc any of the vitals on IC8 before he drops down. Yeah, not the best played Fiora team fight I've ever seen. Was one of the Fioras of all time.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time, team fighting on Fiora is only really possible when you get quite fed.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the time you just prefer to split push. I think Hong 2, he is having trouble with the Shopkeeper. He just picked up Shadow Flame.
So Lauva looking in on Tide. He is locked down. Final Shifter does drop down, but isn't able to root anyone else. But Taco 2 is going to get the decoy in the second Cyclone, but drops down to Arya. Not much support from the rest of his team. He tries his best to sort of create space so that J-Team aren't able to move in any further, but sacrifices his own life in the process.
Yeah, Hellpigs, I think, just maybe aren't on the same page yet, because Tide managed to actually survive the initial engage by using both his sums. But then rather than kiting back, you know, with that Varus Ghost, Taco just kind of re-engages and ends up, I want to say, dying for no reason there.
Yeah, it's rough. It does feel like Taco 2, especially in the last few games, has been a bit lost. You know, we have seen him getting caught out over the course of multiple games, multiple times. So it feels like he really does need to get his act together, especially considering he is arguably, you know, the main engage tool for the side of Hellpigs. You know, he really needs to be on the same page. He needs to be communicating well so that they can actually follow up on him.
Now, there's a lot of control over this river for Hellpigs. Are they going to be able to start off a Baron? Because if you can stop this Fiora split push right now. You can find some sort of engage, or if you can force J-Team to come contest you on this Baron. In the meantime, though, Arya is just pushing, and Hellpigs are not being very decisive here.
Yeah.
They're kind of just losing stuff bot, and they're not committing to this Baron.
Scary. He's got the Tiamat as well, so pushes those waves very quickly. Taco 1 forced to go base and respond. And I feel like the longer J-Team have this sort of setup, the better it is for them. They really just want to, you know, keep farming up, reach the point where, you know, any one of the key members, when they have a Yuumi on them, they should ideally be unkillable, and they are getting very close to that point, it feels like. Lauva looking in on IC8, doesn't manage to do anything before he gets completely locked down and killed. Taco 2 dropping the Cyclone down, hits 2, but isn't able to get any follow-up once again. Hong 2 drops down, Arya and Minji ultimately just storming the backline, taking out Hong 2, and Taco 2 just left hanging by the rest of his team. Taco 1 is lurking around, but ultimately there's not much that a Jax can do by himself in this situation.
J-Team, off the back of this, are just going to pick up the Baron and should be able to reset straight after this and just pick up that 4th dragon as well. So in such a commanding position here, I think Hellpigs, I don't see that many ways they can get back in here. You kind of have to make a pick, but there's just so much safety on the side of J-Team, especially with that Yuumi there as well, which really provides that safety net.
Yeah.
I think if you're Hellpigs, you kind of have to do some last desperation fight on this 4th dragon, but I'm not even sure if you can get there. J-Team, they're very early on the map. They're going to be able to control this dragon area, and they have the Baron for the waves as well. Options are really quickly running out for Hellpigs here.
Yeah, this mid lane tower is going to be still on my screen already. And really, it seems like the same story recurring throughout the whole game for Hellpigs, you know. Taco 2 finding these, you know, decent, okay engages, you know, nothing to write home about, but he is finding the engage, but not much follow-up from the rest of the team, whereas, you know, Lauva getting a lot more done with his one button, cease and desist. Bruce and Minji already here to support. Hong 2 is caught out yet again. Minji on a rampage.
Yeah, I feel like Hellpigs right now are kind of just getting outplayed.
Taco 2's running away.
Across the board.
Going?
He's going for the wide flank.
Oh, he really is. He's lost in the jungle.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way you can steal anything away here, the dragon or the red. Probably just have to try get out of here.
Oh no, oh, he's actually looping back around, but if he goes, he's going to get spotted by this ward. He's just looking to save his own life this time. But yeah, as I was saying, same recurring story, Taco 2, as we just saw, you know, not really able to figure out something he can, you know, do to benefit his team. And at the same time, we have to mention Tide and IC8 as well. It feels like, you know, while they are decently strong at this point, it does feel like they're not really able to find the picks you'd expect, right? You want to see Varus spamming that Arald off cooldown, looking for any kind of pick, really. Especially considering that you don't really want Taco 2 starting off these fights because it's really not going well for him. You know, you need something a bit different. But I haven't seen the Varus throughout a single of this game.
Yeah, I think it's very, very difficult to play the poke Varus from behind as well. Like, not only because you're behind, but also just because the Yuumi is going to be able to sustain any poke you deal. So it kind of feels like Varus's role in this game is over. And it didn't really convert into anything, right? Like, there were no drags, there was no bot lane lead.
Nothing to convert.
Yeah, exactly. It just kind of hasn't really done a whole lot of anything.
Yeah, J-Team taking a lot of control here. Minji's already slapping the inhib. There's only a lone Taco here to stop him, and he's really just going to give it up completely. Infernal Soul for J-Team. They've got Baron buff as well. Arya maybe potentially caught out here. Lightning Crash dropped from Bruce. He's going to try and cut this one out. Taco 2 looking for the Cyclone as well, but again, no follow-up from the rest of the team. Hong 2 really just fighting for his life, but going to get taken down by the Bruce. Minji by himself now under the tower. Not sure how he ended up there, but Taco 1 does manage to pick up a kill on the back end of that, but Taco 2 and Hong 2 having a lot of trouble in the mid lane by themselves.
Yeah, I think they thought they could pick Aryu as Fiora here, but the engage was just really well, you know, kited out. I also think it's such a desperation move, right? Like, realistically, picking Fiora here is really, really difficult. We'll probably see this in the replay. Like, they feel like they have an angle, but he's so tanky, and meanwhile, Bruce is far enough away from any engage here that he never really feels threatened. So, I mean, Hellpigs, admittedly, you don't have a lot of options. They go for the risky play. It doesn't work out. Minji also was doing his own thing up there.
Yeah, he's having some fun at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you have the Shatter Arya's parry as well? Parrying Taco's Cyclone yet again. I feel like he would have survived regardless, but really just makes it that much easier for his team to follow up on that.
Now,
Survived.
Baron has finished 2 minutes on the next one, 3 minutes 40 on the next Elder. I think we might enter a lull period here. Unless J-Team can force something really aggressive, I feel like they'll kind of just sit back and wait.
Oh no, Lauva's just going straight in with his pocket Yuumi. He's going to get engaged on by 4 members of Hellpigs. Does get forced to pop the stopwatch, but look, Bruce is here. He's got the Lightning Crash. He's zooming. He's got the zoomies. Chasing down Icy. Huge damage coming out with the Hydra, with the Infernal Soul as well. Does pick up a double kill for his troubles, and Hellpigs, despite engaging onto one member, 4v1, aren't able to find anything at all.
Yeah, I think that J-Team, they're just super far ahead. They can afford to engage 2v5 and it still works out with no one dying, which is kind of a sign you're super far ahead. And I think Yuumi, I don't know, this champ is so broken, and Taco 2 having a rough game. I mean, he is the primary engage, so it makes sense that he's, you know, died the most from behind, but 0 and 6, you have to feel like a lot of unnecessary mistakes being made.
Especially with, you know, not really getting much in return for those deaths at all, really, in any scenario. And J-Team, we say they want a lull period, they say no thank you. They want to get off the rift as soon as possible, pressuring pretty much 3 lanes with the help of that bot inhibitor. Arya doing his best to deal damage on the top side. I think he's an elixir popped as well, so they really are sort of, you know, cementing their lead and trying to finish this one out. Before Hellpigs can somehow find any miracle way back into this game, but I feel like it's hard to find that at all. Taco 2 again walking in where he shouldn't be. Does actually get the Arya Vital ult burned.
Yeah, it's a sad state where you shouldn't even be in your own jungle. Which definitely doesn't feel good, but down 10,000 gold, down 4 dragons, and down 2 inhibs. It doesn't feel very good, obviously, and I think Baron will just go to J-Team pretty much as soon as they want to start it. It's very difficult for Hellpigs to leave their base and contest this, and even if they do, J-Team's engage tools here, mainly with the Vial, is just too strong.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like Hellpigs, they have to sort of burn everything of theirs just to try and kill one person. And even if they get that one kill, you know, the rest of J-Team, they're strong enough that they're just going to clean you up right afterwards. You know, Bruce, very strong on most gold in the game, followed by Minji and Arya. All of them are huge carry threats already at 30 minutes into the game. And they really just don't care. You know, Arya, he sees 2 tacos, trying to bully him out to the top lane, but doesn't seem to care at all.
Yes, they're actually just kind of ignoring the Baron, perhaps going for the safer play of pushing up the waves and then returning to the Baron, which I think is what they'll do. Wonder if they'll leave RUA here just to kind of poke in the jungle. It looks like they will. I think, yeah, Fiora is better spent just zoning people out rather than DPSing the Baron down. Hellpigs, they're going to have a hell of a time, you know, re-entering this jungle. Benji's actually right here with Enzo's Yumi on him.
Arya does actually not manage to get the parry. Does get rooted as well. And he's actually going to go down here. Taco 1 picking up that shutdown as well. Hellpigs, they might have a way in here. Baron is 2k. It is a bit of a dodgy smite there. So it could have potentially been good for Hellpigs if they were able to recognize that. But no vision at all. They got pushed out of the jungle very far back. And that means that J-Team, they're going to have this Baron buff heading into this Elder Dragon spawn as well. Train's not quite hitting.
It is a 4v5 at this Elder. Arua is still dead. And the waves are far enough out of Hellpig's base that they might be able to contest this. So a really bad death from RUA. On the other hand, though, I think you could maybe 4v5 this fight. You're that far ahead as J-Team. I think you really don't want to give this one up. And if you can play it slow enough, you can just TP Fiora into the base as well.
Yeah, already 10 seconds left on the death timer. But look at Lauva. He's got such a huge flank. They have no idea. Tide, he still has no idea. Minji potentially getting locked down, does get stunned up by the counter-strike and does prop the Cyclone and the stopwatch as well. Might actually get taken out here. This is actually looking pretty good for Hellpigs. The Elder Dragon is there for the taking. Arya pathing his way in. Huge lightning crash from Bruce. He's going to kite this one out with the final chapter as well. Kiting out Taco, missing a lot of Qs, but does manage to pick up that double kill for himself, sliding over the wall, picking up Hong 2 as well.
Oh my
Doesn't
god.
actually spot him out. Hong 2 breathing a huge sigh of relief, but that sigh of relief is not going to last long because J-Team, they're knocking on the doors.
Yeah, I think they should just be able to end it here. There really just aren't any tools left. And Hellpigs, honestly, they did what they could. It was a decent attempt there at the end, but just too far behind. And I think that is going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, J-Team picking up their second win in the league. Nexus going down very quickly. And wow, that was a really dominant performance from all 5 members of J-Team.
Yeah, I think just across the board, J-Team just outplayed them, right? You know, you got top lane solo kills, the mid jungle 2v2 played really well, and bot lane didn't fall behind at all to the Varus Heimerdinger. So on the individual skills side of things, definitely going well. And then on the team play too, I think it was like really well executed from J-Team, you know, especially the mid jungle synergy was really, really nice. The only part where it ever really felt sketchy was when, actually at that last Elder, right?
Bit,
when
yeah.
Fiora was dead, but just too far ahead at that point. And you've got to question, I feel like, the Varus and the Heimerdinger. If you pick that and it doesn't convert into anything, like no lane lead, no plates, no dragons, no anything, you know, what's the point? You might as well just pick something scaling. Now, maybe they feel like they would just crumble in the early game if they didn't have that strength, but, you know, at the end of the day, if that's the case, then it's just player diff. There's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, out of lane, they had pretty much nothing, you know, 0-0-0. It's not really what you want on the Varus Heimerdinger. At the very least, you want like a CS lead, right? But not even having that, and it feels like the only impactful Varus that we had out of Tide was that last one where Arya on the Fiora was just hinting a little bit, to be honest. And the Varus kind of sealed the deal there, but that's really the only value it had in the whole game for me.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is real hard to be a Varus from behind, but you really shouldn't be falling behind if you're picking Varus, especially Varus Heimerdinger. I mean, that's one of the strongest bot lanes we can get right now, and if you can't take out the weak early game of Zeri Yumi, then we've probably just got to ban one of those away because you know, you're not going to get much stronger lane than that.
Yeah, it's like we talked about at the start of the broadcast, you know, we have these interesting picks, but ultimately if they can't convert into anything, it's not worth picking them. You got to just stick with what's made of, what's sort of proven to work. And yeah, I mean, we also have to mention, you know, it wasn't just the bot lane, right? It was across the map. Just people getting deffed. I feel like Taco 1, feels a bit mean to say this, but he probably got gapped the least out of the team, right? It feels like Taco 2 really, you know, despite outmaneuvering the opposing jungler, really just feels like he wasn't able to convert that into anything, really. And then it feels like in the mid to late game, he kind of just loses all decision-making capabilities and just isn't able to... That's a bit harsh. I'll take that one back. But he really just isn't able to find any meaningful engages for his team. And even when he does find one that's decent, there's no one available to follow up on it.
Yeah, I also kind of question the Azir last pick because I feel like, I mean, it looked decent last game, but it wasn't really the thing that won them the game, right? I felt like that more was like, okay, last game, we just need to shut mission down. We don't really need to actually get stuff done from mid. This game, though, Hong 2, he went for a very scaling Azir build, and I think he lost to the Shopkeeper. I think the Rod of Ages is bad. I think the Shadow Flame is bad. So, yeah, not really a fan of the pick or build, and that red side last pick, not put to good use.
Yeah, so we saw here in this last Elder Dragon fight, you know, Minji actually getting, you know, 1v5, and it takes him a while to fall down, but he does definitely fall down. But, you know, as we see, Bruce and Enzo and, you know, Lalva as well, I guess, you know, really just cleaning up. They just walk straight in, Lightning Crash drops down, he gets knocked up and dodges the Streamer Shuffle, you know, to his credit, but cutting this one out, misses a lot of Qs here. And actually Hongtu survives in the end, but yeah, it really was just that stage of the game, you know, where they were just too far ahead for Hellpigs to do anything, really. You know, they had 2 picks onto Fiora and Silas and still losing the fight.
Yeah, and I think the damage dealt really says a lot here. The 2 bot lane poke champions that Hellpigs have dealing so little damage. I wonder if Yuumi did more healing than Varus did damage this game. I actually wouldn't be surprised. MVP goes over to Lalva on the jungle, did find quite a lot of really good engagers.
Yeah, I feel like he was really, you know, despite having a bit of a rough early levels, he really was able to, you know, find the angles, and I feel like he worked really well with the mid lane Silas as well, really just finding those skirmishes that are really favorable for them, and finding those over and over again as well is really impressive.
Yeah, especially when you do start the game, you know, losing most of your jungle, right? Being able to still, you know, completely jungle gap your opponent is really, really impressive. And I guess that's why we see the Vi kind of prioritize the highest out of the AD junglers, is it's so consistent and so easy to just pull off the engages.
Yeah, I mean, overall, just J-Team, complete domination on the Rift, right? And you know, even though these teams started off that match 1 and 2 each, it does feel like J-Team, they're looking like a definitely more of a top contender than Hellpigs were after that one.
Yeah, like you said, the exact same record before the game, but now, I mean, you're really starting to see it, right? J-Team, they move up to 2 and 2. Hellpigs, they move down to 1 and 3 now.
Yeah, it is very rough. I hate to hate on him more, but Taco too. I mentioned it in the game, but he really just has been having a rough time these last few games. I feel like in the first game he played, he was, you know, it feels like he was a different player. Like these ones, he just feels very lost. You know, he ends up, like even in this game, he ended up ahead early, but doesn't actually convert to anything, and then gets lost, isn't able to find anything, dies a whole bunch, and maybe Wukong is another champion. Who knows? We'll find out next time they play, I guess. But next up, they won't be playing. It's going to be DWT coming up against PSG Talon. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made. Fresh fitted, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was top, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night, and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life.
Welcome back to week 2, day 1 of the PCS Spring Split, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I'm Amelg, once again joined by Shock. And next up, we do have Duo's team going up against PSG Talon. Now, PSG Talon sitting at 2-1, Duo's team not too far behind at 1-2, but I feel like there is a bit more of a skill difference than I think the scoreline kind of indicates right now.
Yeah, I think most people have to be thinking that PSG Talon is the stronger team here, and I do expect them to be moving to 3-1. Also, they have the red side, and I can't actually remember what PSG has played so far, but I seem to remember a game where the red side counter pick was really, really important for them. And also, because they're kind of like one of those, I want to say more experienced teams, they probably do have quite a lot of, like champion pool depth, which is, it's going to be important, because I don't want to see that red side last pick wasted again.
Yeah, it does feel like that's especially important for the DWT mid laner, Xiaotu. It feels like he has he's picked up the rise a couple of times, but hasn't really been able to find much success on it. He has been struggling in a lot of these matchups. Obviously, they did pick up 1 win, but you need more than 1 win if you want to make it higher in the standings. Meanwhile, on the side of PSG, it feels like they overall are a lot more stronger. I feel like Husha as a jungler has really been quite dominant, and yeah, been able to accelerate his lanes quite a lot.
Yeah, I think I agree, and definitely having strength in your mid jungle is pretty important, because most of these bot lane combos, they can't actually start snowballing by themselves normally, right? Like a lot of the time, just the actual 2v2 is even, but it's really like whoever gets ahead in these skirmishes are the ones that start, taking over the game, right? And so I think the mid jungle being able to move down the river, being able to just like, be stronger at those skirmishes can really make a big difference, especially if you're playing with Lucian Nami, right? Because if you can get those ahead, they really go crazy.
Yeah, and I think Waco and Woody especially have really come into their own quite quickly. Obviously, Waco has a lot of experience under his belt, so it makes sense that he'd be able to fit in pretty well. But yeah, having that sort of movement to the bot lane to try and accelerate him, make sure he's able to play the game to its, I guess, his maximum effectiveness, it really is going to be the key for PSG Talon.
Yeah, I think I agree. Waco's been a pretty big part of their team so far, and I think I always find it real interesting to see whether teams do prefer like the Lucian Nami side, or if they prefer the Zero Yumi trade, or if they're just fine with either, right? Like I think if you're fine playing either side of the matchup, that's pretty big, because it means, well, you're flexible enough that you can basically do whatever. And we also haven't seen that much success, I feel like, of picking things into those that aren't those combos. Like we've seen last game, the Varus Heimerdinger. Yeah, we just haven't really seen how this stuff really works so far.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, from the side of Duo's team, as you see on the screen here, Lakunai, WSL, Xiao2, Pipro, and Enhao. I do want to highlight that Pipro and Enhao, you know, in the last game against SNW, they pulled out the Varus Pike bot lane, which was definitely an interesting one. I feel like it found a lot of value, especially Enhao, you know, being able to roam around the map quite a lot and really just accelerate their lead very quickly to the point where SNW didn't have a way back into the game. It was really, really well played from them, and I'm hoping that we see more, you know, creative picks like that. Not only because it seems like they are quite comfortable on it, but also because, you know, it brings some spice to the current meta that we're in as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd definitely be down to see it. At the same time, like S9, they weren't the strongest opponents, right? So it's like, if you manage to do that against them, will you be able to replicate the same thing against PSG Talon? I'm not sure. Like, it's definitely a different weight class of opponent here. But I would be down to see something exciting. You know, I feel like the Zerayumi Lucian Nami trade is getting a little bit old. At the same time, though, I'm always excited when I see Lucian Nami deal half of the enemy ADC's health with a couple autos. It does feel pretty good to me.
Bit of an extra dopamine that you can see in how.
Yeah, he's max chilling.
He's max chilling. Lock me in Pike, I'll get it done. Oh, he really is. Wow, that looks so comfortable. I wish I could do that. My arm kind of hurts right now, so I can't stretch like that. But looking good from him. Let's take a look at PSG Talon. You got RG in the top lane, Husha, Yubel, Waco, and Woody. Waco's really staring me down right now. But overall, PSG Talon, you know, they've got a strong roster, really rebuilt, and you know, they're looking to become that sort of premier PCS team that people have sort of picked them to be.
Yeah, I think PSG Talon are definitely one of the rosters that are more well-rounded in terms of carry potential. It feels like they have carry threats from multiple roles, and that's very valuable, right? Because we kind of saw that first game of the day where Impunity, they're seen as like, you know, this is Mission's team, right? And they just throw 5 bans at him, and, you know, he has an average game, but ultimately it wasn't enough to get them over the finish line. I think going for that sort of strategy against PSG Talon of just targeting one player is definitely not going to be as successful. I think just overall, maybe they're not as strong as Impunity, we're yet to see, but they're definitely more well-rounded than a team like Impunity.
And obviously we did talk about earlier, you know, DWT, they have some quirky picks up their sleeve. PSG Talon, I definitely know a stranger to that as well. In the game against Beyond Gaming on day 3 last week, they pulled out the Ashe Heimerdinger. You know, potentially not as spicy as the Varus Pike duo, but definitely still, you know, something that's a bit different to the Lucian Nami, Zeri, whatever support trade that we've seen quite a lot. And wow, look at those stats. Damn.
Yeah, wow, it's a lot of damage per minute for Pepero there, but what's actually interesting for me is that Waku hasn't played a game of Zeri yet. He's only played the Ashe and the Lucian. And the gold difference at 14 also really in Peppero's favor, although 13 KDA over to Waku is pretty impressive. I suppose if you're playing Ashe, it's very easy to farm KDA.
Yeah.
You know, you can oftentimes just like pick up assists on everyone during the fight, but he's still putting up the damage, not quite as much as Peppero, but yeah, he's putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, impressive stats from Peppero's side actually, which is pretty unexpected. You know, high damage per minute, good damage percentage, and you know, the gold difference at 14 as well. Definitely something to highlight. I do agree though that, you know, the Ashe pick, especially when you play it as like more of a supportive ADC, you know, getting stuff like the Mana Immune, like the Hydra, like the Imperial Mandate. Obviously, you're not going to have as much of a sort of like pure damage impact, but it's really more about the utility you can bring. And I think that does also, you know, speak to Waco's flexibility as an ADC player. You know, he's willing to play these sort of more niche picks, not your traditional AD carries, you know, hyperscaling late game stuff. And really just sort of sit in more of a supportive role. You know, after as many years of service to the PCS, it makes sense that he'd be able to play picks like that.
All right, DWT on the blue side up against PSG on the red side. Zeri and Syndra taken away. So actually taken the Zeri away from Waco. Maybe the reason he's not playing is because no one lets him. Could be. Now at least it's taken. Will Maokai get banned out by PSG, or are they going to force... The thing, if you're banning one on red side, you're kind of forced to ban the other. Otherwise, UWT will just take it away. But the Callista, actually.
Ooh,
interesting.
That's an odd ban. It's not one we see very often. I wonder what that means for the PSG Talon bot lane, what they're kind of looking for.
Heimerdinger is taken away as well. There's a lot of kind of oddball picks off the table. Now, Maokai is still open. Will it be the last ban here for PSG? Because if it's not, you have to feel it's going to be taken very early in the draft.
Oh, and House got a smile on his face. I don't like that. It's a bit too cheeky for me.
It could be a Maokai support, who knows? Okay, so Lucian's taken away, and so is Zeri. So we're going to see interesting botling picks. The Maokai insta-locked does make sense.
Big whoop.
So you're going to have to match an AD jungler into this. Probably going to be, I feel like the Vi definitely seems like the highest priority pick. Sedge is up and available too. And with both of these kind of botling trades gone, I feel like Ashe and Varus, those sorts of champs do kind of come priority here instead. Ooh.
Oh, the Nyla. Tristana, yeah, I'd be keen to see either of those. Ashe.
Resident Sleep. It's the Ashe again.
I mean, to be fair, Waco did make it look really, really easy. And honestly really fun, to be honest. He was doing a really good job of spacing out, making sure to get, optimal volley range while not really being in threat by himself. So, he's looked good on it before. I can understand why they lock it in for him first this time around too.
And so it looks like the Vi will be locked in. Makes sense as your premier AD jungler. Now remember that this Ashe is a flex. It can be played AD or support, and they still have options here. I suppose Maokai technically is a support too. Wow, okay.
Wow, I think this is the first Nyla we've seen so far this season. Locked in with the Yuumi as well. Quite a strong lane, Nyla getting those empowered heals. Really does increase his survivability, and that is an interesting one. I don't really know what to think about that. We don't really see that much in pro play at all in general.
Yeah, I feel like I've never seen that lane before at all. So, ooh, okay, so we'll actually be the Ashe potentially going towards support and going for the Caitlyn AD. So definitely the potential to blow up this bot lane.
Yeah, for sure.
At the same time though, if you don't get anything done in this lane, not going to be feeling too good. Okay, so both teams have yet to pick their mids or tops, so probably going to be a lot of solo lane bans coming out here. Notable picks still up, stuff like Ryze, Cassante. There's been a lot of Sylas priority, especially when I feel like there's Ashe ult and Maokai ult both available.
Yeah.
So it could definitely be some sort of Sylas priority. Okay, the Kassadin is taken away on red side, which is kind of interesting. So maybe looking to either fourth pick their mid, or just scared of a blind Kassadin perhaps. Jax is the matched ban. So they might look towards Cassante.
It's still up. I wonder what PSG's last ban is going to be here. It does seem like the team comp already is very focused around getting this Ashe and Caitlyn as ahead as possible in the early game, and even like those early levels, especially before before Pepro can pick up a little bit of lifesteal. Their early game sustain is going to be a little bit rough. Zia is the last ban for them. Okay.
Yeah, so that might suggest Sylas. Like, it seems like in the PCS, Azir is picked on the Sylas. Obviously, Kassadin's pretty good for Sylas too. So they might just try pick it here and take it away. Cassante is the ban. So blinding top is a little difficult. I think it would be better to fifth pick top if you're PSG. And given that you have mid bans, I think you probably just take your mid on 4.
Okay, that.
And he's broken next patch, but not this one.
Okay.
Ryze could be decent too.
I like how they're hovering a lot of... Oh, they did this last time, didn't they? They just hovered like a bunch of different champions to keep us guessing.
I think it will go with the Ryze. Yeah. I think, Ryze makes a lot of sense. Helps you play towards Caitlyn and Ashe. Obviously, it works really well with the Vi. Diana.
Wow.
What? Okay, so we've taken Diana mid versus Ryze. I mean, I'm excited. I feel like it's not that good, though. I think Diana is much better against squishier mids and also double AP mid jungle plus an Ornn plus a Yuumi. I'm not really liking the damage output from DWT, but I mean, Diana, hey, we don't see that every day.
Well, I thought it was going to be the Mordekaiser locked in with PSG. I would have really liked that as an answer, but potentially looking towards the Gnar instead. Opting for more of that team fighting power.
Okay.
This is a really interesting draft. We don't see the Diana much, we don't see the Nyla pretty much at all. And TWT, when the cameras were on them, they had a lot of smiles on their faces, so it does feel like they are pretty happy with how the draft has gone for them. But as a bystander to both these teams, what do you think?
Well, I think DWT, they have an insane 5v5, just press your buttons and win the game. Like, it's very simplistic, and it's very, very powerful. I do like the ease of execution column. I think that's pretty underrated, and I think if PSG make mistakes, DWT can definitely come out on top, and it's just like way easier to play out. But I think having this much AP on your team is very, very scary because AP items like the Maul, like the Wit's End, like Merc Treads are very, very strong at the moment, and it's pretty difficult for champs like Diana and Maokai to really itemize a Void early in the game. So yeah, I think if PSG Talon play it out well, they should win the game. But the bar of execution for playing Caitlyn Ashe and Rise is very high.
You can't slip up.
Yeah, exactly. If you make mistakes, the other team will be able to capitalize on it very easily. And yeah, that's always the risk, right? If you play one of these high execution comps, if you make mistakes, it gets away from you pretty quick.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a lot, not only in the PCS, but also like in the LCO as well. We've seen Caitlyn spot pick before. Obviously, it's a Caitlyn ADC this time, but I feel like the same sort of principle applies, right? You end up behind with a Caitlyn. She's not going to do anything for like the next 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So PSG, they have to play very carefully here, making sure that, the bot lane is enabled, because they definitely can, take over this game very easily if they're able to bully the Nyla and Yuumi pretty much out of existence.
Yeah. I'm really excited for DWT's team fighting, though. I mean,
Yeah.
Nyla, Diana, Maokai, Ornn. That's pretty close to Exodia, I feel like. If we could swap, I don't know, Yuumi out for Malphite or something, maybe that'd make it a bit better. But I mean, hey, that's an insane team fighting comp. It's just whether or not they actually get to team fight on even terms, because it kind of feels like the lanes really shouldn't go in your favor, and you might just fall so far behind that you never really get the opportunity to just group up and press R on them.
Yeah, that's always the tough one, right? Because you can have, this dream team fight, but if you're too far behind in gold, and it doesn't even matter, like, it's not an optimal situation to be in, that's for sure. But PSG, they're gonna know that DWT, they have a very sort of one button press ults and hopefully win the fight team comp. So it'll really be on them to make sure they can play around that, make sure to be disciplined, avoid those 5v5s, look for smaller skirmishes instead with the Vi, with the Rise as well. And really just absolutely make sure that this bot lane does not fall behind.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree. And I think PSG are a strong enough lineup that they should be able to pull this comp off. And I think they are going to win, but I'm really hoping DWT wins, man.
That's exciting.
I want to see Diana and Nyla just press all their buttons, just destroy the enemy team.
Yeah.
Because you have to feel, if they do get a successful team fight, it's gonna be very flashy. It's gonna be like 5 ults on top of each other, just completely blowing them out of the water. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think especially like a fed Nyla. I haven't played with it that much, and obviously we haven't seen them play much, but it definitely, like, when it gets ahead and it gets like, that lifesteal, especially with a Yuumi attached to her as well, she can be really hard to kill. And I feel like PSG, they don't have as much sort of burst damage to be able to deal with it if the Nyla gets too out of control, so they need to be careful there. I guess it comes back again to bot lane, make sure that this bot lane gets shut down, because it's a greedy one to pick. Nyla Yuumi, obviously melee support, melee ADC, and then a support that doesn't really exist in laning phase. It's a tough boundary to play around.
Yeah, they've definitely got their work cut out for them, especially with the fact that Rise is going to be able to, get that mid priority and move down constantly. Because Diana really isn't strong in the laning phase. Normally, Diana is like a little bit like Kassadin, where you don't really fall behind, but it's more your team that feels it, kind of as a result. Actually, we have another pause. This is
before the game's even started. Let's go. We're really next gonna have a pause, like while we're talking or something. The broadcast is gonna pause. That'd be cool.
The games have been quick, and also they've been good games too.
They have. They have. Maybe this is the secret sauce. A quick pause to sort of rustle everyone's jimmies up before the game gets going. I don't know.
Yeah.
And how
he's back to max chilling. I was gonna say he's looking a little focused, but is that a KDA headset?
Oh, it is. I think they had the KDA mouse pads as well, so they decked out. They have the K-pop buff for sure. Or I don't know. Is that a thing? The K-pop buff?
I'm not sure it's a buff, but
I had our producer laughing in the back room. I've got him going. I'll have to see if that one comes out on top. They're only 2-1. They did lose the game, so yeah, definitely not an indestructible buff. There we go. On the end, we've got the KDA mouse pad as well.
He's got the light mode jacket and chair, man. I'm kind of having trouble looking at that.
Oh wait, he's got. I don't know if I'm allowed to. He's got the Steel Series sponsor, but the Razer headset. Oh, no, I won't tell anyone if you don't.
Yeah.
It's a roughie.
We'll keep it on the down low.
Keep it on the down low. Don't worry. I guess it's just personal preference. I don't know if we're allowed to talk brands on this, but I don't know. I feel like when it comes to headsets, I'm not too picky. Like, as long as it plays sound properly, that's all I need. As long as I feel like comfort.
Yeah.
And that's about it, really. Like, especially even with like earphones and stuff. Like, I don't really Like if I'm out and about and I'm listening to music, as long as it plays music into my ears without breaking them, like that's good enough for me.
That's such an L take, man.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. Man. Like, dude, the difference in sound quality is crazy. I don't know how you live with yourself.
Well, I don't want the quality. I just want to listen to stuff while I'm doing other stuff.
Yeah,
I'm not,
but, like,
it's not like I'm just sitting there listening to music for the purpose of listening into it, right? Like,
No, but
I'm
it's
usually
like-
doing something else.
Imagine you're listening to a PCS cast,
Okay,
right?
I'm
And
imagining
you're
it.
listening to it on your $5 earbuds.
Okay.
Imagine how much worse it's gonna be than if you're at home, you've got your luxury $300 headset.
You do make a good point. You know, if I was watching the PCS broadcast tonight, you know, third game of the day, I'd really want some quality earphones to listen to Shock and Mel talk about earphones.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, this is all hypothetical.
Yeah, it's
but
all
if
hypothetical.
if you were,
hypothetically, you know, watching the PCS broadcast, make sure to get some better earphones. Yeah, the PCS brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live.
yeah, then you can go back to max chilling like in
Yeah.
hell.
We all want to be max chilling like in hell. I don't know. I don't think I'd. If I was on stage like that, I don't think I'd be able to be max chilling like that. It would take a long time.
Yeah, I think it's hard to chill with the white noise in your ear. I think that always
that
keeps you
is-
on edge a little.
Yeah, I wonder
bit.
if they have that in the PCS.
They must. I swear every region has white noise.
Well, I feel like I've heard people talking about it before, and like
And-
some places don't. Like
well-
for context for the viewers who probably haven't, a lot of you probably haven't played Pro before. No offense.
Oh,
I'm not. Sorry, I might be assuming a bit much. But you know, when you play on stage, to make sure you don't hear anything you're not meant to hear, they have like pretty much just like staticky noise play in everyone's headphones, and so yeah, it's meant to reduce the chance of you hearing something like from the other team or like from the audience and stuff. But it's very hard to get used to, especially when you hear it from the first time. It just like feels really, really loud.
yeah. I guess they might be in like they kind of look like they're in booths, right? Yeah, it might be soundproof booths. It's a bit of a tongue twister,
Soundproof.
but we
booths.
got it in the end. That would be
Yeah.
nice though, because
That
yeah, I
would be
think you're
nice.
right. No white noise does go pretty crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that would just like surely listening to white noise that much must like damage your ears.
Nah, no way.
That feels so loud though.
But you're only listening to it to what, like an hour.
That's a long time.
Well, yeah, but
You know
think
how
of-
like when you turn the volume up on your phone too much when you're wearing earphones, it says like, oh whoa, are you sure you want to turn your
Yeah,
volume up
yeah.
that much? You might hurt your ears. And then the bar for that is like very low. It's like halfway up the volume bar.
well, maybe if you had better earphones.
Maybe if you get
That's
better
what I wanna
earphones to
say.
listen to the PCS cast with, maybe
That's right.
you won't have hearing problems. So maybe just keep listening to the PCS cast regardless. I mean, like ASMR, right?
Debatable, but no. Okay, I mean, I
think
wonder what the
keyboard as
issue
well.
is.
I mean, what's your guess?
I feel like this is definitely a tech issue, probably of the something that's not super easy to replace. Maybe it's like a keyboard, and
Yeah,
they
obvious.
the keyboards stop working. They have to go unbox a new one because normally they keep spares of whatever you have, so that if something stops working, they can
Damn,
replace
what
it.
a nice keyboard. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, that one is pretty
It's
fancy.
decked out.
Lighten up.
Yeah, I mean. Oh, look at that.
We're back.
Oh, we're
No,
back.
we're not back.
And we're back. We're back on the Rift. Third game of tonight. DWT, Jewish team, going up against PSG Talon. And look, the drafts are already looking very spicy. Jewish team, they are the clear underdogs, at least for us. But we'll have to see if they can pull out something with these wacky and wild picks. Let's get right into the Rift.
Okay. I think if you're DWT...
Whoa.
Oh, okay, so we got some level 1.
So you
I
go
like a
crazy.
split map. I think DWT, they can't really contest at level 1. And I think that, yeah, you're kind of just like hoping to hit level 6 without falling too far behind. Also, I think it's kind of wild that Diana went for Airy. Because I think that Airy Diana with Scorch can work if you're versus a champion that doesn't really have any sustain. But Ryze, he's going to be getting the Catalyst very early in the game. So I feel like it's not really going to achieve a whole lot, but maybe it's just necessary in order to get you through that early game.
Yeah, it is an odd one. It's very rare that you see a Diana, first of all, like Diana mid, and then second off with the area, it feels like it would even be hard to proc to begin with.
Oh,
Like,
is this a lane swap?
oh, it is.
Yeah,
Everyone
okay.
in how I think Archie might actually be on Twitter.
Oh, no. I don't think he dies, but he loses a
Oh.
lot of health here, which definitely feels
Yeah.
bad when you're playing weak side.
starts to hop and does manage to get over that wall pretty quickly, but loses a fair chunk of his HP. Actually not too bad, like I feel like it's still recoverable, but not having that Q to be able to farm from long range is gonna be rough. We'll see how PSG Talon respond in this early game. Looks like Woody's gonna be basing A7 and heading to the top lane. Make sure he's supported. Wow, Duo's team doing some crazy stuff. They're sitting 4 topside very quickly, sitting no one bot lane.
Yeah, Lacuna is very committed to this, but he can always TP bot to pick up this big wave. And this isn't the first time we've seen this in the PCS, the lane swap in order to dodge a difficult matchup. So I actually like it, because if you don't fall behind to this Caitlyn, like, you're in a very good spot.
Duo's team looking to see what they can get, setting up Pepper on in-house, trying to dodge as much of that rough early few levels as they can. I'm sure they'll end up basing and going back bot lane at some point in the next few minutes, but this is good to sort of tide them over for the meantime. Although there is a clear trade-off, right? Waco, he does get some solo XP from now, gets a lot of, I guess, uncontested minions, and Larkanive actually TPing back bot. That's a bit interesting.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to. There's just too many waves crashing for you not to commit the TP. And I think, especially with Ornn, like, being able to build items, it's not the end of the world if you don't have TP up. Like, you can still sustain in lane for a pretty long time. I think also not giving Caitlyn any tempo to swap back up here and, send Nara back bot is pretty important. Like, you want to keep your Nyla away from Caitlyn as much as possible. Like, if Ashe ends up going up there, it's not the end of the world. But if Caitlyn and Ashe get together, it's definitely a rough lane to play against.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I really do like this from Duo's team. It feels like, when you pick a team come like this, you kind of got to play a bit unorthodox, right? And a lot of teams aren't willing to do that, but DWT, they're taking that jump. They're doing it in style. WSL is back up top again. We'll see if they try to go for a dive here. RG is pretty close to the Mega Gnar. Does have level 3 as well. WSL, oh no, WSL flashes, but RG just, blinks and walks away. Nothing expended from his side at all. Misses a few minions, but that's about it. Definitely not worth it for the flash on the side of WSL.
Yeah, at the same time, it did assert quite a lot of dominance. So
Is that it? It's a Chad move?
You're definitely going to have to respect him from then on. He's willing to... he means business when he comes up to top lane.
Man, Larkin actually manages to squeeze himself between the cupcake trap and the tower. Avoiding a lot of damage there. Husha looking on mid lane. Xiaotu, it's not the first time he's been caught out like this. Uber, he jumps in as well. Yubao, oh boy, WCL's here as well. Xiaotu forced to burn the flash. Yubao does take a lot of damage from that trade, but once again, another flash burned. And that's a lot of early game options drying out for Duo's team. I feel like that Maokai W is just so valuable for setting up those ganks, combined with the flash. And when you don't have that, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult to help out these laners. But they're actually still riding out this lane swap. I wonder when they're gonna swap back. Are they gonna potentially stay all the way till level 6?
Yeah, I think you still get plates bot. So at the end of the day, you're still accelerating your Caitlyn. It's just you're not really putting the enemy bot lane behind. It's not often you see a Nara lower level than a Yumi. That's what happens.
That is a bit weird. But Husha is here to spot Agi. Wow, WCL's actually going for it. This is really, really dicey for them. Agi burns the flash. WCL, he's got the zoomies, and actually manages to walk out of that relatively healthy. That seemed really risky for them.
I'm very surprised he committed to that with Husha so close by. Yubao's very tanky already. Look at these items coming through. He is going to be unkillable, and that is the risk you run of playing double AP mid jungle. Now Xiaotu is actually up here first.
Duo's team, they're committing so much to the top side. We'll see
can
if
they cancel it?
If he gets it off. Or Sapling.
Oh, nice.
Or actually cancel it himself, but he has got the Mega Gnar now. It actually pops. I feel like he wanted to pop as they're diving you, so a bit early for them. And he is very low. I think he's actually just going to die here. Husha's sort of left him for dead. First blood, oh, he's actually coming back. Does get picked up. First blood by the Yumi, actually, but Xiaotu might actually die to the tower here. It does fall down. And that is going to be actually an execute. But PSG, they're picking up WSL as well, so Husha trades that one.
Yeah, I feel like that wasn't very good for DWT. Even though Diana got executed, Xiaotu lost so much mid. There were so many creeps just lost for free. And actually, Yubao's up here. Oh
my goodness, Yubao's here as well. He's here to clean up. Pepero burns the flash, but he's not going to make it out of there alive. Now it's just a kitty cat with no owner is going to skulk away this time. But oh my god, look, you have to mention this. PSG Talon, they're taking the bot lane tower down to 1 plate, and it's only 6 minutes into the game. We talked about the PSG bot lane, they have to get ahead, and while they haven't really managed to set back the Nyla Yuumi by themselves. The rest of the team have kind of managed to do that for them, and they're just sort of securing their own early lead. Waco now level 6. Let's take a look back at that replay.
Yeah, so in the meantime, during this, the mid wave is going to be lost and plate's given over as well. So they kind of feel like they have to make this fast, and then I feel like it was also kind of misexecuted. Like, I think Maokai should start this and then reset the aggro instead of just tanking it to begin with. I think, yeah, you can play that a lot cleaner. And also the kill goes over to Yuumi, which honestly isn't too bad. Like, she still uses gold well. But yeah, Zhao2 on the Diana gave up so much mid for that roam. And being put behind when you're playing, again, double AP mid jungle means the magic was this comes in so early, and you never reach that point of being able to kill them. So I really like PSG's position right now. Even though you've fallen behind in top lane, the people you want to be ahead, they're ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Epero trying to do what he can to sort of get back into the game. It's not like he's too far behind by any means at all, but you know, when your team is behind, kind of sets you behind by proxy as well, and he's going to find it a little bit more difficult to play than those later mid-game team fights. Waco continuing to chip away at this bottom tower.
But Kunai does have Spellbook, so it could potentially swap to
He
Ignite.
has to walk around and tank all these autos.
Ooh.
Waco setting so much dominance in this, pretty much like a 1v1. As Woody's, you know, he's off doing his own thing, trying to support RG where he can. Jewish team looking for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, the Rift Herald is nice. They should be able to get it without Wako here, but so much gold is going on to Wako's Galen right now. Yeah, he is really fed.
Yeah, I feel like if you're PSG, like obviously getting the Rift Herald is good, but as long as you can sort of stall Jewish team as much as possible, make them waste time.
Yeah.
Even that's, you know, not that bad, because Waco is just continuing to push these waves in and deny even more CS for the side of Jewish team.
Yeah, he's getting so much, and
He
I feel
is.
like, yeah, the gold lead, while it's not super big, it's like exactly where you want it to be, right? And I also think it's a little bit misleading because, you know, a small gold lead, even at this stage of the game, means a lot, right? It means that Wako's already completed his Gale Force compared to Nyla's kind of, you know, Warhammer and some other stuff. Now, this tower will go down, but it's going to be spread among...
Ooh,
maybe
it's
not going
quite gonna
down.
die.
Okay. Yeah, the
Yeah.
gold is spread among 3, though, so it's not quite as good.
Yeah, you definitely do have to point out that, you know, PSG Talon, they have a small gold lead, and most of it, I have to assume, is on Waco. You know, he got a lot of solo tower plays, a lot of solo XP, a lot of solo minions, solo everything, really. I mean, Kalen is meant to be a bit of a lane bully.
Ooh. We got maybe a little cheese coming out here. Wako walks up to that tower. Is it going to be in trouble?
Oh.
Does have the sums, but I think he might just get killed here.
Yeah, WSL has the flash available for the root. We'll see if they try and go for it here. Woody is here to support as well. Might actually be a little bit
They're
scary
pinging
for
missing
them.
on the bush.
Oh. Final chapter doesn't find anyone. Neither do the grasping roots.
Yeah, so I
And they're
think
just going to walk that one off.
PSG realized that there were missing pings on the bush, so whether or not they knew they were actually in there, they definitely suspected something was up, given that no one was really showing on the map. And avoiding that window, I think, is really crucial, because a lot of cooldowns used on the side of Jewish team, and now PSG, they can go back to just taking more plates. They've taken, what, 5 bots so far. They haven't taken any mid, they haven't taken any top. But it's not long until they go down.
Definitely PSG ticking all their boxes in terms of, like, you know, their win conditions for this game. They got the Kaylin Ash ahead. They're managing to play disciplined and avoid any sort of, I guess, cheese plays from Jewish team, because it feels like, you know, it's only 10 minutes into this game, but it feels like that's all they really have in their pocket until they reach, you know, like the 5v5 stage.
Yeah, and Kaylin rapidly approaching 7 plates here. So definitely, you know, getting a lot of use out of
Oh
this pick.
my
I also feel like I don't know, coming back to that top roam, that was really bad for Zhao2 on the Diana. Just look at the mid lane items right now. There is no chance that Diana deals any damage to Ryze this game.
Yeah.
And Ryze is, you know, Yuba on the Ryze, he's very good at farming.
Husha looking for WSL. It's dropped very low, drops the cease and desist as well, and is going to pick that one up pretty damn easily. Might be looking for Pepero and Inhow as well, but Channels the Vault Breaker doesn't choose to go through with it, instead opting to, you know, give Waco that space to keep chipping away these plates. He was a bit of gold as well.
Oh, actually ults to stop the recall. I do like that.
I think that's smart.
Yeah, but very difficult for WSL here. I mean, you're playing with no mid prior, no top lane prio at the moment either. It's just very, very difficult. And actually no bot lane prio either. So it's tough, right? You've got 3 pushing lanes, and especially the fact that they're not just pushing, they're like constantly under your tower. You know, Ryze pushes instantly. You can see right here. But Caitlyn is permanently hitting the top towers. So really just not a lot of options for WSL. And this will actually be 10 plates going over to PSG now. Will they be able to get any more mid?
Denying the minions as well. Really good decision making here from Waco. I would like to see him leave it a little bit more, but I mean that's pretty good. It's pretty clean.
Yeah, I think get him to mid lane as soon as possible. I'd really like to see the ADC gold difference right now because it's going to be pretty crazy, I would imagine.
That's supposed to be so weird for Waco, you know. You you show up for this this professional game and you spend 90% of your game not even laning against anyone really.
Yeah, it must feel pretty good.
Oh, he's got the Berserker Greaves, the Gale Force, and the Zeal as well. He's already very strong in his own right. Second Dragon coming up very soon. Now, like PSG, they're honestly pretty happy to give this one away if they really need to, if they're able to secure even more of a gold lead for themselves. DWT, they really, like even though they're behind, they really want a 5v5 at this point.
Yeah, they do have an insane 5v5 composition. I think PSG, you can honestly just get prio in all your lanes and then come back to this.
Yeah. Like, I feel like you can get so much across the map if you just keep pushing like you already were. Because DWT, ultimately, they need to commit 5 people if they really want to secure this dragon. And of course, that means there's a lot of space on the rest of the map for other people to wreak havoc. Usha taking 2 saplings, but not going to do really any damage at all. Must be magic resist runes on top of that. But Duo's team, they're really waiting for PC to misstep. WSL flashes forward, drops the grasping roots. Yubel locked down, dropped very low. Nyla gets a lot of kills as well, does a lot of damage. Double kill for her. Archie gets the Mega Gnar, but has to disengage. And that, you know, really good trigger pulling there from WSL. We'll see if PSG, they try to slow chase here. Waco, of course, is already very strong. And Nyla ult is down along with pretty much every other ult for Duo's team as well, actually.
Yeah, so pretty good engage from DWT. We kind of said before that this is what they want. They want that really strong 5v5. I think PSG might have misplayed this a little. I feel like the Gnar maybe could have killed someone off the back end, but honestly, it's not too bad for PSG. You do give over some kills, but importantly, the Dragon didn't go down, and DWT have invested all their cooldowns. So if PSG just go back, start up this Dragon, there should be no way to contest this without, you know, they're literally missing all 5 of their team fight ultimates.
And
so
they're very ult dependent, so there's really no recourse for them. PSG picking up the second Dragon. We'll see what the solo is this game. It's going to be drum roll. I didn't see it. Oh, it's a Hextech Drake. Okay, that's pretty good for PSG, I feel like. Hextech Soul will help them create more space and kite out Duo's team of very short-range team themselves.
Yeah, at the same time, though, giving those Hextech gates to find those flanks for champs like Diana is really,
that's
really
true.
important.
That's a good point. Yeah, it does give them a bit more options, and it feels like options are definitely in short supply for the side of Duo's team.
The ADC CS gap is pretty big, but Neela managing to pick up 2 kills in that fight I think is pretty critical. I'm not sure if there was a shutdown on the Ryze with how much he'd farmed.
Yeah.
I feel like there might have been a small one, you know, like a 150 gold shutdown. DWT, they're starting this. I think PSG, again, you try and avoid this fight. You don't want to take 5v5s unless, you know, you're getting a lot for it, like giving... Oh, this is actually level...
Actually, it's level 9 against level 11 Xiaotu. Gonna hop, skip, and jump that one away. But Rift Herald does get secured by the side of your team. They're looking on Woody here, potentially. The Ornhorn does hit, but not much follow-up available. Stun hits on the return side for Pepero. TP comes out from Xiaotu. Now that's pretty bad for Duo's team.
Yeah, I think the TP being committed way too early there, and that definitely does matter a bit because you really want this Diana to be able to get into team fights, and I think now it's very easy to get locked in the side lane up against Yubao's Ryze. You can just keep pushing in. I feel like there's really no chance for Xiaotu to actually pick up a kill on Ryze. You know, maybe you can poke him a little, but he has so much sustain.
Yeah.
I think also it was just kind of an ambitious engage on mid anyway, right? Like, I think everyone still has sums like that you gotta heal, which is better than nothing, but you know, the top lane advantage is actually starting to build up for Gnar. Gnar's actually kind of regained a lot of his CS, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, I feel like he had like 30 at 10 or something, but is actually, you know, slowly crawling back into it. And Ornn, on the other hand, Lakunai, yeah, kind of struggling to actually pick up CS needed.
Yeah, and it definitely hurts a lot more for the Ornn as well, you know, not just because of the gold, but also because of the XP. He really wants to be able to hit those ornaments as early as possible, and he's only level 10 right now. So it's just going to be that little bit longer before they can hit those big stat spikes that they're really hoping to get.
Yeah, now the gold lead for PSG has kind of stabilized here. They haven't really been able to accelerate it anymore, and honestly, it is kind of difficult because a lot of time, you know, when you get ahead, you do just force fights and everything, right? It's pretty easy. You just group up, find an objective, and Bob's your dad's brother, like that. But the thing is that DWT, their team fight is so strong that even if they're at a gold deficit, they can still win fights. So the way you have to play this out as PSG, you really have to use the fact that you win those 1v1s, you win those 2v2s, you know, get the mid prior, get the side lane prior, and use that to create an advantage for yourselves, like either in positioning or just in CS. I feel like if you just walk at them, you just have a 5v5 without thinking, it should go the way of DWT.
Yeah. For sure, and that's what DWT counting on. They're looking at Woody yet again. Does get CC down, chained up, and taken out. Waco dropped very low as well. Forcible and burn both summoners. Kusha looking on the return side here, hits the Vault Breaker onto Pepper, dropped very low. TP coming in from RG. Doesn't quite have any Mega Bar really, but they are going to slow chase here. Yubel as well, full HP, looking to see what he can do. Realm Warp already burned, but RG, he's super quick. He's looking to slow down WSL, keep chasing here. Pepper, I wonder if he'll look to turn here. No, WSL does get taken out by Yubel, and Pepper is just going to be on the run.
Has Flash.
Looking for a new home for him and his kitten.
Okay, so PSG managed to pick up quite a lot.
Oh, they're still going. Pepero gets stunned up, locked down, and taken out by Husha and Enhao. You know, he's got no owner now. He's that was really interesting. It feels like Pepero just felt safe, but PSG just walk at them and
yeah, I don't
put him
know.
against the wall.
That was really aggressive, like really greedy positioning from Pepero because Nar didn't even have to invest the flash.
He just walked up.
Yeah, he just walked up menacingly and took him out. So I'm not too sure how that happened.
Oh man, that would have been, you know, the one light in the darkness for them. At least they would have had a couple of surviving members, but take a look back at how this all started.
Yeah, so the initial engage is good, but you have to remember that DWT are very ult reliant, and a lot of the ults are used onto a support here, right? And there just isn't a lot left. And then kind of like the TPs can come in, you can just slow chase down. I think PSG had a Rise ult kind of going to outer space here. I'm not too sure how that happened, but maybe could have got a bit more.
Yeah, that actually would have been a huge one if we, you know, casted it in the right direction, but it does happen. Probably just like camera woes or whatever. But PSG now firmly 5k ahead, if my math is correct.
Close
Almost
enough.
6k. You know, close enough. Whatever, we take those. But Jewish team jumping to the Rift Herald are going to pick up this mid outer turret and a little bit of an objective bounty as well. That never hurts.
Okay, opening up the mid tower I think is good. It gives you lots more options to engage on mid. And I like this from DWT. They have the control, they have the ults. Even though they're down a significant amount of gold, they still have a chance here, but I think it's rapidly kind of getting away from them. If they don't make stuff happen soon, they are just going to fall too far behind to actually win fights.
Yeah, definitely is that scary point where the Jewish team, if they, you know, fall too far behind in gold, it's going to be hard to find those 5v5 fights regardless. But Ornhorn does hit Waco in the very back, but no one is near enough to follow up. Husha looking back on Pepper, he does get rooted and hit airborne and gets shut down by Xiaotu. Let's see what happens next. PSG on the chase. DWT dropped very low. RG is hopping over the wall, looking to see what he can do. Very, very close to Mega, but Ace in the hole does pick off Larkina trying to run off on the side. That's what you get for abandoning your teammates. And it is going to be likely the Hectic Drake third dragon picked up for PSG Talon.
Well, will they come back to it? Pepper has ults still, but there's no other ults up.
Or TP coming in as well. Does get rooted up and dropped very low. Xiaotu,
Oh, no.
my god, he's got to go back to the base again. He's 1 HP. PSG looking to potentially slow chase here again, but they don't have much left. Realm Up does come out. Xiaotu, he's going to figure out where to go. 4 members of PSG suddenly appear. WSL gets a big Bramble Smash onto 4, but there's no one there. Pepero, interesting flash, but
just gets kited out everywhere. And I think PSG, they're going to be able to pick up both the Baron and the Dragon here, and you have to feel like that's DWT's window gone. They maybe could have won that fight if they'd executed a little better, but it was going to be difficult. And I think, you know, one problem of playing such a one-dimensional comp is that you don't have a lot of tools, and the tools you do have, they're very obvious, right?
Yeah.
PSG, they were respecting. Like when Wako got Ornn ulted there, he was like the other side of the
It was
screen.
3
you know?
screens away.
Yeah, exactly. There was really no follow-up. And stuff like the Diana ult being used onto Husha's Vi, who'd already popped the cooldowns. I mean, we'll probably... Oh, different fight. So there's a
What is
nice
this?
trap.
Yeah, oh my, like he doesn't even get to do anything. He pops his Protovel, but chunk down so low.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even have ult. I think he probably should have just TP'd top and tried to pressure top tower, but yeah, ultimately they try and go for the fight, and they really just don't have the cooldowns to back it up. And I see what Pepper was going for here, but really well played from PSG. They like spread out in every area, and he just can't quite find the ult.
Yeah, PSG, they didn't even have vision of that bush, but you know, the Spidey sense, and from multiple members as well, you know, even if if only one member from PSG realizes that and turns away, it still can potentially turn out well for Pepro, but luckily for PSG, they are all on the same page, and actually they split up in 4 different directions, so making it really difficult for Pepro to find any sort of ult angle at all.
PSG didn't manage to get the dragon, but you have to feel like it doesn't really matter, and instead they're just looking to push the waves. I think it's really difficult for DWT now because both Wako and... Oh my god, they actually stole it.
He wants everything. Drops the season desist as well onto Xiaotu. He's pretty much 1v2ing. Yubel is here to support as well, and they are probably just going to clean up Xiaotu and WCL in the Dragon Pit. Not dropped very low at all. Xiaotu drops the ultimate, but not gonna matter at all. PSG Talon, and now Pepper is on the run as well. Waco and Woody kiting him out. Antoine pops up for the shield, but Husha Volt breaks him to the next Galaxy, and RG as well picks up a kill as well. Quadra kill for Yubel actually in that turn of events, and that's an ace for PSG Talon.
Yeah, I think that was always going to be really hard for DWT. They were so far behind. Both the carries had stopwatches and actually still have stopwatches. They didn't even get burned. So if you're that far behind that you can't even force, you know, one of those out, I mean, it's pretty rough. And I think this is, yeah, it's pretty over. There's not too much else. Maybe they can look to defend for a little while, but the writing is definitely on the wall. And I think the only option you have is maybe to go on the flashless rise or something.
Oh, Waco actually going to get caught out here. Tries to go for
stopwatch.
Hexgate. Gets interrupted, but Pepper, he's on the chase here. Manages to sidestep the ult from Woody, the Ash ult stun. Husha does have the cease and desist available. WCell going to get taken out, and Archie's here with the Mega Gnar. Roaring to a start, and Pepper dies before he can even get his ult off. Waco stopwatch does come in handy this time as Xiaotu gets dropped down as well. Waco going to be on the chase here for Lakunai, and of course his little kitty cat as well, and that's going to be another ace in the matter of minutes for PSG Talon, and most likely going to be the Nexus as well.
And a 15k gold lead in 24
Oh
minutes.
my.
I mean, a very dominating game. No dragons given over, and only 5 kills and 1 tower. So PSG, they really come out. They put their foot down. You know, no nonsense this game.
No nonsense at all, taking out their 3rd win for the split, and of course it is going to propel them into the higher ranks going into week 2. Not a bad way to start your week.
Yeah, and I think, man, like I was excited for the Diana. At the same time, I realized that double AP mid jungle is such a bad idea these days. I just think the MR items are way too strong, and especially when you're running that much AP. Like it wasn't just the Diana and the Maokai, it was also, you have an Ornn who just like isn't really bringing much damage at all. You've got that Yuumi as well. So your only real AD threat is a Nyla, but she is just... She's in a rough matchup, right?
Yeah.
She's never really going to get to be a threat, and I think, yeah, just a bit too much one-dimensionality. I don't know if that's a word, but it felt like it was just very obvious what that comp wanted to do, which is sometimes good, right? You've got an easy-to-execute comp, but I think they just really didn't have any lane to play through. They had losing top, mid, and bot, and while they managed to kind of stave that off a bit with the clever lane swap, they didn't quite execute on it well enough. Like I feel like the top lane dive definitely didn't go well, and while Nyla didn't fall behind, Caitlyn still accelerated like really ahead, right?
Insanely fast, like a Tesla, man.
Like a Tesla. She got 10 plates,
Not
2
sponsored.
towers. I don't think they got any mid plates, but the damage was done, right? Like she got so much gold.
Yeah, and it's hard to even like point out an MVP, I feel like, for PSG Talent, because it feels like it was more just like a battle of like ideals on like how they wanted to win the game. You know,
Whoa,
like
we're getting
Jewish
philosophical.
yeah,
Okay.
like Jewish team, you know, they're committing so much to the sort of cheesy topside play. And to be fair, you know, it's creative. I really respect them for trying that out and really trying to execute on it. But ultimately, it just doesn't quite work out. And when you fumble the execution so much in those early levels, it really stacks up to a lot when you're versing stuff like the Caitlyn Ash, who are just going to keep chipping away at your tower.
Yeah. I think I'm pretty biased here, but I would give the MVP to Yubao on the Rise, because I think he, other than that one misstep at the, I think it was like the first Dragon fight where he just got popped straight away, he was doing so much damage all throughout the team fight, which is, that's big stuff out of him. And I think also, like, he blinded mid, right? It was countered by Diana. And admittedly, I don't really think Diana is much of a counter to Rise.
Yeah.
But if you're blind picking mid and you have that sort of performance, that bodes really well for your team.
Definitely a bit of a mid lane bias for sure, but I do agree, it's very solid. Definitely performed a lot better than Xiaotu. It feels like Xiaotu wasn't really able to find the angles that he wanted. And ultimately, I feel like that's one of your biggest damage threats, right, for the side of DWT. And if you're not able to find that, you really don't have any chance in these team fights. Yeah,
I think I definitely agree. And it's tough, right? Because I think if you're going for something like Diana, it's way better to go against something squishier, right? I feel like Rise is one of the harder mids to kill. Even though he's short range, he can build stopwatch easily. He's going the Rod of Ages. Merc treads are fine on Rise. So it's really difficult to actually get those kills.
For sure. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game. This fight around the Dragon, we saw PSG kiting out pretty well. Jewish team dropped very low, and there's of course Xiaotu stepping on a trap, break your mother's back, and 4-man
I've never heard that before.
WSL finding a huge bamboo smash. This is really unfortunate. If the timing works out a little bit differently, potentially can be a quadra kill for him, honestly. But PSG just that tiny step ahead, managing to suss that one out, and not falling for Pepro's little trap.
Wow, looking at the damage, I think Yubao might have just been last hitting people, because actually didn't do a lot of damage.
Look at the Yuumi. The Yuumi does more damage than Pepper on the Nyla. That really sucks to see.
That is sad. Do we give the MVP to Yuumi?
I don't know. I don't know if he deserves it just for that. I mean, man, again, it must feel so weird for Waco to show up to a stage game and pretty much play like half of a game. The rest of it is just like co-op vs AI.
No, I feel like it must feel amazing. I mean, you just get to 1v0, farm up a storm, and then get to the point where ADC is strong. I don't know, that feels pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Deal top damage.
That is definitely true. PSG really shutting out Jewish team out of this game. Or rather, Jewish team shutting themselves out of the game. Even if he does get a Waco, actually. I don't know if I agree with that.
I mean, it's fair enough, right? Like, he did do a lot of damage, and also he's playing an ADC and managed to avoid all those engages, so I can kind of see it.
Sure.
At the same time, though, it did feel like the game was a little bit handed to him, and that, he had his winning matchup. He pretty much just got to gobble up tower plates all across the board. So, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a weird game. I mean, even though it was very much one-sided, it was still interesting to watch. We sort of saw Jewish team try to evolve their strategy as the game went on, committing more and more to their top side. But when nothing comes of it and you've invested so much, your bot side is just getting railed non-stop pretty much.
Interesting choice of words.
But Jewish team, yeah, I mean, still, again, I respect them for trying it. I feel like if you tweak it a little bit more, maybe some different champions, a little bit of different rotations around the map, committing different amounts, different amounts of resources. It does feel like in that situation you do kind of just have to commit everything to trying to shut down RG on the Na, but yeah, ultimately it's just not working out for them.
Yeah, I think we got to stop the double AP mid jungle, fellas. I really think
sick of it.
It's not good. It's really not good. I think Maokai and Elise are so strong at being solo AP right now that you can just get a strong AD mid in there. Admittedly, there aren't a whole lot in the meta. But there are options, and I think Dyna is not my go-to when I'm picking Maokai,
Sure.
right? It's just, I don't know. It feels very random.
What kind of stuff would you like them to pick?
I think we saw Jace in one of the other games. I think Aurelia is strong as well. Might have been banned out. I actually don't think it was, though. So there's definitely those as options. I think those are probably the two premier ones. One thing that's been kind of coming up in solo queue is Tristana. I think Tristana is not that good into Rise in the 1v1, but you still get to kind of farm up a Storm, and it gives you push, which is useful for Maokai. So, yeah, maybe Trist is a bit better with Elise, actually. Just thinking, like, Elise can kind of look to dive a bit more and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, like, figure out a scenario in my head where that kind of early game setup for DWT actually works out, and it's hard to figure it out, right? Like, you're trying so hard to avoid the Caitlyn Ash, but but at what cost?
Yeah, I think maybe instead of like moving your pressure to shutting down topside, maybe you should just be trying to go bot side, because even if you don't kill Caitlyn, you stop her from getting plates, right? And maybe that's enough. Like maybe you just almost have Nyla weak side, because I don't think she can get dived by Gnar and Ashe. At least I wouldn't think so. Not before 6. So I think maybe move your pressure down the map instead could be the play.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll have to see what kind of tricks Duo's team can come up with tomorrow. Unfortunately, they do take the loss tonight, but next up, S9W versus DCG. Will S9W be able to pick up the first win? Only one way to find out.
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains be my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sonning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel the hate, feel they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel the hate, feel they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blog for trying to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say not to drop. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say not to drop. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm getting so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been learning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. But you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Game 4 of tonight, S9W versus DCG. Now, a lot of storylines here tonight. Oh, by the way, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live, don't forget that. But S9W versus DCG, you know, S9W 03 yet to pick up a win, but I feel like they've had some pretty good signs of life, sort of scattered across the games that they've had so far.
Yeah, I think sometimes they've had like solid early games, sometimes they've had solid team fighting, but they've never been able to kind of just get it all going at the same time, you know, which is really, that's the trouble for them, and they haven't picked up a win yet, and I'm not sure they're going to pick up a win today either.
Are you predicting DCG?
Well, look, I think DCG, they look pretty strong, right? Now, just because DCG is so strong and S9 is so weak does not mean it's not going to be an exciting game, because Nesty, this guy, he plays a lot of weird stuff. In fact, I think Amel was angling for a Bard mid from him last time.
Did they hover at one game, or did I imagine that?
I think
Maybe
you
I dreamed
imagined
that.
it.
Yeah, I mean, the mind wants what it wants, and I mean, Bard mid, definitely what I want. But don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, DCG, you know, they've seemed a lot stronger in all their games. You know, first two games, I feel like Hanabi really, you know, shone, and also Cascada and Nesty, you know, they're really just there when the team needs it. And I feel like Nesty as well, with the flexibility that he brings in draft, with his sort of wacky picks, it's definitely an advantage. But in saying that, they did look a little bit shaky against Impunity on day 3.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, who doesn't look shaky against Impunity? They're a strong side. I do believe Deep Cross have the red side here, so that does mean Nesty has that like red side 5th pick that he can potentially do something with. So I will be looking a lot towards that. S9W, I really just think, okay, they're not so bad that I think they'll never pick up a win. It's just I think individually they seem to be a bit weaker than other teams, so they kind of need a few things to go in their favor to win, right? Like they might need a good draft, or they might just need, I don't know, even a good meta for them. But I feel like, at least for now, they're clearly our weakest team, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're the only team 03 kind of have to put them as sort of like the last place contender for now. I mean, it's only been 1 week. A lot can change in however many weeks the PCS is. 5 weeks? 6 weeks.
6 regular
6
season.
weeks, yeah. So that's a lot of games for them to sort of, you know, improve and start refining their playstyle. I do like that they did, you know, despite not having success, they still sort of stuck to their guns in those few games, you know, picking stuff that they were comfortable on, and, you know, not being afraid to sort of find opportunities for early leads. It's just that sort of the stuff that comes after that still seems quite fuzzy for them. It seems like they haven't quite refined their sort of mid to late game play enough for them to be able to convert those early leads into something more. I feel like that just kind of comes with experience as well. You know, you've got a team, sort of fresh faces, bunch of newbies to the PCS, and obviously it's going to take time to develop that sort of game sense.
Yeah, I think it's definitely not the sort of thing that comes overnight, and I think a lot of these players are new to the PCS as well, so...
Got Carries as the veteran, but
yeah, exactly. You can kind of forgive, you know, just kind of the things that happen when you're a new team, right? Especially when it's like the very start of the year, every team is kind of just like figuring out their own identity. You're figuring out the meta and stuff like that as well. So it can be pretty difficult. And I think one thing people forget about the meta is that a lot of the time, what one person wants to play might not work that well with what everyone else wants to play, right? Like it's not often that you can play, for example, a hard carry top and a hard carry bot, right? So there might be some kind of concessions that need to be made, just like to get things working as a team, right? And I think that can be a very difficult kind of obstacle to overcome, especially to begin with. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, S9W, what do you want to see from them in this game for them to have the best chance of winning in their sort of current state?
I think having priority in the mid jungle 2v2 is good, because I think a lot of the early game does come from Nesty. So yeah, I think control that mid jungle 2v2.
Yeah, Sam9, WPE on your screen now. Relhia, Fia, Columbia, YJY, and Carey is going to get all those names out of the way before the graphic disappears. Seems to be staying longer this time. But yeah, I mean, he is obviously going to be that leader that we've mentioned before, right? You know, he is the one that the rest of the team are going to be looking to for that guidance. So a lot of this sort of is on him to sort of guide the team, because, you know, sure, they can make up for their own individual skill on their own, but I feel like to sort of have that step to be able to compete with the other teams, they're going to need that leadership and that shot calling from him.
Yeah, definitely agree. And on the other side, Deep Cross Gaming, Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Cascada, and Orca. And they've had pretty good games so far. It's really only Impunity that took them out.
Yeah, other than it is, that match was definitely concerning for me. I think the main question mark was around Nesty. It seemed like he was on the Talia, which we saw him perform on so well the day before that, and ultimately he wasn't able to find anything. He looked just like very scared to do anything, and it was a team comp that really favored him as well, like the team comp he was playing into.
Yeah, I think at the same time though, like Nesty, the way he wants to play the game is like, pushing mid, roaming, kind of pressuring a lot. That's very difficult to do against a strong laner like Mission.
Yeah.
I think at this game, he's definitely going to have more opportunities to do that. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially with the red side last pick, to see Hana and Nesty, continue to kind of control that early game and just dominate the map.
For sure. I feel like Cascada and Orca as well, I gotta mention them. They have been pretty instrumental as a bot lane. I've seen them, taking very aggressive trades and often coming out on top, but they're not the main characters tonight. The main characters are going to be Calumnia up against Nesty. Now these stats are, for the most part, pretty similar. The KDA is obviously a little bit lacking on the side of Calumnia, but yeah, I don't know. You're the mid lane magician.
Yeah, well, I
what do you think?
the champions are very interesting, right? Because we were saying before how if you want something like the Maokai release, you really want an AD mid like the Aurelia or Jace. So if that's the sort of thing you're going for, I think DCG should just look to ban both of those AP junglers away.
Yeah.
That means you kind of can't play an AD mid because, yeah, it's like the same thing. You don't really want to have the same damage type mid just because the early options, either armor or MR, they come in too early before you can get any pen. But here we are in the champ select, S9W on blue side up against DCG on the red. Yep, so both the AP junglers banned away already. Would you look at that, Amelg?
Would you look at that indeed? And interestingly enough, S9W opting for the Heimerdinger ban. Not one that we see too often, but it's going to be paired with the Ashe ban as well.
Okay, so taking away some of that early game pressure, perhaps happy to just go for the, regular trade of Lucian Nami into Zeri plus Enchanter. Now, what would the last ban be here? Feels like you can't ban out a bot lane combo. You also probably don't want to restrict. Okay, so I was going to say, don't want to restrict the junglers more, but actually ban the Sedge and perhaps willing to trade, Vi, Wukong, Viego in any kind of fashion.
Yeah, definitely is a huge focus on the jungle for DCG. Wonder what S9W will end up picking first here.
I think you take Vi unless you're unhappy about one of the bot matchups. Oh, what?
Aurelia, really? Just straight off the bat. That's an interesting one. I mean, it is potentially a flex pick for Aurelia and Calumnia.
Yeah, okay, so that's really interesting. So I guess the Sedge ban was also because they know S9 much prefer the melee comps. Now, I wonder what jungler will we play with this? Will we see something really weird, like a Karthus? Perhaps a Diana? Because it definitely feels, again, it can be top Aurelia, but I think if you're playing Aurelia mid, you're definitely going to want something pressuring. Lucian is locked in. I'd like to see the Vi or the Wukong taken away here. I think both deal with Aurelia fairly well, and you can kind of take that away. Wukong is locked in. Now on the other side, do you go for the Zeri trade, or do you perhaps opt for something like the Draven Nami? Yeah, Vi sort of makes sense.
Well, but that means that they're only going to get one of their bot laners. And I wonder if they'll actually end up dropping that to 4-5 potentially.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to take jungle here, given that so many junglers are banned. At the same time, though, this is going to mean that you have double AD mid-jungle. Oh, okay. So perhaps not going for that.
Okay, so we've seen them pull out the Jhin a couple times. Carries has played it as well as the support, but it looks like it might actually be the AD this time, unless the Karma's also flexed. They are having a bit of a laugh to themselves, Calumnia. Okay, they must have some secret sauce here.
It could be a Karma flex.
Yeah. Because that's potentially a three-way flex as well, depending on how the matchups go.
Let's hope Jhin doesn't end up going mid. But Nami would be the obvious choice here. Combine it with the Lucian. I mean, surely you pick it, right? What else would you take? Unless you want to take something like a Jax, but I don't think you do. Just take that Nami, lock it in.
This is really interesting for S9W because it means that, like, for DCG's second ban phase, it's really hard to sort of narrow down exactly what you want. Like, maybe you can try and ban enough champions to force something like the Aurelia to go in a certain lane.
Yeah.
But 2 bans is often not enough to really accomplish that, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like you ban out AP jungles or AP mids. But yeah, like you said, it's hard to tell because there's a lot of flexibility here. Okay, the Vi is banned out. I guess that makes sense. Like, Vi is probably the stronger AD jungle left alive, but they're definitely lacking for AP. Now, it could be fine if they just get a strong AP mid laner and then don't worry too much about the rest of it. And Nesty will have his pick of choice into that. What are you banning for your S9? Okay, so they're banning the Jax. That maybe suggests it's really top, or they could just be banning for Cassante. So everything's kind of still up in the air. DCG, dude, the coach has a hard time this game.
Well, okay, my prediction is the Karma goes top into a Cassante from DCG. That's my like
Ooh.
10%
Okay.
thing. I don't know. It's just there's so many different directions SNW can still go with their team. Okay, Cassante banned out. Never mind.
Well, that's
not the
over.
profit.
Hey, will it be the Gragas answer? I feel like Gragas is decent blind, also does fine versus Aurelia, and that would give Nesty that last pick where he can just go for, you know, some special.
Now, SNW, on the other hand, their whole team comp is about to unravel before our eyes. Let's see what they end up going with after this Gragas hopefully gets locked in. Yes, sir.
I think you sort of have to send Karma bot, don't you? Like, unless you have a different range support. Okay, I mean, maybe Shaco's your support.
Oh, I love it. I love it for SNW. They're really they're firing on all cylinders this game. Instead of, you know, drawing back their pick potential, they're taking it to the next level. Shaco being hovered for a very long. Oh, come on.
It's the Poppy jungle, I'm assuming, should be.
Yeah.
At this
But
point,
again, it's still a flex.
okay, I think you just pick an AP mid here, though, right? Unless you can play an AP top like Kennen or Vlad, I think you just have to pick an AP mage here. There's like plenty of options up. Ooh, Ahri. I feel like Ahri is not enough solo AP damage. It is a good blind, but I think...
Ooh.
Okay, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think you need more damage here. And the Rise does do pretty well into the Ahri, so does the Syndra. I think I would maybe prefer the Rise. It's a bit more difficult to gank, gets a bit tankier. I mean, Syndra is good too. Both solid options, you can't really go wrong here. Talir is actually pretty good here as well. So, okay, it's going to be the Rise. Does make sense. Also can just go Mercs
Yeah,
versus
so
Ahri.
it will be the Jin Karma bot lane for the side of S9W, unless he's playing Ahri support, which he's not, thank God. But I have to say, looking at this draft, it feels like DCG came out on top.
Yeah, I think DCG's draft is just better and easier. I just feel like it's way better overall. I guess the win condition for S9 here is to either like blow up top lane or blow up bot lane, and they have kind of the tools to do that. I feel like getting kills as Aurelia into Gragas is really hard. You can build up a pretty big CS lead, but it's really hard to actually make headway into Gragas. It's one of the, I'd say, best neutralizing tops. So yeah, you often see it picked into stuff like the Jax Aurelia just because you can, you know, pretty much just body slam them, clear the wave, you can keep sustaining, farm from range. So you got a lot of options up there.
Yeah, definitely. And it feels like it doesn't get any easier for, you know, the Aurelia either. Aurelia's going to have a hard time in these fights trying to find angles, you know, because you've got the Nami tidal wave, you've got Gragas, body slam, cask, everything. Wukong ult, Rise, CC, there's just so much, I guess, disruption that it's going to be hard for him to find clear-cut ways to really deal damage and have an impact in these fights.
Yeah, I think a lot of it as well is on this Jin Karma. Can you get enough done bot that it, you know, that it's worth picking those champs? Because you have to feel that playing Jin into Gragas Wukong feels pretty useless, if I'm honest. So they have to get a big lead to make it work, and I don't really see it. I mean, Lucian Nami, they're strong enough early to match that, and then also you've got the Rise, who should have priority and come down. So S9W, they got a lot of work to do this game, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it feels like for S9W it starts and ends with Jin. They really love this champion, and I mean, hopefully they'll find success with it this time. I feel like, yeah, definitely eyes will be on the bot lane. Nothing will happen top lane. Aurelia versus Gragas, as you said, just body slam over and over. And mid lane's really just going to be looking to clear their waves and roam as soon as possible, although it does feel like Nesty does have the edge in that regard on the Rise. I'm just sad we didn't see the Shaco, to be honest. That would have been fun.
Look, I'm glad we didn't see it. Shaco, I hate that champion.
It is really annoying. I always ban it in my normals games.
In your normal games?
Yeah, and that's how you know.
Wait, you have bans in normals?
Yeah, normal draft.
I don't think I've ever played that.
Really?
Why would you play normal draft, not ranked?
Okay, enough about normals. Let's get into the fourth game for tonight. S9W versus DCG. I mean, already from the draft, it's going to be an interesting game. Hopefully it turns out to be not only interesting, but also a banger.
Yeah. Okay, so he gets a very early ward here.
That's all you have to say, huh? Just an early ward.
Well, I'm kind of, I'm scouting the map. So they get the ward onto the wall. So I guess, there's a lot of solo starting jungle in the PCS. So finding out where the jungler starts, obviously, if you don't have a ward, is a lot more difficult. Karma's actually gone for the Comet full early game page, which I do respect. You kind of have to get something done on this lane.
Yeah, and what do you think about Calumnia on the Ari taking the Unsealed Spellbook as well?
I mean, I think Unsealed Spellbook is good versus Rise. It gives you the cleanse later on, so you can avoid just the point-and-click route. But the problem is, again, you're the solo AP on your team. I feel like you need Electrocute. You might even need Ignite.
S9W already trading pretty heavily into this early game, but gonna be pretty even again. Like we've said a million times with this Lucian Nami, they can just sustain it all up and do it all over again. Whereas S9W, they don't have that luxury, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think you really have to get quite a lot done, here. It's not enough to just come out of lane with a 10 CS lead. You're really expecting, kills or plates or something here, because I think you're not going to be able to carry into this comp as a Jhin unless you have a significant lead. And honestly, even if you get fed, it's going to be tough. I really don't think it's a great comp for Jhin to play against. But, I mean, he's picked it right. Must feel confident on the champ.
Yeah. Definitely a lot riding on the success of the S9W bot lane. It does feel like the other lanes don't have nearly as much agency as they do. They're really going to be depending on them to be able to play around. You can see Fear already passing down to the bot side. Hana mirroring that on the red team. Does spot out that ward. It's been a pretty common one. We've seen pretty much in every game, to be honest. But Hana looking to see what he can accomplish here.
Yeah, he has significant mid-pro.
Yeah, Fear did use the E already, but he's going to use the W to interrupt that, and does get smited away for Fear. So not too bad from him. But Hana really just trying to, cause some trouble. Disrupt, and actually he does have the inside track to the bot lane as well, so we'll have to see how deep he goes in here. Spots no one on the red buff, so he knows that Fear's around the Krug area or looking bot. Oh, that's a really bad trade for YJY. He does have the boots potion start, but you still don't want to be taking trades like that.
He's pretty low mana as well. They do have the bot prize, so I can probably just grab the scuttle, but obviously this isn't a big enough lead, to really justify the pick. They're still going to have to get more done.
Yeah, it's not really even a lead at all, to be honest. Oh, Hanabi trading really well on Aurelia. He's going to have kill pressure here. Aurelia looking to see if he can clear the wave. Wow, he's really playing with fire here. Hanabi's body slam is probably up about now.
It might just have to back off, but...
Yeah, and this wave is in a really awful spot for him, too.
Yeah, Hanabi should pull this wave, and... Aurelia's... Yeah, that's really not how you want your Aurelia to be going. Ooh.
Oh, Hana still looking to stir up trouble. Is actually going to pick up
Wow.
Fear smites way too early, and Hana actually picks it up, and that's really devastating for Fear. On the back foot now, and he's going to walk away smug. Oh.
Wow, lots of damage on YJY.
I'm surprised YJY is still taking this trade. Orca and Kriskata chasing, flashing forward, does get rooted up and stunned by the Fear, but does pick up first blood, dies to the tower. Orca now on the run from carries. I think he might be able to get out here. No route available anymore for carries. But Fear, after getting his red buff stolen, tries to get some revenge on the side of DCG.
Yeah. So it was a nice initial invade from Hana. Goes in with the mid party, gets the red. But then on bot lane, DCG, they go for the all-in, knowing that jungle is near. And I think Kriskata could have killed him without flashing. I feel like there's a couple cancelled autos in there. I think it's still pretty good for them. Let's have a look at the replay. I feel like it starts off, pretty well. Poppy is still fairly far away. I really think he could have killed here. I think he cancelled maybe 2 autos. There's one.
Yeah, that's one. Oh, that would have been it as well. Yeah, that really sucks.
Okay, yeah,
forced to dash and flash forward, and forced to die as well. Oh, actually dies again. Oh no, that's a caster curse moment. I feel like he just comes back to lane, instantly dies. Fear stuck around without basing and punishes, and now the wave, give and take. Now it's really bad for the side of DCG's bot lane. Cascada just not being quite careful enough.
Yeah, I feel like the first death honestly isn't too bad. You know, you die, you get first blood, it goes over to the jungler, and you shove the wave under, so that's not too bad. But this follow-up death, where you end up losing a ton of CS, feels really, really rough.
Yeah, but on the other side, very great for the S9W. You know, we're talking about they need to get a bigger lead than just something like a 10 CS lead, and it's looking like it might be able to potentially shape up to something a bit bigger. Let's see how Fear manages to pull this one off. Cascada just walking really far up, carries, flashes forward, gets the root, and Fear following up, gets the Gen W as well. And actually doesn't even need to use the little poppy dash, just walks up and takes him down.
Nesty actually has the red trinket already, so feeling confident enough that he's just always going to have prior, can't get ganked.
Ooh, that's a interesting use of the body slam there. Trying to get away from the Fear actually, so it does make sense. Hana, meanwhile, on the other side of the map, might look to start up the Chemtech break.
Yeah, so they should be able to grab this. They do have quite a lot of mid prior at the moment. I think Hanabi's wave might be in trouble. It's kind of hard to see on the map, but last we looked, it was kind of pushing away from him. So it has to be careful getting that one in. But this should be Dragon going over to DCG.
Ooh, Cascada moving forward. That is a lot of damage. Is it still surprising you?
It does, man. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, you know how you kind of get used to just how much damage champs do, right?
Yeah.
And you get their limits. And I mean, I know it's like Lucian and Nami's damage, but
It just feels wrong.
yeah, it just doesn't look right when I see
Especially for
it.
bot lane, because I feel like a lot of bot lane trades, like if you don't have a Herc champion, it's usually quite small, but you know, chunking someone out half HP just by dashing forward is, yeah, I'm gonna be glad to see that little bot matchup gone.
And now potentially a 4-man coming down here.
Oh, Hana Nesty in position.
There's no TPs up.
Budget Y pinned against the wall, does get bubbled and taken out by Nesty. He's looking for a second one as well. It does get picked up by Hana, but falls to the turret. 2 for 1 for DCG, and that's not too bad.
Yeah,
Wave is in a good spot.
I think that's insane for DCG. You deny a lot of CS. The kill goes over to Karma, and there's no trade on the other side of the map. You don't see Fear go in and take camps. Herald's not up, so DCG, they kind of just get everything they want.
Oh, look, there it is. As is tradition, the pause for this game. Triggering a bit later on, you know, we've seen it trigger in the first few minutes and even, you know, after champ select as well. But, oh, we get to look at a replay in the meantime.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as that bubble hits, really, it's just game over.
I like how Nesty played that. He didn't have the rise up, so he just flashes the wall like a Chad.
That is definitely very based, as some might say.
Who are some? Am I some? But yeah, I mean, that's rough. I think that the problem is that Fear can't find a trade. You know, he's not there in time, but also he's not in time to go into the enemy jungle, and it's really difficult to find a dive onto the Gragas. So ultimately, it just goes over, and while they might be able to start Herald here, it might be too late. Now, S9W, they're bringing their bot lane, so they're pretty committed to fighting this Herald. Will DCG match? I feel like you might be too late. Maybe you just go bot. Yeah, okay. It looks like Cascada's just pathing bot. The Herald is going to go over, which is nice for S9W. If you feel good about getting that. Doesn't come at no cost, though. You do give up some CS on your gen to bring him all the way up here. Nesty should still be getting a ton of prior over mid, especially on these cannon waves. You can just blow these up. Look at that.
That is pretty satisfying.
It is, especially with that skin.
Okay, nice. In terms of mid lane items, Columnia has got his little booties of lucidity as well as the lost chapter as well. So not a bad start for him, but Nesty has got a lot of ages to match that.
Yeah,
so.
That's pretty early. 9 in a row. Okay.
Well, again in the bot lane, seems to have calmed down a little bit until next half health Lucian trade.
Yeah, now DCG, they have to be quite careful here. Nesty actually just ulted back to the lane, but still is not going to have priority on this wave.
Oh, smited away from Fear. He gets his revenge. Hana forced a decoy over the wall.
Okay, they will get out. They will survive the window. It's very scary there when your Rise is not on the map and does not have prior. So just manage to back off. You know, don't lose too much there.
You ever watch Bob Ross?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how is that thing about like the good times and the bad times?
Yeah.
Like, you know, sometimes you gotta have bad times to have the good times or whatever.
Sure.
So this is a bit of a bad time for DCG, right? Bit of a lull period, but you know, you tell it's gonna start heating up in the next few minutes when the pressure ultimately shifts in their favor.
Yeah, Hanabi, he's doing fine. I mean, he's just doing Gragas things, right? It's a
Yeah.
very difficult champ to kill, and while Aurelia is going to build up a CS lead, it's almost like a fake CS lead, just because I feel like she's still going to have very little threat into Wukong Gragas.
Yeah, definitely. Via looking on the bot lane again. He's very quick, actually. Gonna be dashing in here. But it's just gonna clear like, oh, he's already hit his, wait. How was he so fast there?
Was there a scuttle in the river?
Well, he was
Yeah.
fast at the bottom of the room. Must be like water walking or something?
I guess, yeah.
Got a lot of move speed as well. But Hana is in the area to match. Rift Herald pops off 2 plates.
Yeah, nice goal going over. At the same time, Via has spent a pretty long time in the bot river. Obviously, like, you don't really need CS on Poppy a ton, but could be time used elsewhere.
Oh, Hana finds Fia, carries his here to match as well, but Cascada and Orca are here. Fia goes down, shut down by Orca, and carries soon to follow YJY. Doesn't want to step too close in. Calamity are forced to pop the Spirit Rush as well to get away. And good picks for DCG.
Yeah, Orca actually picks up both kills there, which I think is actually not too bad. Like, if you get the mandate earlier on Nami, it is pretty nice. Obviously, maybe you prefer it to be going over to the Lucian, but it's certainly not bad. I think, yeah, I don't know, Fear just kind of popped, and also, I think he'd used up all his tempo. You know, like, he'd already pushed in bot and had to come back, and during that time, they weren't securing mid-priority, so it's very risky to still be in the river after expending all that tempo. And actually, this man does not farm camps. He's just running straight back to pressure the map.
Does get spotted on a well-placed ward by Hanabi, so he's going to be taking a base there, TPing back. Full health, full mana. And the gold difference over time has started to swing in DCG's favor after that little skirmish in the bot river.
The Mandate and the Gale Force are both completed
Wow,
for
that
DCG.
is really scary at the gym.
Way before S9W at their items, and I think, you know, this might be a bold prediction, but I think there could be a bot lane 2v2 kill coming up in the next few minutes.
Oh, Nessie stepping pretty far forward. Does manage to sidestep just far enough to dodge the wall stun from Fear. And actually drops a huge amount of damage on him, so you have to assume it's going to be the Dragon going over to DCG as well. Picked up by Hana.
Yeah, I think it will get picked up here. Pretty hard to contest now, given your item deficits. You know, you're down a core item on your mid AD and support here.
Yeah,
You
that's
definitely
rough.
don't want that fight. You can maybe fight on this Bork Aurelia side, but it's just really hard to make headway into Gragas. I really like Gragas as a weak side top in this meta. It's just so hard to kill him, to poke him out. Difficult to dive as well.
Yeah, taking a step back to look at the overall game state, it feels like S9W are already starting to slip a little bit. Oh, Hanabi using the ult to clear. Very nice explosive cast. Fear and Calamity are both here though. Managed to charm and take him out. TPS here from Nessie, but a bit too late. Doesn't
Ooh.
quite manage to get the route onto Rel here. And they are going to manage to walk away with that one.
Yeah, definitely better than nothing from S9W. Hopefully nothing will be traded
Oh,
back.
Fear getting a bit too antsy there. Dropped pretty low. Hana solo in the mid lane, defending against 3. They'll smite away the cannon, and it's going to reduce a lot of their pushing power.
Yeah.
SNW will pick up a plate for their troubles, but split between 3 people, not really what you want to see, especially when Cascada is soloing the bot tower.
Yeah, I feel like
Oh, that's a lot of
DCG
plates.
might actually be getting more ahead out of this, just giving
Yeah.
so much gold over to this Lucian. And sure, like a kill on Aurelia is nice, but is she really going to be able to do anything? And Hanabi's actually bought a crown on Gragas, which I'm not a fan. I have to say,
He
I'm
is
not a fan.
fan. Yeah, I mean, it's not the...
It's insecure, that's what it
It's
is.
definitely insecure. It's not the worst game for it, and just stuff like the Aurelia, and I guess the Poppin Ari, where they're short range enough where if they use an ability, they're probably already trying to fight, but I feel like it's a different story when you reach the 5v5s against like the Jhin and the Karma. You know, if that pops before the fight, you're pretty much not getting any value out of the item.
Yeah, I think also it's just so much better to go Rod of Ages than Crown these days. There's really like not much reason. I guess the only reason is to be a little bit stronger earlier, but you know, I noticed Gragas early went for the last chapter. He should still have enough mana with Tyr. I actually played a Rod of Ages Gragas game recently, and
Okay,
I can
red flex.
confirm it's good. Better than Crown anyway, at least in my opinion.
Really a Crown hater, because Cascada dropping a huge amount of damage on the carrier, dropping him very low. If that culling was angled a little bit better, could have actually been able to take him out.
Yeah,
But
Karens did not have flash. I think if Cascada, yeah, like you said, angled the ultimate better, I think he should have died. which would have been just a nice pickup. And credit to S9W, they've actually managed to avoid a little bit this kind of power deficit when, you know, Lucian and Nami have their items.
Yeah.
And they don't.
For sure, Carries has been able to pick up his Shurelias, and YJY will probably have enough for his Mythic as well once he bases. So yeah, definitely a window, and a bit of a bullet dodged for the side of S9W. Because we were very scared that they would just start to run over that bot lane, but managed to avoid that by just avoiding the lane completely. But really, explosive cast coming out from Hanabi, forces the flash from YJY, but it's not going to be enough. Gets stunned up, body slammed, barrel rolls out, and actually Carries is going to be to the rescue. Fia is here as well. Hanabi getting rooted once again, twice in a row, and he's going to be trying to drink as much of his brew as he can, but not going to be enough to stay alive in a 1v3 scenario.
Yeah, so dies on the weak side, which does feel bad, but at the same time did manage to pick up a fair amount of CS. And the trade ultimately is worth it for DCG. They break that mid tier 1. They do lose a lot of farm on top tower though. I mean, it's honestly pretty decent for S9W, I think.
Yeah.
All things considered. It's pretty even.
It does feel like for a play like that, you would expect S9W to be gaining a lot more, but like, you know, it's weird to be arguing like whether or not that ended up being good for DCG, because that's not what you want when you're making plays, right? You don't want to have this sort of heads up play and then DCG end up ahead from it. But luckily it doesn't seem to be too much of the case this time.
Yeah, I think the Gragas can just soak up so much more pressure than either the Aurelia or the Jin Karma can. So when those players are kind of, you know, those champs are forced to move away from their tower, you know, Gragas can just stay, ult the waves and buy a lot more time. And even though he's 0-2, he's doing his job here, I think. You know, maybe he can avoid dying, but ultimately, like, not a huge lead has been snowballed against him.
Yeah, if you really want to optimize, I would say, you know, have that initial trade onto YJY, but, you know, leave when he drops the flash, because that's already like a huge dub. Taking Jin without his flash into the next team fight, Dragon coming up in 40 seconds, like, it's going to be rough for him to play that one. He's pretty much just going to have to sit all the way back and use his ult.
S9, they might look for a pick here. There is Hanabi's TP up, but I think this could be over before he gets here.
Columbia hops over the wall with the Spirit Rush, doesn't quite hit the Everfrost, but Charm does land. Realm Warp going to be interrupted, but Hanabi's here to the rescue. Body slams Rel here, slows him down. Columbia has 1 stack left on the Spirit Rush, but they're going to have to back off this time.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, in the meantime, DCG getting that mid push as well.
Yeah, that should be Dragon going over. Not only have S9 lost the position, but they've also just lost some very important cooldowns. No Ariel, no Aurelia ult.
Cascada looking in on Fear as well. Has the Gale Force. Has the Flash as well, but chooses to save it.
Okay.
It would have been pretty close. I'm actually not sure if an auto would have killed him. I
think it would have, but I can kind of respect holding the Flash.
Yeah.
And this will be third Dragon going over to DCG. So even though the gold lead is very small, I feel like compositionally and with the Dragons, they're actually pretty far ahead. It's definitely difficult for S9W to play out this game. Now, they still have a very strong Aurelia. That's like basically the one thing they've got going for them here. But I'm not sure she's going to be able to play into this team comp. The Gragas Wukong just shut her down so much.
Yeah, it feels like the damage threats for S9W are pretty much just narrowed down to the Aurelia. I mean, Columnia and YJY aren't too far behind, but really not, you know, enough to be a huge carry threat. Whereas on the side of DCG, you know, they've got a very, you know, scrappy team composition who really isn't afraid to take those river fights. So it's going to be pretty worrying for S9W when this next Infernal Drake spawns. Ooh, Hanabi getting stunned up. Actually taking a lot of damage. Explosive cast goes wide. Hanabi might be in trouble here. Relia finds the stairs window. Does get the flash up, forces the flash in return from Rel here, picks up that kill, but Orca is here. DCG are closing in. Hana gets kicked out of the map. Orca might be in trouble, has the flash. Cascada also in trouble. How is he in the middle of 4 people? Relia, Orca's in trouble. They're all in trouble one by one. The Jin bullets come out from afar. And S9W might... Ooh, Han dodges the last charm with the decoy, but 3 for 0 for S9W. That is huge for them.
Yeah, really, really well played from S9W. I also think Fia's Poppy ult was really good. Knocked the Wukong completely out of that fight. I'm really not sure how Cascada ended up where he was. Yeah, I think DCG probably needed to play that a little bit slower. They had the collapse, but probably should just like wait out the Aurelia stacks and just wait for everyone to be a bit closer. Hopefully we'll get to see another replay of that. I just want to see how Cascada got there.
Yeah, how do you even end up there? Like, I can't imagine... I feel like the only way you can be there is if you close your eyes and just click around randomly for 5 seconds and see what happens. It really, I don't know.
He was on the widest flank of the
Yeah.
century. That was like a 10-0 Lucian flank.
Does it count as a flank if you're like in the middle of all of them? That's a bit.
Look, he was flanking Aurelia, and he was getting flanked by everyone else.
I guess that's where SNW would least expect to find a Lucian. So, Cascada might be cooking something up.
Yeah, S9W. Okay, let's see this replay. So it starts off. I think Aurelia played this whole thing pretty well. It was really nice to dodge this Greg Assault at the start. Yeah, this is definitely a good start. So it's all kind of looking good, but I don't know. Like the TPs come in from DCG and they're all collapsing on the map. Cascada just walks up the river and gets TP'd on. And then, yeah, so the ult comes out. I think the play is way too fast from DCG. And I feel like Aurelia has like stacks and Conqueror the whole time.
Yeah, it's really the dream fight for them, I guess, when your enemies throw themselves at you. Cascada ultimately jumping the gun a little bit that time, but hopefully he has learned his lesson. He's got the Gale Force and the Rapid Fire Cannon now, building towards his Infinity Edge apparently, and not the Navori Quick Blades.
Okay.
Meanwhile, YJY has got 2 big items to his name. Dragon timer is very slowly approaching though. SNW gonna start with the Baron.
Oh, I like this. Just going for it as the 2-man. I think you do it. Like, you definitely have enough lifesteal to just keep doing it. Ooh, they get
DCG
spotted
don't know.
out.
They use the Scrying Orb. Now, how DCG gonna respond? Cascada trying to trade in onto YJY, but they're clearing the wave. Oh, SNW are back. Hoppy W knocks Orca out of the fire, and Cascada's is dead. Hanabi might be next. Hana's here with the Cyclone, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Hanabi gets taken out by YJY. Gale forces in and finishes them off, and now it might actually be a Baron angle for SNW, but they are very, very low. Nesty, he is a very scary rise.
Yeah, no, I think they can do this. They still have enough turn tools. They have that Aurelia ult, although they don't have Ari's ult, and she is pretty useless without it. I mean,
watch Nesty
DCG,
here.
if they play it well, I think they can contest. Ooh,
Calumny has already
Columbia.
been forced to stop watching. I
He
can't
has
see him getting
flash.
out.
Oh, but he goes down.
Hana going in. Oh, Relhia's in. He's meant to find an angle, but he's dropped very low. Is actually going to survive with the help of Carries' shield, and now Nesty is next. Let's see if he can kite this one out. Flashes forward for YJY, but isn't able to finish him off. But they're all so low. Nesty and Hana, the 2-man team, trying to see what they can do. Not going to opt to chase any further. A decent turnaround attempt from DCG, but not enough to pick up any kills aside from Calumnia.
Yeah, that feels pretty bad. I think you could have got that Baron if you played a little better.
Yeah, the only good thing for DCG from that is that Dragon is up in 30 seconds, and because SNW spent so long around the Baron, they haven't set up any control in the spot side.
So taking a look at this replay, I can't even remember how this fight started. I think Cascada kind of engaged it again, which is sort of weird having the Lucian engage. Let's see, I feel like he took a lot of damage and then kind of got poked out. Are we watching the fight? I can't even remember. Is this how it started?
Have we traveled in time? When was this? S9W?
Okay, it was just like really, really bad.
Yeah, anyway, let's hopefully we can jump back to the live view because there's a lot going on here. Kelly, that was a weird replay. Hanabi in trouble yet again. Explosive cast hits them towards him. Does flash out, but he's dropped very, very low. Does have the TP to get back, so he's going to try and copper base very quickly. But S9W, I think they're already... Oh, they're not quite going for the Dragon yet. This is rough, giving Hanabi time to get back on the map. Calumnia has TP as well, so he could have based. He's half HP. Dragon is now started up. He's channeling his base now, but it might be too little too late. He's forced to stay. And Hana, he's ready. He's waiting. Let's see. Poppy. Oh, ultimate does get interrupted. Dragon 1k does get picked up by Hana. That's going to be the Dragon Soul for them. Cascada doing as much damage as he can. Picking up 2 members. All Fears on the chase, but Nesty on the other side just cleaning up the entire backline of S9W. Only carries remaining. Fear dies off screen. It was too brutal to witness for the spectators. 4 kills for 1. Hana being the lone death for DCG, but huge for them.
Yeah, S9W, I think they took that fight just before Aurelia ult was up, and when she's your strongest member right now, you have to have her your strongest in order to win that fight. Nesty in the backline, I think he was 1v3ing them for about 15 seconds.
You couldn't even see it. The focus was so much on the fight going around the Dragon Pit, but Nesty really just doing everything he can to clean up, and I mean, that's a rise with Rod of Ages and Seraphs.
Yeah, I really want to see this replay. Like, I think the Aurelia ult must have been very close to being up, because you'd have to think an Aurelia with flash and ult being this strong might actually be able to do something, but I think it was taken just a moment too soon. And yeah, Nesty in the backline, they just don't have a lot of damage, right? Like the Jhin and the Ahri, it's not enough. And okay, yeah, let's have a look at this. So pay attention to Nesty. He's just on the left side here.
Yeah, don't worry about the dragon. That's old news. Let's look at
He's
Nesty.
just
He's just 1v3.
Yeah, and also if you pay attention to the bottom here, Aurelia does not have ult up for, I'm guessing, another 15 seconds here. So yeah, maybe played a bit too fast by S9W. Could have perhaps delayed the dragon. They were the ones that started it. If they could have just delayed until your strongest member had ult, until Aurelia was ready to go, might have been able to win it.
Yeah, ultimately though, Smite Fight does not go the way of S9W, and this is a really rough spot for them now. The Infernal Soul adds so much damage, and Nesty already packing a huge punch. This is definitely not the same Nesty we saw on day 3 last week. He's re-energized, he's confident, he's ahead, looking to close this one out for them. Top-lane outer turret picked up for DCG. And S9W's control over the map is rapidly shrinking.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting to see where S9's lead has come from. You know, I think we were expecting the Jhin and Karma to get a bit more done, but it's actually the blind pick Aurelia that's the one who ended up strong, right? So perhaps a sign of light for this team in the future that Aurelia is doing so well, but in this game, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, Aurelia really needs to find, you know, a dream angle, because there's so much disengaged from the side of DCG that it's hard to approach them front on. I feel like he needs to find some sort of side angle or flank to really get the fight going for them. Or have someone else set up for him, but ultimately there's not all that much they can. Maybe Fear with a wide flank, Calumnia with a charm, but I feel like you want to get some CC that hits more than one person, you know?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think this Ahri being the solo AP on the team, not managing to pick up any kills is definitely a little rough.
Yeah, now Nesty's got the Zhonya's in his back pocket as well, and if you thought he was playing like a Chad before, yeah, I'd hate to see how he performs in the next fight. He's going to be fully unleashed. And his Flash is coming up too.
And he's level 16.
And he's level 16. And he's got Infernal Soul Baron buff.
Yeah, he's not messing around anymore. So they still have 30 seconds on this Baron. They might be able to knock down this tower, but I don't think they'll be able to get any more. Unless they can find some sort of engage. And they do have pretty decent tools. They got Greg Assault and Wukong ult.
Yeah, really trying to milk this Baron buff for all it's worth. Picking up a bot side and a turret. I wonder what the next steps for them are.
I think...
Cascada's going straight forward. Almost completely disintegrates Calumnia and Fear on the back end of that with the second half of the culling. They dropped extremely low. Calumnia burns the Spirit Rush as well. Now that's really key. He's not going to be able to find any cheeky picks. YJY pops the curtain call, but Hanabi is just going to tank it all.
Yeah, a lot of cooldowns wasted for S9W. I think if you're DCG, you just keep pressuring. You don't really have a whole lot to be scared of. They could alternatively just play it safe, wait 2 minutes for their Elder.
Yeah, even more gold for them with those end turrets picked up. And S9W, if you look at the Fog of War, they've just got no vision at all. They're moving very far forward. Tidal Wave hits too. YJY is forced to flash away, but he's still going to... Ooh, survive on barely 1 HP. But Rel here does not have the same luck. Gets dropped down, and Realm will pin from Nesty. He's here. But the fight is already over. Relia not able to find anything. Does die with the flash up, but you know, just too much disengage from DCG. He gets locked down and taken out of the fight.
I feel like that was a really weird engage from S9W. Like, sure, this time your Aurelia is strong, but you just used Ariel and Jinal. Both were missing.
Yeah, Columbia dropped so low with 2 autos from Cascada, and yeah, I mean, the tidal wave from Auckland last fight. But Columbia dashes forward. He's got a death wish. I mean, he gets what he asked for. Cascada, no, makes his death extremely swift, and now Elder Dragon up in 1 minute. Oh man, I mean, they're already one-shotting S9W. They're gonna... I feel like Cascada's, you know, gonna dash forward and just, you know, breathe on any member of S9W. They're gonna get chunked out like crazy.
Yeah, at the same time though, I don't even think Cascada has to dash in. I mean, Hanabi just mind controlling Columbia to dashing into him, so his job's kind of done for him. But 30 seconds on this Elder. They have both the mid and bot inhibit, and they have so much bot side control. I think S9, you kind of have to contest it, but I think you're about to get aced. And you feel that, right? Like, I think S9, they kind of know that their position is in a really tough spot here, but what can you do? You kind of have to contest, or maybe they'll try to give it up, but, you know, giving up both Elder and Baron, I wouldn't say it's a winning strategy.
That's not optimal. You don't need to buy coaching to figure that one out. But DCG going to maintain control of the bot side jungle for now, and the mid lane prior as well. SNW really just looking to see what they can get from here. Rel here already dropped to 50 HP. Fear jumps forward to try and deny it, but gets swept up by the tidal wave and eliminated by Criscata. Now Hanabi's looking for the explosive cask. Flashed away by Calumnia.
Yeah, and I think that should
That's
be
just
Elder
it.
picked up. And they can just go... They probably just go play mid top side and just grab the dragon while you're at it, and then... Yeah, I think that'll pretty much be it. Having those 2 inhibs down makes it really, really tough for S9 to contest, and I don't know, it's obviously it's a pretty tough situation, right?
Yeah.
It's very hard to regain control there, and I think Relhia especially can't afford to get chunked out because he's just so much of his team's damage. And Fear, you know, he tries to cancel the Lucian ult, but just, yeah, it kind of pops.
I mean, definitely a team player. But it feels like for DCG it's a matter of when rather than if. You know, they've got the Baron buff and the Elder Drake, and they're one-shotting S9W, making them drop like flies. Criscata is so scary on the Lucian. Pretty much full build now. He's got an elixir as well, so really packing a punch. And, you know, the stopwatch as well, really just denying any entryway that S9W might have. Even if they find some sort of miracle angle, maybe Criscata will do his little mind control 1v4 flank again, who knows. It feels like S9W need that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Nesty pushing in mid-wave.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to walk in the waves with Elder and Baron. S9, they don't have a lot of wave clear from this far behind.
Yeah, I just want to see the numbers on Criscata's next culling. 2 inhibs.
They're going to be big numbers.
3 inhibs now for DCG. They're walking in, hitting the Nexus turrets now as well. S9W not really looking for any sort of fight. I'm hoping they look for something at least. Hanabi does already have his explosive cast down. Relia looking in, but the culling comes down. Relia dropped very low. Not going to be taken out yet, but Criscata flashes forward. Hanabi finds Calumnia as well. YJ1 getting completely deleted. Criscata still looking for more Realm Orb into the base. Let's see if they can pick up the rest of the members of SNW here. They're going to do it very easily, not even losing any HP at all. Hanabi does lose his whole health bar, but ultimately, DCG, very dominating win from them for our 4th game tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the kills are actually kind of close. I think it was 18 to 13 at the end, but you're right. It was very dominating, right? I think it was 4 dragons to 0, and I think given the comp difference, you never felt like they were in trouble, right?
Yeah.
Like even DCG, and they had, I think at some point Gragas was like 0-4-0. You know,
Yeah,
Hanabi,
he was actually not having too good of a game.
yeah, exactly, but it really just didn't matter. I think the comp difference was actually insane. I really feel like Jin Karma is, I want to say trash, but I think that it could work
didn't
if
show
you
its
got a
worth.
big enough lead,
Yeah.
right? But they didn't manage to find that lead, and so they just couldn't really teamfight into the Wukong Gragas. And,
Yeah.
the Rise as well, right? Like we were expecting like a strong AP mid to come through because you don't have a high DPS 80 carry. Instead, you just lock in the Ahri, which is like, you know, more of an enabler when you have damage on your team already. But then it just led to Nesty in the backline 1v3ing because no one can actually touch him. So
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they were from draft relying on YJY, but then Relia. But you know, when you're blind picking out Relia early on, it gives the enemy so many chances to pick champions that are going to make it impossible to play her in a team fight. And that's what we saw, right? You know, a lot of those fights, he was just getting locked down at the start and pretty much getting wiped off the map before he could even dish out any damage at all.
yeah, I think it was also pretty smart drafting from DCG. Like you take away a lot of the AP junglers and the Sejuanis, which makes it more difficult to play Aurelia mid. And then also because you have red side mid last pick, it's quite difficult to blind Aurelia mid too, right?
Yeah.
So they kind of, I want to say, forced this Aurelia to go top. And we have seen S9W flex Aurelia before, right? Like we know there was a potential of it going both mid and top. But yeah, they kind of forced it top. They really shut down the options here. And I felt like, I don't want to say it was just a draft diff because there was a lot of play as well, right? But I really think S9, if you're, you know, a team that hasn't picked up a win yet, you can pick something that's a bit more forgiving than this. You know, this is maybe what I'd expect to see some very top team going for if they're really feeling themselves, you know, if they feel that confident. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once again, SNW, they did have moments where it looked like they might have a chance in the game, right? As you mentioned, the kill count in the end was still pretty even, and they, especially that, you know, that top side kerfuffle, as some might call it. With Rel here, you know, he actually outplays Hanabi really well, but ultimately, like, I don't know. It just feels like there's no real way for Irelia to have more of an impact than that in the whole game, really.
Yeah, I think Aurelia actually did pretty well
Yeah.
given her situation. You know, she's got a pretty tough neutralizing matchup. There's a lot of CC. And credit to Aurelia, I mean, he managed to find angles. So maybe
Yeah.
if they can get Aurelia a better situation, like either, you know, maybe give him the last pick or, you know, just find some way to, you know, get him more... just a more favorable situation, right? He managed to do well in a pretty unfavorable situation, so I'd perhaps be, you know, putting my eggs in the Aurelia basket.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the Aurelia flex potentially was meant to offer some flexibility, but it feels like they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that, right? Because DCG answered very well. They cancelled out the AP mid laners, like you said, and
AP junglers.
AP junglers, sorry, and really just forcing it into the top lane where I wasn't able to do too well. Now let's have a look at this one. I think this is the one where Aurelia actually plays very well against Hana. He gets the stun, and I think he sidesteps their explosive cask as well. Gives them an opening to really look for something, and Hanabi drops pretty quickly after that. But the aftermath is really funny because, you know, you have it looking pretty good for DCG, but then Chris Carter out of nowhere is caught between four, gets taken out pretty quickly, and then Orca is soon to follow. And this was the best moment for S9W in this game. But yeah, not going to amount to anything, unfortunately. And oh my god, Nesty in this fight, popping off like crazy.
And they got the Dragon Steel. I mean, they just got
They got
literally
everything.
everything they wanted out of that fight. They managed to, I think they won it like 4-0, 5-0. Got the Baron straight after.
Yeah, I mean, they got through the bad times. Those were the good times, for sure.
Oh, look at the damage.
Oh,
It's
no.
depressing. It
Chris
really
Carter,
is.
he ran away with this game. He ran.
But that's for sure.
He ran like the.
He was a
like the
high
wind.
impact ADC, that's what I'll say. You know what was so funny about that replay they showed? He was like flashing out of a Karma W into an Aurelia.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, this Karma's rooting you, sure, but you just flashed into their strongest member. But hey, he did do a lot of damage, so, you know, at the end of the day, that's what matters.
He got the results.
He did.
He made it, and that goal difference, you could just see how quickly it spun out of control for S9W. There were some periods of time where they had, you know, actually a gold lead over DCG. It wasn't much, but it's something.
Yeah.
But I feel like that Dragon fight, you know, really turned stuff around, and S9W found themselves with no real way back into the game. I feel like you need some sort of gold lead to make that team comp work. Otherwise, when you're behind, it's just impossible.
Yeah, and I think this is what we've kind of said about S9W before, that they do sometimes have signs of life, but they just don't have enough things going their way. And I think this game was like they had a very difficult to play team composition. You know, Relia's in a pretty tough matchup, so sure, they actually managed to play some moments well, but again, they just make it really hard for themselves.
Yeah, definitely not doing themselves any favors from draft. But I do want to say, like, Relia, again, like, doing such a good job into Hanabi, one of the more seasoned players in the PCS, you know? It's like it's definitely no mean feat, like, pretty much solo killing him. And really just putting,
Okay.
doing very well. But ultimately, MVP goes to Hana.
Thoughts, feelings, concerns?
I don't know. I feel like I wasn't that focused on Hana this game. I don't know if it's because he didn't do much or if because he was just, you know, the silent killer.
He did steal the 4th dragon,
He did.
which
That
is
was
pretty
big for
big.
him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he found pretty good engagers. To be honest, I'm not really sure who I'd give it to if I were thinking about it. I feel like it has to be mid jungle support, probably, right? There was too much inting from top and top and AD.
Yeah. That's a tough one. I wouldn't give to Hanabi. I would
Yeah.
have probably strongly considered Nesty.
I think that's
'Cause
like,
he was really
he
cleaning
had
up in those
he had a
fights.
good game, but that's recency bias. You know, his last fight where he's like 1v3 in the back line. You know, I mean,
That was
maybe
sick,
that's
though.
justified, right? Yeah, I mean, it was. I'm not saying he shouldn't get it. I'm just trying to, you know,
Yeah, I mean, Hana deserves it.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not too happy
Well,
about that.
look, I just think
do you want me to
that
say?
I'm not sure he should get it. That's what I'm saying. Is I think
Yeah,
that
okay.
they all played like fine, except for, you know, top and AD had some in moments. But at the same time, like top and AD had a lot of impact too. They're high impact players, like I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Iris Kyra would play. I mean, they had a lot of moments. Some of them not too good, but ultimately, if you come out with the win, I guess that is what counts in the
Yeah,
end.
a dub's a dub.
Copium. But DCG picking up another win, and S9W unfortunately not able to find their first win tonight, and you really have to hope that they'll at least be able to find one in the first round robin.
Yeah, you would hope so.
But of course, Last but not least, we have our final match of the week, or final match of the night, sorry, not the week just yet, coming up. Frank Esports going up against Megabank Beyond Gaming, Game 5. I don't know what I'm doing here.
What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust, now this time is through. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave is hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for this love, don't set me
dream. Now. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious, but can't you recognize? I know you're cheated, but get up and revive. Intoxicated, get ahead of time, and even you less time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now.
Bring it back, bring it back, oh, bring it back to me. Living on the edge, somewhere in the in-between.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Welcome back to the 2023 PCS Spring Split Week 2, Day 1, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Thank you so much. We're here for Game 5 of tonight. Frank Esports coming up against Megabank Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, I'm honestly not too sure what to expect from this game. I feel like Beyond Gaming, they've showed some very different games, right?
Yeah.
Like that first game where they just came roaring out the gates, destroyed CFO, but then at the same time they've had some games that are pretty lackluster. So
Yeah, they've definitely had trouble against Deep Cross and against PSG. We saw them play against them on days 2 and 3, and really just not really having anything in those games, to be honest. They were getting pretty much, I don't know what the correct word is here, destroyed, wrecked, annihilated? I don't know.
Annihilated,
They
maybe,
really
yeah.
didn't have much chance in those games, it feels like. Whereas on the side of Frank Esports, they're 2-1, picked up some pretty good wins. I think Solo Kill as well really turned around his day one performance.
Yeah, I think this team, I'm not going to say they live or die by solo kill, but I definitely think he's a pretty big part of their team, right? And when he was really struggling on that first day, like it showed in their team. But I think, yeah, since then, he's brought it back. He's had 2 very good performances since.
Yeah, the Gangplank especially was... I'm looking for words again. Mind-blowing. Let's go with that one. Mind-blowing.
Eye-popping.
Yeah. Well, that's a good one. I like that. I'm going to use that one later. But yeah, I mean, not only playing the laning phase out really well against the Renekton, but also the team fighting was just so well played from him. You know, finding those huge barrels, and those are the ones that you really pick Gangplank for, you know, the ones that really count. You know, chunking people to below half HP with 1 crit barrel is really a game changer.
Yeah, it was pretty much a just start to finish Gangplank montage. Just so many barrels hit, so...
Yeah, let's take a look at the Frankie Sports roster. Of course, the Man of the Hour, Solar Kill, as well as Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kai Wing. Honestly, pretty stacked roster. I'm sure we've said this before, but of course, Solar Kill, he did feel like a bit of like the odd one out, and I guess like the biggest question mark, but if he's able to reproduce his same performance that he had on days 2 and 3, like he looked really comfortable on the Cassante as well. So I'm really hoping he keeps, you know, continuing with his form, because it's a really good look for Frankie Sports if he can do that. Yeah,
and I think if they pick up a win here, they move to 3-1, and that puts them at tied first, I believe, right? Like I think everyone currently, there's no one higher than 3-1 now that Impunity was defeated. So picking up this win would be really big for them. Get them nice up there in the standings.
Yeah, nice and cozy along with the other 3-1 teams. It definitely does feel like the winner's circle right now. You really want to be there if you are a team in this league, but...
What's the end game sign they got? You see that?
Yeah, what is that in the background? End game.
Is that like their objective? Yeah, like
that's
just in case you guys forget.
Game strategy.
Yeah.
End game. Oh, that's good.
I like that.
Sometimes you forget, you know, you really just do have to end the game. Make it empty on the gaming. Likai, Kongya, 1116, Fing, and Kino.
Yes, I think this is a roster that has quite a lot of potential. And I mean, they really showed it on day 1, right? Like, it feels weird to say they have potential, even though that was their first game, right? Like, they went so well. I think it's more just maybe reaching that level that we know they can reach more consistently, right? Like, I feel like the Mega Bank Beyond gaming that you see game to game is very, very different. So, yeah, I would like to kind of see them hone in on that style. I think more of what we saw on that very first game versus CFO. I would like to see that. I'm not sure, you know, what they ate for breakfast that day. Or just,
yeah, keep having that. Whatever they had. Yeah, they need that day 1 magic back, because they really looked fully in control in their match against CFO, right? They were, you know, despite being a team with a few rookies that were pulled up from Academy, they really, you know, strutted their stuff on the Rift and took out one of the favorites to win the league in really convincing fashion. So I want picks that, you know, help them sort of bring that confidence back.
And so looking at these top laners, you got Nara, Cassante, Gangplank versus Nara and Jack. So these top laners, they like to get stuck in. And 22% of their team damage was 18.2. Gold difference, both relatively small, although it's somewhat affected by the fact that both teams, they've played very extreme games, right? Like they've had big leads, they've also had big deficits. And I think it's a bit too early to tell too much from that. But yeah, I'd really like to see more carry top matchups coming out. I want to see Cassante gone, because that makes the top matchups way more interesting.
I mean, we've only seen 1 Cassante so far today, right? So
yeah,
not going too bad, honestly. And we've seen a lot more interesting champions evolve in the second week, like for the PCS meta as well, which has been really, really refreshing to see. But let's get into Champ Stakes and find out if our prayers have been answered.
Okay. Frankie Sports on blue side up against BYG on red. Rise, Zeri, also a Nautilus ban against Kaiwing. I don't even remember one Kaiwing Nautilus game where he went like 0-7 or something. Wasn't that
He was doing well.
Really? I swear there was a game where he went like 0-7, but maybe I made that up.
I'm gonna have to fact check you on that one.
Red side Maokai ban. Oh, okay. It's actually matched by Vi. So do you just ban Elise here? I kind of feel like you have to, and then you what? You trade Sejuani and Wukong? I think that's probably what's going to happen here, unless... I like how Frank Esports started this, because they've banned away one of the bot combos. Okay, so I think now you can just pick either Lucian or Nami and then trade Sejuani Viego and be happy with whichever one you went for.
Oh, wow, okay. They don't care at all. They're going for the Sejuani.
Don't. All right.
Oh,
I've been outsmarted.
That's strike 1 for you.
Hey, but Sej is pretty broken too. I like that.
Just to come around, back around to the Nautilus thing though, Kaiwing did play Nautilus there. It was the first tank support we'd seen. It was on day 2, and he did pretty well. So, you know, I don't want you bad mouthing my fellow tank support man. He was playing with the Calista, and I feel like he did a good job being like the primary engage. So, bit of a respect ban coming out from the side of Beyond Gaming. It does feel a bit bad to use one of your early stage bans on an Nautilus though.
Yeah, so do you just... Okay, so actually currently no Lucian Nami priority, just maybe a handshake. Both of them have agreed, we don't want to play that.
Varus and the Ashe potentially for BYG.
Yeah, I feel like it's... Okay, so they take the Ashe away. Now, do you just go for the Lucian Nami? Or are you going to potentially match this with something like Caitlyn Heimerdinger? I feel like the Lucian Nami is... I mean, it's shown time and time again that it's good, but yeah, I think you're right. Like that is a pretty tough lane to play up against. I would be surprised if they dropped either of their bot lane here, though. I think you do take AD and support. Oh, okay. Wow. Frank Esports defying my expectations. They go for the Jace.
They just want to ruin your little prediction game, it seems like. Now, I wonder, are they going to drop both their bot lane bans? Because that would be really interesting.
Possibly. Like, you could go something like Jace Silas here. There's pretty good ults for it. I mean, maybe you just take support and then pick an AD later as well. Tender. Okay, yes, they're actually just taking the double solo lanes with the Sejuani. Get the Jace and the Cassandra. So really strong top side coming out. But now your bot lane has to contend with a very difficult matchup and not very good bot lane picks, most likely. The Relia is hovering. Oh, wait, Yasuo? Okay, this game is definitely not going as expected. Wukong would kind of make sense. It's really the only strong jungler left. Then maybe Viego. I'd like to see the Wukong locked in, especially versus Jace. I feel like Jace, it always feels annoying to versus Wukong. Now, BYG, do you ban ADs or supports?
Yeah, it seems like they're very content to play into the Lucian Nami, so I wonder if they'll expend their bans on more aggressive stuff. That could potentially shut down the Varus Ashe. Maybe like, I don't even know what you'd pick.
Well, I'm sure it's definitely a difficult... Okay, they banned the Ziggs.
Okay.
So I guess that must be something that's been played in scrims. Also would go pretty well with the Jace. The fact they're banning Ziggs means there's probably like a lot of weird options that, you know, they play, right?
Yeah.
Like oftentimes if you can play Mage's bot, you can just play all of them, right? Like you don't just play Ziggs. Lots of other Mage bot options. Now, Frank Esports, I think you just ban... Okay, so yeah, let's say ban Cassandra counters. The Jax is taken away. Other options, we've seen the Udyr. There's the Nara as well, which is kind of a fan favorite. Not a shock favorite, though.
Not a shock favorite.
Okay, what's
sure. I want to see the Udyr again, man.
Yeah,
Give me back the good old Udyr days.
What is this ban? I have no idea at this point.
It seems like they're going on the theme of just stuff that can potentially deal with Varus Ashe.
Leona. Wow, okay, so very... I'm not sure if I've predicted the last few picks right, but Leona, that is another... Okay, so just taking away the tank supports, I guess the only other one left really that's good is like a Mumu or something, right? But wouldn't expect to see it versus Varus Ashe.
Yeah, it does seem like it can be very hit or miss. Yona is an interesting one because it is one of those ones that can soak up a lot of damage and also have options to look on the Varus Ashe, especially when she hits 6 and has that solar flare available. So it makes a bit of sense, but you know, another tank support ban going the way, or targeted against rather, Kaiwing. Oh, I think his camera's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. Okay, now do you take mid or top? It depends which one you want to see their comp and counter with. I think maybe take top. Yeah, I think last pick mid is probably better. You get to see more of their comp. Makes it a bit easier to counter the Renekton. Oh, no, the Camille.
Okay,
I do like that. Yeah, I really like that.
We actually saw this once in the LCO this week as well, so it's cool to see that bleed into the PCS as well. A lot of different ADC holders coming out for Frank Esports. Just showing off their options, I guess.
I mean, Lucian Nami is still up.
It is, yeah. It's surprising to see it last this long. I feel like Frank Esports, seems like they really don't want to pick it here though, just because it seems like it can be pretty rough. Locking the Sliver Yumi instead. Eminem's got a smile, so does Kaiwing. Seems like they'd be pretty happy with this. Although laning phase is of course going to be rough into a Varus Ashe.
Ooh,
Or
they're
the
perhaps not
Thresh.
going for it.
I would love the Thresh. Or the Blitzcrank as well, actually.
I feel like they might just go back to Yumi, honestly.
Like, oh man. Kaibing's
Sivir
really
Pike.
feeling himself on these alpha picks.
Yeah, I thought so.
Come
I
on,
was gonna say, surely
man.
Sivir Pike is not a lane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, last pick mid, you see their whole comp. I think something with range, something with DPS. I could definitely see Azir being picked here. So here's another option. I really think you need ways to kill Sedge, and also range against Sivir is good. Swain, not really a fan, honestly. I feel like more range is better. But I can kind of see it. Okay, so it's going to be locked in. Interesting. I feel like Swain's pretty useless against Sivir and Yumi, but it is quite good against their top side. So if you can kind of just like play, you know, for those top side 3v3s, I think that's kind of good. But definitely kind of struggles against the Sivir and the Yumi. Just so much movement speed. You know, they can always just kite out your ult and then go back in after.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like potentially a little bit of extra lockdown for when the Varus and Ashe are able to find, you know, some key picks, but I mean, their options for that are pretty limited, right? Because Sivir has the spell shield, Yumi's going to be inside the Sivir, and it's only really Pretender on the Jace that is actually, you know, takedownable, to be honest. That's obviously not a word, but I feel like it fits pretty well. Cassandre and Sejuani are obviously going to be very happy to soak those global missiles up.
Yeah, I like BYG's comp. They've got tons of options, tons of threat, pretty much across the board. Where's he going? Bathroom break?
Oh, he's going to start off the next pause for this game.
Oh, I hope not. I really hope not. Yeah, I don't know. I like BYG's comp. Like, I'm thinking, what, you hate it?
No, I like it. These, you know, double ranged lanes like the Varus Ashe, they can always go very heavily in both ways, and it does feel like maybe there's not that much setup. You know, Sivir Yumi is not the easiest lane to gank, you know, if you're trying to help them out. So a lot of it's going to be on them. It does even... I'm just talking in circles right now. I feel like Sivir Yumi in the late game team fights has a bit of an easier time, but that Camille is definitely...
Yeah, Camille I think is a real hard champ to carry against because, you know, you just get locked down. I think you're right that they can't really pressure bot lane, but they have like an immobile Jace mid with Swain E. They have, what, the Cassandre top with Camille ult. So I think there's still ways to kind of make that 3v3 happen, and that's sort of what they want, right? If they're going for the Swain, I don't think it's particularly useful against the Sivir Yumi, but it is good against their top side. So I would expect to see that. Take a look at these comps again. Yeah, bot lane will be interesting. Can Sivir Yumi weather the storm of Varus Ashe? Because I think so far we haven't seen Yumi lanes lose too much against double range, which you'd kind of... Obviously Yumi has sustain, right? But you're not expecting it to be so much sustain that they can survive like the really strong double range bots, right? So yeah, we'll see if they can do that.
I'm also interested to see how this top matchup will go, because this is, you know, first time we've seen Camille, and that means by proxy the first time we've seen Cassandre against Camille. So I wonder if this is another potential counter. I feel like it could be. I mean, definitely dishes out a lot of damage, and Cassandre does get, you know, quite a lot squishier when he is in his all-out mode.
Yeah, I feel like this one should be pretty good for Camille. I think Camille, compared to stuff like Fiora and Jax, is the laning phase 1v1 is a little bit sketchier, but you do have gank set up, and also I think you scale, particularly into those tanks, like really, really well. You can kind of just like short trade and get away, because like what you often see, or at least we've seen so far, is that like a lot of the time the Fioras or the Jaxes will end up fighting, and Cassandre will just chase them down the lane, right? Like it's sort of wild that you're the one chasing down a Fiora, but it's happened. I've seen it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Camille has a much better time at doing that, and also I like Camille for team fighting, right? Like she doesn't just have to 1v1, she can just easily group, she can act as engage, even just locking down the Sivir so other people can kill them. So I think if you can get through the early game and it's like fine, then I'm a pretty big fan of it.
How about the mid lane matchup? Because Jace versus Swain, it's a bit of a weird one, and one that we haven't seen very much of.
Yeah, so I think this should be pretty good for Jace. Swain is not the strongest laner, and obviously Jace also isn't as strong mid lane as he is top lane, because you can't like fit in as many autos. It's a bit harder to chase people down the lane. but I still think the Pretenders should be able to get priority on the Jace pretty much the whole time. Now, the 2v2 is a bit more interesting because very early game, Sedge and Jace is that's a pretty tough 2v2 to come up against. But at level 6, it's really hard for them to burst down a tanky Wukong or a tanky Swain, right? And I think those champs, if they can just like keep the fight going, they're really strong, right? So I think early game 2v2, I'd favor the Jace Sedge. Level 6 onwards, I think I'd give it to the Swain Wukong.
That's interesting that you mentioned that Jace gets prior in that lane, because it doesn't mean that there's a lot more threat on the BYG bot lane where they are a bot lane that needs to be safe and be able to do their thing and be able to bully out the bot lane of Frank Esports. So potentially a window there for Frank Esports to really sort of push down and see where it hurts.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see Feng and Kino pressured so much that they end up dying, but I think you're right that they can kind of use that mid priority to alleviate pressure on bot lane, right? Like they can make it so Yumi is just scaling for free. And obviously if you get free scaling on these champs, they are very, very strong. I still sort of wonder, like, can Sivir play against this comp? Because I feel like Varus and Ashe outrange Sivir, right?
Yeah.
And then I feel like Wukong Camille is such strong engage. I'm not sure. It's like an interesting pick. I'm not a Sivir player, so I'm not gonna go too hard on it. But it feels to me like it's a tough game to be any AD carry, to be fair. But I feel like a short range one, yeah. I don't know.
And it does feel like for, I guess, all of Frank Esports, really, they need to be very vigilant, especially in the mid game, with all these projectiles flying out. A lot of it is going to ride on how Kino does when he fires his ults, and whether he's able to find those cheeky little stuns, especially on Pretender, because they really don't have much by way of protecting him. But thankfully, we are heading into the Rift once again, 5th and final game of tonight. All the other games today, they have been really good, and we've seen some obviously very interesting picks, and that's going to be no exception for this game. I don't want to mention that's foggy on the Rift again, because we did that all of week 1 and they got a little bit stale, but we are back on the Rift. Frank Esports versus Megabank Beyond Gaming. Let's see who's able to take out the win. Frank Esports is 2-1, BYG 1 and 2, so both teams really looking to try and claw their way up into those higher rankings on the standings.
Okay, so it's the Lethal Tempo Varus. Oh, we're having something going on. Okay, Lethal Tempo Varus and Alacrity. So this should be on-hit Varus, I'm assuming.
Okay.
So that does give them a pretty good way of dealing with Sedge and Cassante. Like, I kind of like it. There's the Yumi stain there that makes your poke a bit more difficult, and they just have 2 tanks, right? So I actually think going the on-hit Varus this game does make a lot of sense. And I think, like, between Varus and Swain, should have a reasonable time killing the Cassante.
Force that extra utility as well. I guess the only drawback of that is that it gives Eminem 1 more person to hit, because he's not going to be 2 screens away firing off his arrows, right? He's going to be up close and personal. He has opted for the Ghost as well, whereas Eminem has Cleanse instead, which does feel like a necessity in this lane. Wow, this is an interesting stuff from BYG. Actually walking straight in, Kino dropping the Hail of Blades attacks and dropping Eminem very, very low, forced to pop one of his potions, but Kino also taking a lot of damage on the back end of that trade.
Okay. So, Hollow is going to be closer. Is potentially pathing for the 3-camp bar.
Yeah, and it has been something that we've seen from a bunch of different teams, actually. The 3-camp clear, especially on the Sedge as well. And it has been pretty successful. Seems like teams generally don't really expect this, so I wonder if he'll try and go for that.
Yeah, they don't actually have a ward up between them. They use a ward at level 1, and Kino has a red trinket. They are pushed. Okay, so...
the Hawkeye does come out.
Yeah, it's going to spot it. Yeah.
Okay, so Hollow is actually pathing up top. I guess they would have found that out regardless, so... I guess pretty good heads-up play from BYG. They must have been aware that, they would have the Hawkeye available level 2 to figure out where Hollow's passing. We're going to turn out pretty well for BYG. They get to be left alone in the spot lane and hopefully continue pressuring Eminem and Kaiwing.
Yep, so they're building up waves here. They might actually look to dive bot. It's possible.
Well, Kongya is in the area.
Yeah, they might bring him down if they can get more damage out, because the problem is that they are at a mid-TP deficit.
Kino taking so much damage. He's got no more pots now as well. This is a bit dicey for him.
They're going to try. They have a big built wave.
Yeah, they're shoving it in. Kino does have heal available as well.
Well, they just used the arrow. I'm not sure about that. I think they might just be playing to get Pretender's TP.
And Kino's gobbling up every skill shot available.
Kino's just
Kongya
going to die.
jumping straight in, and TP forced out. Kongya does make it out as well. So pretty well played from BYG there, you know, making sure that they're not overcommitting, forcing Pretender's TP, and 1-1-1-6 going to be able to get a bit of a CS lead.
Yeah, that's really, really good. Hollow's going to mess this wave up for Swain, though, which does feel pretty bad. But getting... Now, normally, if you're playing without TP mid, you're expecting to fall behind at least a little as your opponent gets a much easier first base.
1-1-1-6 actually stays.
Ooh,
Solo kill.
Big trades.
Solo kill on the Cassante. We'll see if he can have as big of a performance as he did last time when he was on this champion.
Hollow
top
is
matchup.
nearby.
Sorry?
Hollow is nearby. He might look mid, just going to sweep it.
If he looks for anything, he's just gonna walk back 3 to his Raptors. Oh, actually, wow, nice dodge. Props for that. I thought he would get hit.
Yeah, they might bring support mid, just to kind of help fix the wave. Top lane, still a fair amount of mana here for Lakai. I wonder if you just help push this in. Ooh, maybe steal some chickens?
Oh, I don't think he got any there.
I
got
one CS, yeah. Okay, nice, good hustle.
An honest day's work. BYG not picking up too much so far. Seems still very stable.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a slow early game. I feel like neither team is, you know, so bad scaling wise that they really need to force something. I actually think both teams scale reasonably well here. Like obviously there are like windows of early game strength from stuff like the Varus, but you know, given that you're building on it, still scale reasonably well. And actually,
Hollow's here. Might actually force out some summoners from Fing. He has the flash charge. Fing plops both summoners in return, but they're going to try and kite back and get as much damage on the back end of this as possible. Highwing dropped very low, but pretty good from Hollow.
Yeah, reasonable trade though on the back end, and has Vamp Scepter and 2 biscuits, so can probably stay in this lane long enough. Swain's actually going for the Rod of Ages, which is sort of surprising. Most Swains at the moment do just rush Rylai's and then build Leandries. But here actually opting for the Rod of Ages, I'm not sure. I mean, I still think it's probably better once you finish stacking it, but obviously it does make you weak for a pretty long time. So it's definitely a strong option as well. Probably going to go for the Roa Rylai's or something.
They're really bad. I would have thought the Leandries would offer more value in this game against stuff like the Sedge and the Cassante.
Yeah, it's definitely more damage. There's no doubt about that, but you are going to be taking a lot of damage. I'm not sure. I think the Rylai's Leandries is a better build overall, but I don't hate the Roa. It's not like Roa Azir that we saw earlier today.
Yeah, true. And they do actually have some decent damage dealers on their team as well, so I guess just looking to be more of a disrupting force rather than the main DPS.
Yeah, BYG, they pick up the first drag. It's also a mountain drag, which is pretty nice because there's going to be a lot of resistances built on this team. And the first dragon, having a Swain, does feel kind of nice.
Oh yeah, going to be forced off the Scuttle Crab.
Okay.
Bit of bullying on the Rift. Hollow and Pretender. Oh wow, Keno actually dropped very low. I don't know how that happened, but Eminem. Oh, actually Kaibing picks up that kill.
Fang still has all 3 of his cookies.
Low. Oh, why are you basing there, my friend?
No.
Hollow.
He's going to get quick scoped.
Oh, Hollow actually doesn't go for it. Looking for Kongyu instead. Doesn't pick up the Grom. Kongyu actually picks it up. Hollow going to chase on this as well. Has the ultimate available.
I think he's...
Oh, pops a flash, but he's still dead. That was a
okay, yeah. This
dodgy
was
flash.
That was a bit of a yikes from me, Scoob. That was... I mean...
Zoinks.
Yeah, he... Oh, man, what am I watching there? 'Cause I don't know what to say.
Let's have a look at how Keno dropped this low.
He just gets flashed on, and I guess he doesn't have any subs and just dies.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I don't know. And Fang, he still has these 3 biscuits. I'm not sure if he thinks Santa's coming to gobble those up, but he's just holding on to them.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that previous gank from Hollow really paying dividends now. You know, punishing the 2-range bot laners with no flash. And you have to wonder why Keno's even that far up in the first place. And already we're seeing, you know, this Varus bot lane not paying off as well as they would have wanted it to.
Yeah, I think we went from being Lucian Nami haters to Ash haters. I don't know, I swear Ash is so broken, but yeah, so far hasn't really found anything. And the Silver Yumi definitely just getting the opportunity to scale up.
Yeah, and Kaiwing using that early gold boost to actually purchase a lost chapter, so he's going to be going towards the AP build as well, which makes sense. You know, they don't have much AP on their side, but they have the extra damage. Feng, what are you doing there, my friend? He's got no summoners, gets pinned against the wall and taken out by Pretender. Hollow's there as well. Oh, wow.
Oh,
So looking on Lee Kai actually makes him tank a turret shot or two. Good trade on his side, and that.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so I think Feng ended up there, I think, because they were going to bring their bot lane up to Herald. Now, the one nice thing about him dying was it meant they had no cooldowns to contest, but Kino, he found. He's just dead as well,
the
right?
final chapter as well.
Dude, Hollow is just running around the rift killing people.
Yeah, what is it with these Chad Sejuani players, man? I suppose it's Sejuanis that are doing the most work, and Kyrie picking up that kill as well. Going to accelerate their Ludens, which is actually very valuable, especially in this bot lane, right? Helps you match against the Varus and the Ashe poke. And, I mean, not that that matters, Feng's not even able to get into his lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is real depressing. You're playing Varus and you're losing this much to Silver Yumi. And there's not a whole lot more he can do here right now until his teammates come back to lane. Lost so much CS.
Yeah. And it's accelerating the Silver Yumi even more.
Yeah.
It's a 3k gold lead for Frank Esports at not even 10 minutes into the game. And Feng getting chunked out so much. The Silver Qs, the Yumi Qs.
Oh
He's
my
got the
God.
Vamp Scepter, and he's still holding onto those cookies as well. But
Good for him. And Hollow might actually just look again. Feng almost has flash up, but he's so low that he could just die to some random damage here. And the gold lead
oh
is
my
starting to build up.
goodness, that's a cliff.
It is. Yeah, I really like kind of how you were saying the AP Yumi. Like, obviously, pretty much the only AP threat on the team
Yeah.
other than the Sedge damage, but also there's not great sustain on the other team, right? There's no Nami, and obviously they don't have a Yumi. So the only sustain is going to be from stuff like Shield Bow, you know, Rod of Ages. Definitely not as big, right? Like, the poke will definitely stick, which is pretty important because I think you can win a lot of these fights before they start.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Boomerang Blade, you got the Jace Qs coming out as well. They actually have a pretty decent poke comp, and a good frontline to back it up as well.
Yeah, I'm liking Frankie Sports' chances here. I think that a lot of this game rested on, you know, kind of like the top lane counter pick and the strong bot lane. Now, the top lane counter pick is a bit more of a time bomb,
Yeah,
right?
TBD.
It hasn't popped up yet, but the bot lane, I mean, they're in dire straits. Again, they don't exactly scale bad because they're going the on-hit build, but they're, you know, you're still expecting Ashe and Varus to do a lot more early game than Silver Yumi.
Yeah, Siv's already picked up her Kraken Slayer. Good on your Eminem. And the Dragon is going to be up very soon. And BYG, they are in the area, and they've set up Vision quite thoroughly down the river as well. I wonder if Frankie Sports are going to try and take this fight. 1116 has hit his Rod of Ages now.
Yeah, I think you definitely contest this. Even with Swain having a Rod of Ages, I think you're just too strong. Now, Pretender doesn't have TP, so you can't actually base and spend his item.
Yeah,
I'm not sure they want to start it, though. I feel like you want to either engage the fight or poke them off it.
Oh, Hollow. Oh, wow. Actually manages to dodge that. I thought that would have hit. Hollow going forward with an ult of the zone. The last chapter, final chapter, rather, to follow up on that. Pretender getting caught out. Jumps in on 1116, but dropped half HP. 1116 is even lower, though. Hollow is chatting it up. Same with Eminem. He's just running straight forward. Meanwhile, on the back end, Feng's trying to do what he can. Double kill for Eminem. Kongyo going to run away. Tail between his legs, quite literally, because he's a monkey.
Yeah, that's really rough. I'm surprised that they tried to fight that because I think that Rod of Ages being completed on Swain is like a little bit of a bait here because Rod of Ages is only really completed when it gets 10 stacks, right? And yeah, like if you look at the rest of your items, no Mythic on Wukong, no Mythic on Varus, and obviously none on Ashe either. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sever was so strong there, and Yumi has really strong components. I'm surprised they felt the need to fight that. Have a look at how it started. So they missed the Ashe ult. There was a re-engage onto the Swain. Now, if you can take Swain down early in the fight, it kind of makes it difficult for him to just walk in and keep extending his ult, right? Because he's just too low to begin with. And Sever, Eminem, put out so much damage off the back end. There's just no threat onto him. He just gets to run at people.
Yeah, it feels like the Cyclone is the only thing that's stopping him. And the Camille, of course, but Lee Kai obviously not around to try and help out in that fight. Top lane island so far, but on the bot side, definitely bot lane doing wonders. And not even the bot lane actually, I guess every other member of the team.
Yeah. Top lane has been a bit of a snooze fest. Always feels bad to be a scaling top laner while your team kind of falls apart around you.
Indeed, 5 mythics picked up for Frankie Sports now. 4.5k gold ahead. And a dragon to the name as well, so BYG not going to have that pocket drag win con either. They're really just trying to get, I don't even know, I guess some more items on Fing so we can start dealing damage and 116's Rod of Ages stacked. But other than that, we're still yet to see whether or not Lee Kai's Camille will be effective, and it seems like that's going to be key in this game.
Yeah, I think at this point you are praying for the Camille win condition because I really don't think it's ever going to come from 5v5 now. I think you're already at too much of a deficit. Maybe they can look to pick, right? Like, as we were kind of saying before, they still have a lot of tools to pick people before the fight starts, but yeah, it's pretty hard to pick a Sivir.
Yeah, just look at the gold difference as well. All 4 members. Everyone is ahead of their lane counterpart on the side of Frank Esports. They've really been able to generate their own leads, and Pretender actually in the lead as well, which is pretty surprising. He's only got 1 kill, 2 assists, but just building up that CS lead slowly but surely.
I think also the support gold is massively in favor of Yuumi, and Yuumi is just already way outscaled Ashe. Like, Ashe is now kind of useless in this game other than her ult.
Oh man, the poke. Kongyu does have a pretty good flank, and he hasn't been spotted out just yet, but I think Pretender might suspect something. Nope, he's still going to walk forward into the river anyway. Solo kill is around on the flank of his own, but Kongyu still hasn't been spotted. He's worried about getting spotted out by a ward, but there's nothing there. Oh, this could be huge for him. Gets cycling onto one. Lee Kai jumps onto him. Eminem deleted. 1116 gonna fall down as well. Pretender looking to see what he can do. Kino all on his own, and BYG running away. Fing, oh, the summon area actually takes him down in the end. Killing spree for the catch.
Yeah, I mean, that fight, it started pretty well for BYG. They did manage to pretty much just one-shot Eminem, but they just don't really have any damage left. Like, I think they used the Camille, Wukong, Varus Q as well, and then after that, sure, the Camille's like your sustained damage here, but she's not strong enough yet. If we have a look at this, like, the engage on Eminem initially is great, but 1116 is just not tanky enough. He goes down pretty early, and then after that, like, what damage do you really have? Everyone's too low to hit. Kind of have to leave.
Yeah, props to Solico as well in that fight. We couldn't really see it on the spectator view, unlucky Fing. But he was really cleaning up the backline, forcing people out of the Baron pit, like out the back as well. Not only does that burn their summoners, but it forces them out of the fight too, and pretty much renders them useless.
Yuumi did the most damage in that fight.
2.2k damage
compared to Ashe's 139.
No, man. I'm so glad that that's not going to exist next patch.
It is disastrous.
It is, and it's only going to get worse for them as well. They really don't have any tools to be able to deal with this poke. Like, they need to try and, I guess, engage with an Ashe arrow from afar or find a flank for Kongyu. But even in that fight, he had pretty much a dream flank, deleting Eminem completely at the start of the fight, but that's just not enough.
Yeah, I think rapidly running out of options here for BYG. Kaiwing as well, going to build the Putrefier second, which really shuts down a lot of the healing coming from BYG.
Yeah, oh my god, Kongyu.
Wow.
He gets pretty much a quarter hit from that one Yuumi Q. I feel like at this point, Eminem is kind of like the bait, because you really just want the Yuumi to survive.
Yeah, yeah. Eminem carries her around. Oh, okay, so actually looking for an arrow onto
coming
Pretender.
out. Ooh, just barely misses. I don't know if... Oh, thumbs up. Rammus, you might gotta love that one. I saw one with like 2 thumbs up Rammus as well. I think it's a new one. Have yet to see it on the PCS stage. Killed, drop down in the mid lane.
They could maybe just play for inhib here, honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
Kongyu has an angle again, but forced to decoy away. So
the Herald died.
That was pretty quick. Pretender chunking out as well.
That was definitely a zoning ult.
Just the zoning ult, Copium. It's so funny that Kaiwing's Qs do the same amount as Jace.
Yeah, that is pretty depressing.
Kongyu is still looking on the side to see what he can find. Lee Kai is in position as well, but... Well, they are bunched up. This could potentially be an opportunity. Kongyu does have the flash available as well. Oh, but the final chapter just taking out Kino. I don't even know why he's that far up. And he dies with the flash up too. Red turret destroyed for Frank Esports, the inner turret. And the dragon is up as well, but they're really in no rush to take it. They're just trying to see how much they can get in this current map state.
Yeah, I think after this tower goes down, the gold lead's going to be up at around 10k
Yeah,
at 18 minutes.
Not even the 20-minute mark yet. Likai, realizing that they have no hope of defending these towers, trying to see what he can do on the top side. But ultimately, I think he's only going to pick up a few CS. They might try to look on solo kill here as well, but I actually don't think they have enough to kill him.
They're going to try, but...
Oh, he's running away from his tower.
I think he's fine.
Oh, yep. I wonder if Likai's fine here. They're going for the 1v1. Likai doesn't have his hookshot available. Solo kill is just going to keep going for it.
Oh, no.
Likai forced the flash away. Hookshot does come back up, thankfully. He's going to... Somehow, after being the one who engaged on that, Likai does escape with his life. And solo kill now might actually be in trouble. Has the unstoppable still. Dropped very low. It's pocked up by Kongyu.
Okay, so they get something
Yeah.
at least, but it does feel a little bit like too little too late. And Solico managed to stall for so long there that they lost a lot of waves on the other side of the map.
Honestly, it did feel like a bit of an unnecessary death. I think he was just feeling himself a bit too much, trying to go for that 1v2. But when his all out runs out, he really is all out of options.
Indeed. 4 minutes on the next dragon. Herald's up in 20 seconds. And I think at this point, you know, Frank Esports is strong enough that if they want something, they're going to get it. And there's just not a lot BYG can do about it. I think, yeah, maybe just keep throwing Ash ults down whichever lane Camille is in and just hope Likai can snowball enough to do something. But it's really looking difficult here. If you fall behind, especially as the spot side like Swain, Varus, Ash, it's really hard, right? Because when you're ahead on Swain, you know, you can stand the fight, you can keep life stealing. But if your team is behind or you fall behind, you just die so early that you don't even get to make use of your sustained DPS at all.
Yeah, things still yet to have an impact on this game, in fact. And Kino sort of having the same thing. Even, you know, with his Asher on a relatively low cooldown, he's yet to find any value from it. I feel like they need to start trying stuff out if they want to be able to have some way back into this game. But to be fair, not really many options at all for Kino, you know. As we said earlier, you can only really aim for Pretender, it feels like, and he's just off doing his own thing in the side lane, making sure to stay out wide clear of that Ash.
Yeah, I think it's pretty difficult for BYG to ever get anything done with the Camille. Like, you can allow her to push, but can you dive again? I don't think so. Only when solo kill is low can that happen, and it takes time for Camille to build that up.
Yeah, Frank Esports actually rushing in. They have the move speed from the plant, which means they're going to be able to gap close very quickly. Likai on his own now, being completely abandoned by Kongyu, and he does get stunned up. Hookshot doesn't quite connect with the wall. Pretender picking up that one. Little extra cash for his back pocket.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big kill, honestly. It buys solo kill more time just to kind of stay even with this Camille, and obviously shuts down Likai's farming here. They could maybe even just like look to re-engage or perhaps even pressure Baron. They know that Camille is so important to this comp.
Frank Esports actually do take down the Baron relatively quickly. Whereas BYG, they don't have many tools to stop it. Hollow looking for an engage, but doesn't quite connect with 1116. Gonna settle for the red buff instead. Eminem doing a lot of damage on the back end. Oh my god, the Yumi Q. He's not even building any more AP, which is surprising. I feel like he'd want to go for more, but I guess the Chemtech Putrefy value
Yeah, I think it's
really
just way
high.
too good to not buy this game. He'll probably go Rabadons after, though. Oh.
Oh wow, Kongyu is really having a rough time getting into his jungle. Goes down. Once again, 2 Kairing on a rampage on the kitten. Hollow might be in trouble here. Does manage to dodge that last arrow, and now solo kill is here in a 1v4 situation. Gonna walk that one off.
Yeah, the steed does not go down. Yumi just gets the free hit pretty much the whole fight.
Yeah, and actually finding a lot of value sticking on Hollow rather than, you know, damage dealer, because Hollow is the one really getting up close and personal and helping reduce that range for those floating Yumi Qs to really find their mark.
Kaiwing completes the Putrefier, so they're going to be really hard for any healing to come through in BYG. Eminem gets his base cancelled. It's pretty annoying. Now the third dragon will be up in a minute, and if you're BYG, you probably, I don't know, it's like you kind of have to give it and allow Camille to scale. At the same time, I really don't think you're going to get time to scale. So maybe just kind of Hail Mary it. Tendo, there's a lot of people in the area. Will they look on him? Maybe not.
I think BYG getting a little bit nervous about the potential Baron threat here. Trying to regain control while they can. And while Frank Esports are off on their resets and resetting their waves. So Kill is going to start setting up shop in the bot lane as well as the Dragon starts coming up too. And BYG really, not much control at all. They've got some space to move around with on the very top side of the jungle, but Frank Esports are really nowhere near right now.
Okay, Dragon is going to be up. I wonder if they just send a couple of people to solo or 2-man it. Yeah, I feel like you don't need to give up your bot lane control or your topside control.
Yeah, it just makes it even worse with BYG. They can't take anything back in return for this. It's just going to be a free Chemtech Drake handed over to Frank Esports. And declaring Baron Vision as well.
Yeah.
It's a win across the map for them.
Now, 2 items has been completed on several BYG members. Kino kind of struggling to get his first item.
He'll get there eventually.
Yeah, Kaiwing, he's 2 items deep, so not looking good for him.
Olo just walking around and letting Kaiwing keep confused. There's 3 people on him. Arrow does hit. Does get locked down as well by the Varus group. But 3-man, the final chapter into Juani ult. Pretenders here as well, trying to deal damage. 1116 dropped very low, does get picked up by Kaiwing yet again. He's unstoppable on the Yuumi. Lee Kai might be next. Holo is going to keep chasing. The Yuumi Q does connect. And that's 3 members of BYG stuck on this tower. Pretender picks up Kongya, Kino, and Lee Kai fighting for their lives right now. But they're getting dove into their inner turret. No trouble at all for Frank Esports. It's going to be a double kill picked up for Pretender. Kaiwing, ooh, bit close to dying there, but at the same time, not really. It's a clean ace for Frank Esports. Look at the damage. That just tells the whole story.
Yeah, once again, Yuumi, Kaiwing comes out on top. And also, that was kind of crazy. I mean, they engaged on Holo Sejuani when it was just the 2 of them in the jungle.
Yeah.
They were showing members on mid lane. So BYG thought they could make a pick, but Holo ended that fight reasonably high health still. He was never really in danger of dying, just buys that much time.
Yeah, and the thing is, when they were trying to all in, they put themselves in the perfect position for a 3-man final chapter. I'm sure we'll see again in the replay.
Yeah, so I mean, look at all the CC coming out, but they just
right
stack up, and now there's just so much AoE coming in from Eminem's Sivir here. They just get chased down, and Lakai, he TP's in, but Camille's honestly just not strong enough right now to make up for this kind of deficit. And I mean, you're getting dived under your tier 2 here. It's pretty horrible.
They think they're safe under the inner turret, but the Avengers assemble and Frank Esports clean up Beyond Gaming. And looks like they're going to clean up the game next as well.
Yeah, we know who the real support is here. Sivir only 8.7k total. Kaiwing, he's taken over. He's almost top damage in the game. Second only to Pretender right now.
BYG, I'm trying to think of ways for them to make a comeback back into this game, but Kino's arrows are pretty much useless. He hasn't hit a mythic at all. He's really just not having.
Wow.
He can't do anything.
Yeah.
And it's just not enough damage. I feel like Lee Kai is still kind of the only hope, but he's definitely not enough by himself to carry the whole team fight.
Yeah, I think they're
look
really
at the poke.
There just aren't any options for BYG here.
No.
I think your only chance is to hope they dive your Nexus or something.
Yeah, oh my god, the poke keeps coming. The Holo ult comes out. 116 forced to pop the stopwatch. Gonna flash away and pop demonic. What is it called? Something demon.
Demonic Ascension, maybe?
Demonic Ascension,
I don't know.
that's the one. That
Is
sounds
it?
about right.
I don't think that's right.
Oh my god, Kaiwing is dominating. Picks off 116 in the middle of the minions with the Yuumi Q. He's having the time of his life. I feel like this is the true AP Yuumi experience. And Lee Kai is trying to proxy the minions, but there's just too many. 4 cannon minions in the base. Kong, you're going to get picked off. Cyclone comes out, but Frank Esports, they don't care. Anyone can be Frank. And I'm going to be frank with you. It seems like this game is all but over for BYG.
Yeah. BYG, I'd like to say they did their best, but I mean,
Lee Kai,
it was really rough.
Oh, he misses the hook shot too. Oh, he actually very close to picking up Holo
That
there,
was
but
dumb.
just not quite enough damage solo kill. Trying to pad his damage taken numbers. And damage dealt for Kaiwing. Do you think Kaiwing will have the most damage this game? Okay, never mind. We'll talk about that later. It's going to be the win for Frank Esports, picking up their 3rd win, joining the winner's circle. BYG, on the other hand, looking incredibly lost this game.
Yeah, I think even though some of the other games we had were, you know, it felt like they were kind of one-sided in terms of like maybe kills or something, I think that was by far the most one-sided
so
game of the
rough.
day. Like, I think if your Varus Ashe is getting solo killed by Yuumi, we're in big trouble.
Yeah.
We're in big trouble. And yeah, I don't know. It felt like after that, it's weird because you kind of fall behind, but then you're still expecting that you can win some of those early skirmishes. But once they took that one dragon fight where they had just the rower on Swain, you know, no boots, they had no completed mythics on anyone else, and they were playing into that Kraken Slayer Sivir, it was just too hard for them to win. And once they fell that far behind, you know, Yuumi is a very unforgiving champ to play against. You fall behind versus Yuumi, suddenly your poke doesn't stick, they can engage, you know, they poke you as well. It's very difficult to play against a champ, and, you know, I'll be glad to see her gone.
Yeah, definitely. There's like that mental edge as well. You know, the fact that you lose bot lane to Sivir Yuumi, it really just hurts you for the rest of the game. You saw it with Kino, you know, he was just unable to find anything for him in the game, right? It feels like after laning phase, he just lost all meaning for his existence in that game.
Yeah, I mean, he had a rough game.
It was a rough one.
Yeah. If you fall behind as, you know, a squishy champ like Ashe, your team's that far behind, you are just going to die over and over. Like, I honestly think once you're 0-3, you might as well go 0-10, right? There's, like, not too much after that. But I do think, yeah, he really struggled to find anything. You know, like, there wasn't really any successful Ashe-ults. They never turned their picks into a lane lead. So, yeah, pretty mediocre performance from BYG. I'm not even sure, like, perhaps the draft can be optimized, but I honestly think it was more of a gameplay problem. I think we're just kind of losing lanes, and even though Lakai's Camille, you know, looked like it was eventually going to be a problem, it was just, they were down, what, 10k gold at 18 minutes? That's just, yeah.
Yeah, you really need a miracle to come back from that. One Camille is not going to be able to save you from that 10k gold deficit. And I feel like the Swain counter pick as well really didn't work out again. You know, that last pick really not being effective for them.
Yeah, now was it Swain last pick or was it Swain third pick? I can't really remember the draft now. I feel like
it doesn't even matter. That's
yeah, okay. I think you definitely, maybe it was fifth pick. I can't quite remember, but yeah, you're right. Like, the Swain didn't really lead to anything. I do think he might have entered himself a little bit with his build, but at the same time, even if he built better, I don't think it would have mattered too much. I really think, like, too much rests on your bot lane this game. If they fall behind, it's just not playable. A replay here. This was the fight where they just they killed Eminem to begin with, but they kind of just ran out of damage and Kino. That reminds me of Chris Carter, just in the middle of 4 people there, just gets taken out. And the Yuumi, she's just headshotting people.
Yeah,
in
the Scorch and the area, and that's of course, you know, them lining up for the 3-man final chapter as well. Really not a great situation for BYG. I feel like I'd prefer not to be in that situation, and from that point on, they're just on the run. Trying to run back to the inner turret, but as we've seen already, it's just not going to work out for them. Frankly, Swartz feeling too confident. 5v2, dive it without any trouble at all. Juggle aggro pretty well as well, so props to them for that. But ultimately, too far ahead at this point. Look at that goal difference graph. There's no red at all.
Yeah, so you're right. Kaiwing did end up top damaging by just a little bit. It was close though. Pretender, another poke champion, was just behind. And yeah, I mean, look at, we got 3k on the Wukong, 5k on the Ashe.
Yeah.
It's not looking too good.
And the Ashe and Wukong both, you know, it's those champions where you end up, you know, a few k behind and you just don't do anything anymore. Like, even if Wukong finds a nasty engage, if there's not enough damage to follow it up, he's not going to be able to do anything, right? He's there to set that up for the rest of his team. If there's nothing to set up, you're just kind of dead weight at that point. 20 kills to 2 in that game. And BYG kind of getting a taste of their own medicine, you know, taking out CFO in such convincing fashion on day 1. Now getting taken out like this. And these last few games have sort of painted a similar story for them. It feels like after their day 1 victory, they've lost all of their steam.
Yeah. Now, will we see... Oh, not see... Oh, we are seeing it. Kaiwing gets the MVP. Okay. I feel like
Yeah.
Hollow was a little robbed. I feel like Hollow
Yeah, he
had
was
a
carrying him around the whole game.
True. Hollow had a pretty insane game as well, but Kaiwing, yeah, you don't often see a Yumi who's what, unstoppable or on a rampage
Yeah.
or whatever it was.
That's an interesting MVP. I feel like, sure, you know, he did top-down shots, he did do a lot, but it's not, it doesn't require much mental capacity, it feels like, to do that. And
Yeah.
Hollow, definitely runner-up MVP for me, if not, you know, the MVP. He dominated the early game, jungle passing, and really just bullying out across the map, you know, on the Sejuani. Kino really, you know, had his life made a whole lot harder by Hollow.
Yeah. And I don't even know what to think of BYG anymore, because if we just take that CFO game, the first one, out of the way, they just suck, right?
Yeah.
Like, they've had really bad games. But at the same time, they've had that just amazing day one game. So, like, the potential is there, right? Like, they can find that. It's just, I don't know. They're having a lot of trouble replicating that.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look back at what we've seen today. CTBC Flying Oyster taking out Impunity, meaning that there's no one, you know, no
Left
one
undefeated.
left undefeated. Well worded. J-Team taking out Hellpigs, PSG taking out Jewish Team as well, and S9W unfortunately suffering a loss against Deep Cross Gaming. And of course, as we just saw, Frank Esports taking out Megabank Beyond Gaming. Let's look at the standings. CTBC Flying Oyster. Oh, a lot of teams at 3-1.
Wow.
So CFO, Deep Cross Gaming, Frankie Sports, Impunity, and PC Talon all tied for first place right now. J-Team lagging a little bit behind at 2-2. Whereas, you know, the pack is sort of starting to form up. You know, you've got Jewish Team, Hellpigs, and Megabank Beyond Gaming sitting at 1-3, and Sem9 WPE still unfortunately not able to find a win for themselves. I feel like I'm really interested to see how the AS9W versus Beyond Gaming game will go, because BYG has been beyond bad for them. Like, it really has been, you know, a series of games where they haven't had any foothold in the game at all, whereas Sem9, you know, sure, the execution is a bit rough, but they've at least been able to, you know, have some moments or some chances for them to take out the game.
Yeah, I also think Sem9 have kind of been inting themselves with draft, whereas I feel like Megabank Beyond Gaming is more of a gameplay issue. So, you know, which
Clash of
one
the
does it
Titans.
affect? I suppose so. But yeah, we're perhaps getting a peek at some of our playoff teams here. Obviously, there's still plenty of time for it to shake up, but
Yeah.
I think at least at this, you know, stage of the game, I could definitely see that top 5, you know, being in the playoffs for sure.
Yeah, it does feel like, you know, last week it felt like a lot of the teams, you know, were closer, but as we've seen more games start to move forward, it does feel like there's a clear sort of divide between the top teams and the bottom teams. And I'm sure more of that will evolve in tomorrow's matches. J-Team going against Sem9 in their first game of the day, followed up by PSG versus the Hellpigs, Deep Cross Gaming versus CFO, and that is a big one. Same with Impunity Esports coming up against Frankie Sports, and of course, Megabank Beyond Gaming against Jewish Team for the 5th game of the day again.
Yeah, games 3 and 4, those kind of look like bangers.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to solidify the pecking order even more between the top teams, right? You know, they're all tied up. They all want to be able to pull ahead of the rest of them. So big games up ahead for sure for all of those people involved.
Yeah, I think so. Also, that 5th game of the day, I think it was Jewish Team Beyond Gaming.
Yeah.
That's Jewish Team's what, 2-2 or 1-3?
1-3.
They're 1-3. Okay, yeah. So that's also a sort of, I don't want to say big matchup, but it's like a chance for both those teams to start turning things around.
Yeah.
You know, like the season's not lost yet. We still have time. But on the other hand, the loser sinks further below into S9 low.
S9 low, that's rough.
Sorry.
Oh
Sorry,
my
S9.
goodness. Oh man, yeah, but I mean, so many top teams. Okay, who's your predictions for who's gonna end up ahead by the end of this week? Who's gonna be in first place?
CFO's looking pretty good. I think I'll predict CFO.
Okay.
I'm not sure we'll see a clear first place though, right? Like there's still enough matches that there can definitely be a lot of teams at 4 wins, right?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, well, for me, I'm a bit of a Deep Cross fan, so I'm
Ooh,
gonna say
okay.
them. But CFO, they really have turned it around since day one. But unfortunately, that is all for tonight. All 5 games done and dusted. But we will be back tomorrow for more PCS Spring Split. We'll see you all again tomorrow night.